Hello and welcome. 22
Hello.
minutes and 22 seconds after I made the stream live. Welcome,
Perfect.
everybody. Episode 21. It's the 11th of whatever the 5th month is. Is that May? I think it's May. So, yeah.
This month is called May.
Ah, yes. Well, that works out good then, because I don't care what the month is called. So now that I know, I'll just agree to that. Anyways.
You know
Hello.
what I do care. You know what I do care about, Zach. I care about the show and that we're doing this and that we get to build this friendship. And I care about the people in the chat and the people who are here. And Joseph, you win because you were the first one in the chat. Good for you. And we're really glad that you're here. And also, if you're watching this now or in the future, please like, subscribe, comment, all those things. Help us engage you. Help us engage in the community and to keep doing what we're doing here so it keeps on rolling and keeps on growing.
Yep. Check out the description below for all types of links to social media. Follow us all over the place. We started doing like yoga on Sundays. Last Sunday was Mother's Day, so as expected, attendance was a little bit low for that. But nevertheless, we did it anyways. It was a good time. It was a nice workout and a nice, enjoyable time with a few of us. We're going to be doing that every Sunday. Starting next week, we have another segment coming up with Angela, who you know if you've been in chat. That will be on Mondays. So Monday the 18th, that will start at 9 o'clock UK time, which is 1 o'clock Pacific time. So that's looking really good. I have a course coming up in the near future, which will be teaching basically focus functionally through Monroe Institute techniques and neuro-linguistic practice and a whole lot of other things that I've put together with workbooks and all this kind of snazzy stuff where it'll teach you to basically enhance the quality of your life through learning how to master your focus. So that's another cool thing that's coming up. We got all of our food activities and stuff for the Ship and Boat people and about a million other things on the plate. So I'll save you and just really check out the social media platforms and stay up to date with all this stuff because it's too much to list at one time. Otherwise, we're going to be here for 27 hours. So hi, Jen. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Charlotte. Hi, Joe. And hi, anybody who isn't here yet or is lurking or whatever. So we're going to, one of the things we're going to do tonight is we're going to watch this video from Gregg Braden, which is called Feeling is Prayer. We're going to watch it slightly sped up because Gregg Braden talks very slow. So we're gonna smooth that up from a glacial pace to like a babbling brook, right? Like a slowly flowing stream easing its way into your mind.
Yeah, we'll get it up to an energy where it's a little more like that. At least for me and Zach, maybe. Maybe not other people. They like a really slow cadence, but come on, man. Let's speed it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi,
and
April.
Here actually, so here, hi, April. Hi, Jen. So, okay. So for me, for speeding things up, granted, when I learned to do it, I was on Adderall. Okay. So my brainwave patterns were at a different state of easier receptivity, potentially to high levels of quick information coming in. However, I do feel like I figured out how to back engineer that and have been able to teach people how to do that. So one of the primary things that I've been able to articulate is that if you increase the speed of information, the speed of your emotional processing with the logical information you're taking in, it seems to retain like almost holistically if I'm really going to condense down to one thing. So if you can be focused enough, you're not missing words like maybe fast rap or whatever, but then also be able to emotionally engage with the material that you're taking in, it like massively will process and integrate so fast. And then it becomes single time and a half or double speed ends up like that's normal. And you listen to single speed and you're like, how did I ever exist like this before?
Yeah, it seems when you start, you can normalize pretty much any process inside of your brain. So when you start taking in like information at rapid paces consistently, your brain seems to kind of just get used to that.
Right. Now, even I've been off Adderall for over a year. I can still, because I learned, I mean, I was really intentional on Adderall or anything I do. It's like whatever I'm experiencing, I think you've talked about this too, Zach. I'm trying to find a way to match that frequency or that reality of what I'm experiencing so that I can tune into it and utilize it at any point I want to.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's kind of the goal of learning if you're to like extrapolate it to some like weird physics interaction, you know?
Right. And that's the ideal, yeah. For sure.
So I would love to hear how you all are doing today. I'm doing quite well. Mercury entered Gemini today. That is its home and where it is exalted and where it is in my birth chart. So I'm very happy, boy. And that means, well, for stuff like that, it's a massive increase in basically your connectivity of your logical mind to your heart. And so it's perfectly on time for exactly what I'm doing in my life, but a good wizard always shows up on time. So, you know, I'm pretty happy
Yeah,
about the positioning myself. Hello, really, really.
no
It's
doubt.
nice to have you here.
Hi, really.
So, yeah, and there's all kinds of weird stuff going on astrologically. I kind of thought about like getting an astrologer friend, have them come on here so we can just ask them questions about astrology and stuff. It's just
Cool.
a fun show.
Love to.
So,
Fuck yeah, man. That'd be an awesome show. I love that stuff. It's I always find new rich layers within astrology from somebody who knows what they're talking about, for sure.
yeah, I have a person that I kind of like have in mind, and she both does like star seed astrology stuff and also standard like draconic astrology. So she would probably be pretty interesting.
Okay, hold
And she
on.
does, she already
So
does like her own like YouTubes and stuff. So,
okay, so that terminology, the uh starseed astrology, I get that. Well, actually, if you can break that down a little bit, how that's different than the Western or Vedic astrology, and then the other one, did you say draconian astrology?
standard astrology that everybody's used to, that is your 12 house zodiac and all these things. Standard astrology that the West is used to is called actually draconic astrology.
No
So,
shit. Didn't know that.
yeah,
So is that the same thing? Is that the same as Western astrology? Same thing as draconic astrology?
functionally, yeah, the standard one we use in the West is that system.
Okay.
So,
And then Vedic is the one where they're actually aligned to the was a 2 degree movement or something every set 2,000 years or something, so they're a little more technically accurate, I guess. But it seems I've done both charts really thoroughly for myself, and they both have meaning in them for sure. So I don't know which one's more accurate, but both of them seem to be really accurate in their own ways.
yeah, it's kind of the Vedic system goes to like in a certain way like a wider scale than draconic astrology does, because Vedic astrology tries to pull in like the concepts of past lives, and then there's also a lot of connection to, well, they've just really refined the system a little bit more than Western astrology has in terms of like what this means to your spirituality, what this means to your relationships, and they have this like a wider system for that in a certain way. So there's more correlations and such like this. The timings that it's based off of and the positioning of the houses is slightly different. There's a really good chance that your Vedic sun sign is not the same sign as your Western or draconic sun sign, things like this.
Right.
But really, at the end of the day, the best thing about astrology is just that it's an opportunity, kind of like a logical framework to hang your psychology on, that allows you to basically take a look at yourself in various different ways. So, honestly, there's not actually like a wrong way to do it. You could look at anybody's chart and learn something by yourself.
Critique this saying or metaphor framework I came up with over this last year relating to astrology and its importance or value to our life. So, if we're on this Earth ship, navigating our Earth ship, our vessel on the waters of Earth, if you will, or whatever this incarnation's life, the astrological reports are like the weather reports. So if you don't know them or what's coming up, even if you're trying to achieve your goals or things or whatever, or sometimes you have to go through a storm that may be coming up, but knowing it ahead of time, Jesus Christ, you can fucking prepare for one and process shit, get the boat ready, put your balancing shit out, be sure you're ready to go into, because it's kind of like weather reports.
Yeah, but even I mean, like the only way that I would deviate from that metaphor is that weather reports are dog shit accuracy in comparison to astrology. Like weather reports are basically guesses, where astrology, like just because there's not as much deviation, like the weather changes almost on a minute by minute basis, and the cosmos doesn't change anywhere near that fast. So nevertheless, like you get a lot of time to collect information and make correlations and all this kind of shit, and so the prediction's actually a lot better.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. They navigate your Earth ship far more efficiently or accurately or effectively for whatever your goals are without being sideswiped because you just didn't know the alignment of your stars and the epigenetic expression that it causes you to have at birth.
Sure. On like a much more human level, like we can look at something like the moon. There's been a lot of times, probably in anybody who's watching this, their own life, that they've reacted to a situation in a way that was not favorable to the outcome of that situation because of the phase that the moon was in and how it was affecting their emotions, and they didn't counter for that at all. Even if you think that the moon means nothing or whatever, like, well, it turns out the moon affects our tides, and you're made out of all water, and it does have some differences. So it's pretty widely accepted.
Similar but different dynamic. We're talking about moonlight and how the moon affects us. So tell me what you make of this, because this is my own speculations on it and my own empirical measurements that I've taken. So the moonlight, lunar waves, if you will, versus potentially, you know, sunlight or solar photons. The moonlight is actually a colder light than the moon shade. So if you think about this logically, unless I'm missing some variable here, if the sun is reflecting its warming light off the moon, it will not be obviously as warm as the sun, certainly, but it will be warming light. Therefore, if you were to measure asphalt in the moonlight and an asphalt in the moon shade, the moonlight should be warmer based on that, our understanding of those dynamics, correct?
I suppose I would think so, unless the atmosphere that the light's traveling through is cold enough that the thermodynamic output of the incoming photons is so great that heat is not actually reaching the ground.
Okay, that makes sense, but that to me that means there'd just be less warmth. But still, the ground receiving no light should receive no warmth unless it's coming from the earth or whatever. So on asphalt, where say it's an even 55 degrees or whatever on a regular night at earth surface temperature or whatever, and the moonlight should move it up to 57 degrees, whatever the point is, it should be warmer by some measurable percentage, I imagine. If it's sitting in the moonlight for hours, it should be getting some level of warming up versus the portion receiving no light, correct?
I mean, you would think that from like the simple perspective of that, like if light's going on something, it's heating up. But in a certain sense too, like we overlook the amount of energy that's inside of the dark. Really, I think in a lot of ways, Tesla thought this as well, in the sense that technically, like light is radiation, and that means that it's energy radiating. And when energy is radiating, it's undergoing an entropic reaction. Right, meaning that it's breaking down as it radiates what is inside of it.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So, at least in that sense, where there's light, technically the energy is breaking down. You know what I mean? But I don't know about this, like this moon stuff. Is this actually like you've read this somewhere that the shaded part of the moon is warmer than the lit part of the moon?
No. Let me start with the actual. I was listening to you hypothesize, and that was really interesting. But like, okay, let me give you the evidences that I've seen and break down how that could be. So I've actually measured with the temp gun. I got temp guns for work that I measure for radiator pipe temperatures and steam traps and stuff. So you know, it's an accurate measurement device for what it is. And I've done this in the moonlight and in the moon shade on full moon nights, and it is colder in the moonlight than it is in the moon shade significantly. I remember what the spread is, but the point is it is colder in the moonlight. Every time I measure this, I've done it a few times, different places and different ways.
When you say the moonlight, what are you meaning? I mean, like where? So like what deviates between moonlight and moon shade? Are we talking like new moon versus full moon?
So we'll just in general, the principle doesn't matter what phase of the moon. If it's giving off light, it's giving off some form of heat. That's the assumption I hear. At least a small, not the same as the sun, obviously, but a small amount. Enough so that whatever that hits, so like in the, you know, you're sitting under a tree, you're in the shade of the tree instead of directly in the sunlight outside of the shade of the tree. The sunlight is warmer. The grass is much warmer in the sunlight than the grass right next to it in the shade, the sun shade, if you will. So the direct moonlight. So let's say you're out the same tree, the middle of the night, bright moonlight. You're still under the shade of the tree from the moonlight. So out where the moonlight is touching the grass, where what I've measured is it's colder than the actual shade that is not receiving any light from the moon.
Huh. I'm not really sure what's up with that, but I guess I'm guessing that this probably has to do something with the fact that the sun generates light and the moon is simply reflecting light generated by the sun.
Potentially, but you get, when you reflect things with a mirror or any kind of reflective surface, you also reflect the heat, not just the light. Here's what's interesting. For me, the only thing that makes sense, potentially, or not the only thing, at this point that makes the most sense.
I mean, first and foremost, let's ask the question of how that light stays warm through space, which is like significantly colder than the light ever.
There you go, that too. So it's like, okay, well, hold on. There's other dynamics we can dive into. But my thought on this, when I'm reading through the ancient texts, and it's not just the Hebrew text, but some of I think the Vedic texts too, they talk about the sun and the moon each give off their own light. One's referring to as masculine, one's as feminine, but they give off their own light. It's very specific wording in the text. I always found that very interesting, especially after taking these measurements. And then also, there's a really cool video we could watch maybe tonight also, or some other night. Edge of Wonder is a great YouTube channel that put together a lot of videos. They have a 12-minute one about the moon, like what we know about the moon. And they go through just what we know through science and recorded through even NASA and other things, not just them. But the moon rings like a bell. The moon's made of titanium. The moon's like, they know this shit. Like it's in general information. It's just most people haven't coalesced it. Nice little video. And they're pretty objective about it. And like they're kind of goobery. Like they're really cool people. it's just more of a mainstream friendly show in a sense, but they deal with a lot of these topics. So anyway, they have great videos, but yeah, so it's interesting. Maybe it's rating it's some kind of actual like lunar waves that are cooler or colder that cause also physiological and epigenetic reactions in plants and seeding and in our own bodies and emotions, and it's very interesting.
There's enormous amounts of questions about the moon, really.
No doubt.
So, I mean, some people go pretty crazy on that. China supposedly has a base on the dark side of the moon, supposedly.
Okay, so documentaries I've seen, part of it because I'm realizing I was thinking about this today, like statements I've made kind of like suggestively versus, and I'm really thinking about like Aaron, you know those are facts, like from what you've seen, all the evidence you've seen, like why are you referring to them subjectively? It's trying to appeal to people, right? I'm not trying to start an argument or get caught up on one thing to say is a fact and something I haven't pulled up recently, but whatever. Anyway, the thing with the the moon dynamic, there's something else there, but I totally lost my train of thought. So
you were talking about the Vedic astrology and talking that they put off their own light, and that the Vedic beliefs had all these statements about what the moon was really like. Was the last thing you were talking about?
And there's a bunch in the Book of Enoch too. There's beautiful things on the moon and that dynamic. But if you look at the video, well, shit, I don't know if we're talking about if we want to pull that video up first or whatever. It's 12 minutes, but it's really interesting. It's plenty to talk about. Just that it's very well laid out. We can watch it single speed.
What's it called?
So the channel's Edge of Wonder, 3 words, I believe, and then just say the moon. Edge of Wonder, the moon. Should come up. Yeah, there it is. Top 8 secret moon facts will blow your mind. 2 years ago, 12 minutes, 440,000 views. Good for them. And then after we're done that, we'll tell you about this other video because I've seen it like a dozen times over the last several years, and it's awesome. But watch this one first. Yay.
All right, so this video we're going to watch is on a channel called Edge of Wonder that, well, I'm not going to zoom in for it, whatever. Edge of Wonder, very easy to spell. Yep. And it's called Top 8 Secret Moon Facts. That will blow your mind, supposedly. Hopefully it doesn't actually blow your mind. If it does blow your mind, make sure to protect yourself energetically because we don't know what the fuck that means. So
aluminum foil hats, very good to stop the blowing of the mind.
It is indeed, yeah. Or just put a Faraday. Just walk around with a Faraday cage around you all the time.
On your head. Yeah, that's a whole other thing, man.
all of these things are great choices.
They really are for their own reasons.
And just fashion reasons alone. I mean, it's very avant-garde to walk around with a Faraday cage that's attached to a hat.
100%.
All right, we're going to watch this video. Let's see if the moon is actually a mathematical impossibility. Actually, we won't be able to prove that because neither of us are mathematicians. But here's a video anyways.
A mathematical impossibility? An observational error, says an astrophysicist. Impossible metals and clouds on the moon? That and much more coming up in today's episode about our favorite satellite, the moon. You see the moon almost every night, and you probably had thoughts in the back of your mind how unique the moon is. But have you really thought it through? In this episode, we're going to show you why the moon is not only unique, but a mathematical impossibility. The moon is so perfect, its placement so exact, and so mind-boggling that it would be easier to explain why it shouldn't be there than why it should. So after this episode, you'll be asking yourself, what in the world could the moon really be? And why no one is really digging into these coincidences. Rob and I have our own ideas, but we'll let you judge this one for yourself. The moon and time. Okay, basic facts about the moon. So the moon's average distance from the Earth is 2,622 miles. Why is this important? Because every planet, including Pluto, fits exactly between the Earth and the moon. The moon's distance varies, but at some moments, it's exactly the entire solar system. Did you know we have 178 satellite moons in our solar system? There is no other example of any satellite-planet relationship like this that exists in the entire solar system. That in and of itself is a mathematical anomaly. It's so strange and so exact that you have to decide whether this is coincidence or intelligent design. By the way, some of you smart fans out there may be asking why we're saying the solar system has 178 moon satellites when it actually only has 173. Well, that's because Ben and I are a little old-fashioned, and we count Pluto as a planet.
Take that, NASA.
If you really want to know why we count Pluto as a planet, we can do a video just on that. Here's a quote from Erwin Shapiro, Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics.
The best possible explanation for the moon is observational error. The moon doesn't exist. The moon is bigger than it should be, apparently older than it should be, and much lighter in mass than it should be. It occupies an unlikely orbit, and it is so extraordinary that all existing explanations for its presence are fraught with difficulties.
Okay, next, the strange phenomena of 108. The sun is 108 Earths wide. 108 suns fit between the Earth and the sun, and 108 moons fit between the Earth and the moon. Now think about the fact that those planets all fit in there perfectly. There is so much going on here at the same time that my melon's about to explode.
What is the significance of 108? Well, let's see what cultures and history say about it. During his passion, Jesus received a total of 6,666 blows, 108 of which were to his stomach.
Soon after the birth of the Buddha, 108 Brahmins were invited to the name-giving ceremony.
There are 108 paths to godhood that exist in some traditions of the East.
There are 108 lords of the Tao according to Taoism.
108 earthly desires, lies, and delusions in Buddhism.
Did you know many Kung Fu forms have exactly 108 movements?
Buddhism and Brahmin necklaces also have 108 beads.
The Epistle of St. James in Christianity, whose central message is that there is no authentic faith without charitable works, contains on the whole 108 verses.
Yeah, that's interesting. 108 sacred books and the holy writings of Tibet. The list goes on and on. Are all of these coincidences? How much do humans really know?
The moon is a bell. This is actually my favorite one. During the Apollo 12 mission to the moon, they set up seismometers. Afterwards, they intentionally crashed their lunar module. This created an impact equal to that of 1 ton of TNT. It's like something like 1,006 of dynamite, some crazy thing like that.
Right, yeah.
The shock waves built up for 8 minutes, and NASA scientists said the moon, quote, rang like a bell. Maurice Ewing, American geophysicist and oceanographer, had this to say.
As for the meaning of it, I'd rather not make an interpretation right now, but it is as though someone had struck a bell, say in the belfry of a church, a single blow, and found that the reverberation from it continued for 30 minutes.
So Ken Johnson, supervisor of the Data and Photo Control Department during the Apollo missions, had this to say. The moon not only rang like a bell, but the whole moon wobbled in such a precise way that it was almost as though it had gigantic hydraulic damper struts inside it.
You know, so this indicates that not only is the moon hollow, but that its layers consist of hard metal. So these experiments have led many people to believe that the moon is actually a purposeful creation placed there by an insanely advanced civilization.
Eclipses are a freak of nature, or not nature at all. Do you know how amazing a total eclipse is? The fact that the moon seems to be the exact size as the sun at that distance is a mathematical impossibility unless you calculate some kind of intelligent design into the equation.
The prestigious scientist Isaac Asimov once said, according to all the data available, the moon in principle should not exist in that position. He also said the moon is big enough to result in a solar eclipse, yet small enough to generate a corona. Our astronomy just can't explain the coincidences among the coincidences.
So why is this possible? The sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but the sun is also about 400 times further away. Let's go over some interesting data.
For the most part, the moon shines on the Earth at night and the sun shines on the Earth during the day. There isn't another example of this in our entire solar system.
Well, eclipses have to do with orbit. Let's hear what William R. Sheldon, a scientist, said. In order to orbit around the Earth, a spaceship has to maintain a velocity of 10,800 miles per hour at a height of 100 miles. Similarly, in order for the moon to keep itself in its orbit to balance the Earth's gravitational force, it also needs accurate velocity, self-weight, and altitude. Basically, what Sheldon is getting at is that this is extremely unlikely.
The moon to Earth size ratio is extremely unlikely. You know what else is extremely unlikely? Have you ever thought how big the moon is? The moon is unnaturally large for a satellite. In fact, it is too large in comparison to its parent planet.
Mars, being the smaller example, has 2 moons. Its largest satellite is about 0.34% that of Mars.
Between Jupiter and Saturn's many satellites, neither of them have a moon that is more than 3.75% that of the actual planet.
So get this, everyone. The Earth's moon is 27% that the size of our planet.
None of the satellites in our solar system has a diameter exceeding 5% of the parent planet's diameter.
So to conclude, how did we get so lucky to have a moon 27% that the size of Earth's, when this example doesn't exist anywhere else in the solar system by a huge margin? Christopher Knight and Alan Butler, who wrote the book Who Built the Moon, had this to say.
The moon has astonishing synchronicity, with the sun both set at the same point on the horizon at the equinoxes and at the opposite point at the solstices. What are the chances that the moon would naturally find an orbit so perfect that it would cover the sun at an eclipse and appear from Earth to be the same size? What are the chances that the alignments would be so perfect at the equinoxes and solstices?
The moon's craters are way too small.
So according to scientific calculations, if a meteorite of several miles in diameter hits the Earth or the moon at a speed of 30,000 miles per second, which is equivalent to 1 million tons of dynamite, the depth of the crater it creates should be 4 or 5 times that of its diameter.
The meteorite craters on Earth prove this to be correct. Yet the craters on the moon are strangely shallow. For example, the Gargan crater, the deepest one, is only 4 miles deep, although its diameter is 186 miles. With a diameter of 186 miles, get this, the depth of the crater should be at least 700 miles. Instead of 4 miles, which is just 12% of the diameter, another scientific impossibility.
Impossible metals are found on the moon. So moon craters have a great deal of lava. What's strange is that the lava contains rich metal elements such as titanium, chromium, and yttrium, which is rarely found on Earth. Helium-3 is also found on the moon, which is an isotope that could provide safer nuclear energy and is not at all radioactive. What does this mean? Well, it wouldn't produce any wonky waste that we do here on Earth.
Then why are they mining this? Ugh. I saw some reports that the cost it would take to mine would completely pay for itself. That's how valuable helium-3 is.
Right.
So those metals we discussed are extremely hard and resistant to both high temperatures and corrosion. Scientists estimate that it would require 2,000 to 3,000 degrees Celsius to melt these metals.
But the moon has been dead and cold without volcanic activity for at least 3 billion years. So how in the world did the moon generate so many kinds of metals that require such high temperatures to melt?
Moreover, analysis of the 380 kilograms of moon soil samples brought back by the astronaut shows that there is pure iron and pure titanium. Such pure metal deposits aren't found under natural conditions, concluding these metal elements were not formed under natural conditions, but were extracted. Then the question is, by who and when?
Yeah, exactly.
So Dr. Harold Urey, Nobel Prize winner for chemistry, had this to say.
I'm terribly puzzled by the rocks from the moon, and in particular of their titanium content.
Dr. S. Ross Taylor, geochemist of lunar chemical analysis, had this to say. The problem was that the Maria Plains, those are the dark areas of the moon, the size of Texas, had to be covered with melted rock containing fluid titanium. He said you would not expect titanium to ever be hot enough to do that, even on Earth, and no one has ever suggested that the moon was hotter than the Earth.
Right.
What could distribute titanium in this way? Highly advanced technology developed and operated by entities that are immensely more technologically advanced than humans. The moon actually has clouds.
The famous scientist Cassini discovered a cluster of clouds over the moon in 1671. In April 1786, William Herschel, the father of modern astronomy, observed the signs of volcanic eruptions on the moon. Although, like I just said, scientists believe there hasn't been any volcanic activity on the moon for 3 billion years. Then what was observed that looked like volcanic eruptions? Clouds.
Here's an interesting fact, you guys. In 2002, retired astronaut Buzz Aldrin punched a conspiracy theorist in the face after he was accused of never having gone to the moon. So I want to raise this question. Why would Buzz punch someone in the face unless he was really emotionally charged by that, right? Perhaps something insane or traumatic actually happened on the moon. If you want to hear what really happened on the moon and how Stanley Kubrick was involved with the moon video and why, you'll have to comment below and let us know you're interested. We got all the info, people.
So what do you guys think about all these facts and figures about the moon? Do you still think it's a natural occurrence?
Or was it made and put there for a reason? And if so, by who?
Or by what?
Let us know what you think below.
Don't forget to hit like and subscribe for more videos, and let us know what you want us to talk about. Until then, we'll see you guys out on the edge.
So, apparently, according to that video, obviously the moon is made of cheese.
Pretty much. That's it, man. That's a conspiracy theory. People just need to know. We need to spread this knowledge, bro. And it'll go from there. That's where our channel will just pick up. It'll just blast off.
That adds up to me. Let's see. Okay,
Yeah.
what happened in here? So
I know there's
Jasmine
a lot of
made sure to
comments.
wear their spaghetti strainer on their head. That was probably good for that video.
Yeah, I saw that. Right on.
Um,
That's a good filter. It's a good filter for your discernment. Put the spaghetti strainer on, then you will see things correctly.
let's see.
There's a bunch of comments in there, isn't there?
Yeah, but are they like, are you going to respond to them or just bring them on screen? You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
what is this thing? I read somewhere that Trump said he wanted to harvest materials from the moon. Not trying to get political. Here's something I saw. I mean, there's a lot of talk of also harvesting nearby asteroids as well, because some asteroids have ridiculous amount of materials in them. Supposedly, I don't really know how we've found this out. There's probably a way.
Mm-hmm.
Science stuff.
Probably like what's it called, LiDAR, or like the different. You can bounce lasers off and get, depending on the frequency you get back, you know what material is bouncing back to you. I think so, but it would be hard to do out penetrating very deeply.
Yeah,
But I think. So first of all, I want to say, please don't fear that is a political comment in here. No, that's not even close. So like, don't even worry about it. Who cares what Trump said or didn't say? It's interesting to talk about. We don't mind separating politics from ideas. Like, that's not a problem. So please, yeah that's fine to quote things.
it's interesting too that he's like gathering like this Space Force thing. I mean, there's no reason to do that unless for some reason there has to be a reason, right? Like, what would be the reason?
Okay, so we're gonna go to a deeper level of that though. At believing, if we're believing we'll do this thought experiment, I guess, on believing that the what's that one by David Wilcock and Corey Goode, the documentary they released last year or 2 years ago. We were talking about the show not too long ago. Anyway, that one goes more into the secret space program and a lot of documents behind that, and the different things that they've had since the 40s. There's the Air Force version, the Navy version. It's all been going on multi-billion, multi-trillion-dollar industries. That's where a lot of black ops or black money goes from, like the $3 trillion, for example, that Donald Rumsfeld had to report on the morning of 9/11 to the committee that they had no accounting for it. Just disappeared. Oh, but 9/11 happened. You can find those videos on YouTube, right? So that's common. There's trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars that just disappear out of all taxes and all that other shit. So
from the sounds of it, this is mostly going to private sector, actually, not to these military things, because a lot of higher ups in military, even like rank of admiral and shit like that, have tried to get access to some of these oversight boards and shit, and they're just totally shut down.
Yeah. So that's through all the different private back channels and the esoteric systems, the systemic control, blah, 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 blah. But the point is, like, when Trump's talking about the secret Space Force, I think he knows about the real one, or he's talking about the Space Force. So I think part of it is at some point there'll be some part of disclosure where they'll be like, oh, we kind of already have a Space Force. Here it is. And here's how it works. So they'll let a little bit of it in, like, oh, we built one spaceship. We've been working on secret technology. And it's probably some shit they had in the 70s, maybe.
Yeah.
Right? Whatever. Like, but it'll be a literal, like, faster than light ship, or like it'll change, whatever. That's probably rolling out in the next 5 years. It'll slow integration and the mass awareness. But like, that's part of why we're doing what we're doing, man. Let's get into the technology inside these bodies. Let's build our own reality. Let's build our own culture and community, because that shit's going slow as this. I mean, it's going fast on a global scale over the last 200 years. What's the destruction that's been going of that system is going really quickly, relatively, in the last 2 decades, really, especially the last decade. And then, but still, like, we're going way faster than that. So they can continue to crumble, and we'll build faster than they can fall. Beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, Jasmine's just pointing out here that there's obviously so many secrets that were definitely kept in the dark from. Like, they're completely open about that. I mean, like, the whole concept of top secret information insinuates that, like, there's some shit that we're not going to tell everybody. So how much is it really? I find it really interesting going back specifically to the moon thing. Thing that they brought up was that I hadn't heard before was like the exact opposition on the equinoxes and the solstices and things like this. Like that's too coincidental for me. You know, like the distances between them, that could be explained by some type of that the distribution is actually a byproduct of some type of waving or something like that that's causing some type of equal distribution. But the whole like being in this exact location on the opposite side of the earth on specifically those days, especially with how that has been treated by esoteric societies and occult societies in the past, like the strength of the equinox and the solstices and its ritual significance and all these things. It's just it's too coincidental for me to think that there's just nothing to know about that. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think that the moon really is? Do you have any postulations? And where was it? Yeah, follow this dude on Instagram, and he thinks Trump has a time machine. There's actually a surprising amount of reasons to believe that someone might actually have access to a time machine, or not necessarily a time machine, but in something that allows them to look into a high probability projection of the future or the past.
Okay, so let me ask you this: why to you is that the crux? It seems to be one of the crux is the epitome of some kind of framework that you hold. That technology that they have, the Looking Glass, Pegasus, is that whole dynamic, right?
Why do I think Looking Glass is important?
No. I know. I agree. It's important, but I feel like you hold it in a place of importance that I don't, and that's probably because you know shit I don't, because you just seem to come back to it at different times. So I'm just curious because there's a lot of technologies that I've run into, government technologies, a lot of different things that seem more fascinating and valuable to me than I know the value of that one in general, but it doesn't seem to me to hold the value that it does to you. So that's what I'm trying to discern.
Because with maximum application of that technology, you could shift the whole of conscious society to a completely different timeline, and they would never know that it happened.
Do you think that correlates with anything going on at CERN, or are they separate things in your awareness?
I got a lot of postulations about what they could be doing at CERN. For sure. Looking Glass, I don't know about that. I mean, I would need to actually investigate the facility. From the schematics that are out there, they're not even like set up in the proper orientation to be doing something like that.
Well, so, they are directly under the center of the Temple of Apollo, I believe, and they have a Shiva statue up top, and like, so there's definitely some
I'm aware of their layout. I'm saying that like the underground facility that's there, according to the schematics, is functionally just a big ring with offshoot buildings. And I don't think that really handles it. I think you need crossing of stuff. So the ley lines, it is maybe. I mean, the answer is really a solid maybe on that one.
Yeah.
What are they doing at CERN? Not sure. Maybe that. Not just smashing particles together to see whether the standard model of quantum physics is accurate. I'll tell you that much. There's no reason at this point in time. There's no reason for CERN to be even operational if that's the case, because the standard model of quantum physics has proven to be false. So.
Now, what I think Greg Braden's talked about it, and it makes sense to me that like the more they look for depths of layers of physical, provable matter and reality to physics, the more they will find them, because we create them. We're creating them as we find them. Like, it'll never end. You're just getting to finer and finer parts of ultimately comes down to quantum physics, and even outside of that, plasma physics and whatever, all that other shit. Negentropic physics, is that a thing?
Negentropic physics?
Yeah, that sounds like a thing.
There's definitely the science of the operation of a space that is under the effects of negentropy. So that's negentropic physics functionally.
Well, hey, we'll get one of those degrees and we'll become negentropic physicists. We'll give our these online. We should totally do it.
Yeah, it's it's questionable for sure. There's definitely, as recently as 2017, they had not solved all the issues that would apply to Looking Glass that would allow them to use it at a maximum application. I could say that. I can't speak for now, 3 years later, but the most recent data that's actually out there that talks about like the problems that they were solving at that point in time if you
Right.
know the scientists that kind of working in this shit, which are all top secret naval researchers in plasma physics and laser technologies and such. Yeah, it looks like they're probably not there yet. You know, they might be, but it would be much easier to look to a place than it would be to move to a place.
Dude, I cannot
So.
believe I guessed this correctly. Well, it must be intuitive, whatever. So, based on what you were saying, one of the things you were saying, I thought of this before. It just came to my mind to look it up immediately. Are you familiar with the space-time variational formulation for the Kirchhoff integral equation and the works of Kirchhoff? I don't know his first names, but his stuff on space-time equations.
Not familiar enough, apparently.
Yeah, no, apparently. Well, like, yeah, because I think this shit, man, I'll try to find a more condensed version, you know, like all his materials, but something that at least might pique your interest in a summary way. Because I've followed some people for a while. I can't find anything super relevant at this moment, but I followed some people for a while going down the real space-time physics stuff. People way outside the box, but know what the fuck they're talking about. Man, they really like Dan Winter kind of stuff, right? And I'm sure I could string them back together. I'm sure they're in the playlist I made. I just have to find it. But that's where I heard about the bloop theory. This guy really explained it. It's like everything is resonating. Probably it's come down to a string, yes, but resonating at 28 trillion times a second. And he gets into that's one aspect of something. But then there's him and another guy talk about this guy Kirchhoff's work a lot. I think he was a Russian scientist, and this is all his paperwork, and it's had to be
this name around before. I just don't remember what he did.
Yeah, and I don't know if he's the one who came up with the conical forward and past, present, future space time. Let me see what his name turns up for images. Yeah, I think he's the one who came up with this. Actually, I might just work holding it up here.
Hold on, let me switch it to the screen. Okay, yeah, I've seen that image like a million trillion times, that's for sure. It's a flat plane with basically a cone on above and below it.
Yeah, and that's for future light cone, past light cone, and then the center flat plane is the hypersurface of the present, and the observer is at the pinpoint of it all. So I think he's the one who came up with that, but he's got other works that are, I mean, it's like, I think that like they take, well, you know how it is. I mean, sometimes like one person's something of their work gets popular, like Orgonite, for example. That's a good one. Like you knew the Orgonite kind of, but you didn't know who was behind it, and he certainly had no idea that he made these fucking Orgonite boxes and all this other shit, right? So it's like certain things, like Einstein, I'm sure gets quoted for shit, but it's like it's really in the works of Einstein, in the works of Dan Winter, not just fucking this one quote or this one thing. It's like really in the works of it is where the things really unfold.
Sure.
And in ways most people don't soundbite because they don't look at the whole thing.
Yeah, definitely. You know, back to the moon, spaceship. I mean, technically every
Totally.
or every body in the cosmos in a certain way. So, I mean, what if it was like an actual spaceship, meaning that it's a technology placed there? I think there's some like we have like these Nibiru things, right? And they talk about like a planet X that whatever. You could conceptualize that if someone had in some way found out a way to create some type of planetary body, or it seems like a planetary body, but it's really like an Earth-sized spaceship that is technologically created, that they could then presumably have fly it off. Or then in the case of that, like you could position one to basically be like a surveillance thing, or who knows what it is.
Or like what, I don't have any personal experience with this, so this is based off of other people's experiences and whatever, but or it could be part of like a reincarnation matrix and some other shit. I mean, who fucking knows the additional layers of technology? If they can create something, some titanium sphere in world, like moon, you know, the continent-sized sphere that hovers in perfect synchronistic orbit, the way that all the astrology works and all the different things, and they can have some kind of etherical connections to the people of the planet based on who knows what, man. History goes back so far, and I feel like there's so many species and things that we just don't realize have always been here and have been here before because of just the very faux surface level 6,000-year history that we have in general.
Sure, which is, I mean, obviously short-sighted at this point in time. So,
jeez, I mean, just go back to Tepe, man. I mean, just Graham Cook or Graham Hancock's been hammering that home for 20 years at this point, at least.
Yeah, go back to Tepe itself shows that, you know, this timeline is pretty ridiculous. There's no doubt about that.
12,500 years old, where they had like culture and art and like quality stone construction and like other shit. Yeah.
I've always thought this was weird too. What Jasmine's saying here, that it reminds her of the Death Star. Why would they make it resemble the moon? Like, I thought that even when I was a kid. I was like,
Really?
why does that thing look exactly like the fucking moon? You know what I mean? It's the
Dude,
same
I
color and
never-
everything. Like, it could have been any color. They could have made it black. Like, why wouldn't the
Totally.
Empire have a black Death Star, right? Like, it's called Death Star. You would think it
Yeah.
would be black, right?
Yeah.
But it's not. It's like exactly the same color as the moon. It's so
Totally,
weird,
man.
dude.
You know what's funny? I've never made that correlation. I mean, I've seen that Star Wars as much as most of us do nowadays or whatever in some form, and like I never made that correlation. That's really interesting. Totally.
I'd honestly love to run like an analysis on. There's probably a scene in Star Wars where they show the Death Star relative to a planet,
Versus the surface
and I'd
of the
love to
moon.
do basically the measurements to see if they showed in that scene that literally like the Death Star is the exact same size as the moon. I would not even be
Totally.
remotely shocked that it was exactly the same size. It's
Well, that's like all that-
27% of the planet that's behind it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. Well, that's like all the foreshadowing shit that comes through. Like fucking what was it like? Well, whatever. I don't want to go down those rabbit trails, but yeah, that's interesting shit. So, another interesting aspect of this moon conversation. I watched this video, the one we just watched with my mom, sometime this last summer, and I was asking her questions about it, like what she thought about certain things or what she found interesting. And one of the things we're talking about, it looks like this thing, if it's made out of titanium and like a spherical, and those craters are going 4 miles deep when it should be going 700 miles deep. I mean, there's some kind of actual
There's clearly some
seeing-
illusory bullshit going on there. You know what I mean? And we are
Right.
totally sold the fact that the moon is like our great defender against, cosmic debris as well.
Right.
So
Isn't that interesting?
what's that
So,
all
like,
about?
So okay, so I was going on the stream with her. She was saying, what was she was finding interesting in things was we were talking about the technological side. It looks like something else created it and put it there. That seems plausible. And I said, so who do you think did that, Mom? And she goes, God. And I go, no, Mom. Like I was like, okay, a big picture, God, right? But we've just determined this looks pretty man-made, or whatever, if you will, advanced.
Right.
But there's something between God. Do you think God came down and made a titanium sphere? Why, the Earth is what just that was modeled.
Right.
That was,
How
the
come
universe-
God didn't make anything like that in the rest of this solar system?
Right. Everything
Yeah.
else is organic, if you will, and whatever. And but it was interesting watching her brain, if you will, like belief systems, try to connect the dots in between. It's not just us and God. There are other entities. There are other archons. There are other beings. There are lots of other things. There are spirits that haven't passed on. Like there's a lot of other consciousness, let alone the animals and the plants and people were so disconnected in a lot of ways. And so, yeah, on one hand, yes, God is you, right? It's just you and God. So like that's where the trick is on that, or that can go either way, I guess. But
Yeah.
when outside of us, though, when it's like between us and any other form of technology or higher consciousness, it's just us and God. That's where I feel like it's maybe the arrogant part or the misleading part, because it just doesn't help you at all, let alone anyone else.
Sure. There's also the possibility that, like, functionally, it seems that the progression of the bodies in spirituality would inevitably lead a person to functionally evolve past their human body and into something that was ethereal or ephemeral at the top end. And it's what if there was prior cultures that were here that functionally reached a utopic society, and that society, through their group utopia, ended up actually ascending their consciousness to the point where they actually did become ethereal, and functionally they're still denizens of the planet. They're just not actually physical denizens of the planet. And there is still some throwbacks to all this crazy shit that they did during their utopia, like build moons and other crazy shit, right? But they're not recognized as actually being here anymore because functionally they've transcended physicality.
Yes.
Just a hypothesis, no proof, but it's I don't know. It's a weird thing to think about for sure. So
So Jen said, based on the comment connection to Trump and Tesla, she said Barron Trump journeys to the center of the earth. Let's just say it's quite an alchemical adventure. Okay, so I haven't read that, but that's the one, right? That was like 100 years ago or something, and about Barron Trump, and like the whole thing's laid out in a lot of ways. And then the other things I've heard and seen in enough places and resources that seems true to me, that Trump's uncle, John Trump or whatever, was head of the FBI in the 50s or whenever it was. They confiscated all Tesla's works, like FBI did or whatever. But he just happened to be head of the department. I don't know if, or the agent that was there to actually confiscate him. So it seems to be a direct connection to that. So that just, if those things seem to be true, a lot of different dynamics like that, and then other stories that, you know, Dave Wilcox says that he says from his firsthand sources, but that means they're not our firsthand sources. We're trusting someone else's quote unquote firsthand sources, especially when he can't, you know, say who his source is. So
Yeah,
it's like,
I hate that
so,
shit.
well, it's like, and it's like on one hand, it's true if people are going to get murdered, I get it, but you got to realize that makes your evidence less credible. That just is what it is, man. If you can't say who said it, so
Yep.
whatever. But that's fine. That's our job on one hand to be discerning. We make our decisions based on our own intuition and the most amount of awareness that we have, and it is what it is. But that's why you and I try to absorb as much fucking awareness as we possibly can handle.
Sure. Yeah, there's definitely a connection between the Trump's bloodline and Tesla's works. No doubt about that. 100% for sure. So, I don't know. You know, free energy would be nice. If we could have free energy and a universal basic income, the entire planet would change, but it might be ran by some kind of fucking weird oppressive regime in order to do that. But I don't know, it would make everything different. There's no doubt about that.
It's hard to oppress people though. I mean, I guess like they like social credit system turn your power off to all your devices and all your shit. You know, like they blacklist you from the electrical grid if you're not compliant. That's probably the only way they could do it. But ideally,
that's exactly how fucking pump a microchip into you, and if your microchip doesn't have the right permissions on it, you don't get to do anything. So you're basically in jail, even though you're free.
Yeah,
so,
that's the shit. Like, we'll figure out. There's got to be. I mean, I've seen enough. I don't know if I've talked about this part yet. Out of my insane amounts of playlists and videos and shit I've collected and downloaded over the years, and materials and books, and like, I mean, I've gotten a lot of it. Like I said, I print over 20,000 pages, you know, in books, and they're like 4 pages to a sheet because front and back and 2 pages each side, and do I fold them and staple them, whatever. So like booklets, but they're books. And like a lot of that's the free technology shit. A lot of the research into that, enough, like I'm an electrician, so I've seen enough to know the concepts. I just haven't dove into it, but I know there's enough people around that really get those things and how to do it, that you put me and a couple people in the right room, or you or whatever, like we could figure that shit out and get that shit running pretty quick.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, functioning like Tesla's radiant energy isn't like, once you understand the devices that are involved in it, it's not like some big old confusing crazy thing. It's really not. I think pretty much it's actually a fairly simple device in comparison to, say, like a nuclear reactor. Do you know how a nuclear reactor works? Because it's a lot more fucking steps than radiant energy, I'll tell you that.
Okay, so that she said, Tiffany Singing says that's some Black Mirror shit, which is funny because it was 1984 shit, and it was like this shit way before. But Black Mirror is a very good popularization of the whole social credit blackout system thing.
So it's just like, if I have not watched that show, because if you think you're gonna get me to watch a show called Black Mirror, which is directly associated with Croatia, that has to do with a social dystopia where people keep them, that was Bird Box. Nevertheless, I heard enough about this show to know that there ain't no fucking way that shit's ever coming in my eyes or ears. Nope. Didn't watch it for a second. But I know exactly what they're talking about. The whole idea of the Black Mirror, though, boy, is like, that's a weird situation there. This is getting into realms of witchcraft that most people would not agree are a good idea. I'll tell you that.
100%. So check this out. So on a you and me level, having this conversation, like the way you said, like the way playing with entities, being able to study them, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've got them under your control. They're not affecting you. Other people, you wouldn't recommend doing this. So like, you got them under your control. So like shows like that,
you
to
think?
Me, when I well, right, fair enough. So like, there's always extra layers and awareness and openness with other people. If you have times like, hey, can you make sure I'm cleaned up well enough or whatever? Like, fuck, that's fine. But you go to your own level of awareness of yourself and your own sovereignty and ability to do shit without needing permission. And so like shows like that for me at times, like I do that with different things, but that's part of it for me. It's fucking fascinating. And I see all the additional layers and frequencies and the programs and the intentions and the shit coming through. So I just felt I take that as data because that's interesting. That's real time. What are they trying to do to manipulate the mass consciousness through the show? That's fascinating to study as that's coming through. But then to have my own perceptions and connections as I watch the show and the concepts they're presenting, and then knowing those can be metaphors to culturally apply to people around me. Like it's all that's fucking cool, man. I'm fully present when I watch shows like that. I'm fully present of all the shit going on. And I love it.
Yeah, I think I just tired of it, man. That was like fucking 10 years of my life watching every single thing that comes on. And I'm like, oh, look at this fucking psychological programming going on here.
Yeah. There's some cool shows though, man. I was like that too. I cut out TV for a long time, and then like, holy shit, like there's a lot of interesting, nuanced fucking shows that gain popularity, go several seasons. I'm like there's one AI, I think. OA. Fucking well done, man. Super interesting. And then what was the other one? There's another one where they do the stacks. That stacks in the back of your neck. They're like living eternally. It's right. I don't know if it's right your atlas or whatever, but it's got all of you, your consciousness, in this stacked data disk. And they live many, many lifetimes because that becomes this rich upper class, whatever. Like anyway, that whole dynamic thought time travel shit kind of in ways and like fucking fascinating shit, man. Just really interesting shit out there right now.
Yeah, there is a lot of cool shit. I mean, they're pulling all of this from some type of actual event. I personally, I think I spend more time trying to figure out what the actual event is these days.
Okay, so I feel like say that thing, some kind of event, even like the show's representing some reality, real reality event. Okay, so
which it always is. I mean, this is a function of pre-announcement. It's just proven inside of if you have a propaganda system, which if you think the United States or Western TV, really TV as a whole, isn't a propaganda system, well, you just haven't done your research. So if you have access to a propaganda system and you have technologies that you know are going to affect the greater part of society, it is in your best interest to ease that information into them through presenting it through fiction first. It's the smartest form of pre-announcement. So
right, no, totally. So in you're prepping the subconscious to receive a reality that's already been created for you just because you received it through the alpha brainwave state that they could put on the carrier waves, the lily waves through the TV since the fucking like 70s and some shit. So like that's all there, right? So I'm present. I filter all that shit out, and I love diving into those shows and like being like the stack one. So to me, I'm tuning into my own past life shit that's triggering a lot of shit inside of me. I see what they want to steal of my energy from that triggering inside of me. They can't have it. That's mine. Thanks for activating that in me, though, through this avenue of media and entertainment.
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from. But then also, if you look at it as basically a function of talismanic sigil magic, the entire show is a sigil that if you project your interest or even your time towards it, you're functionally adding further substantiation to the reality that they're creating inside of a tesseract. And once that thing gains enough energy, then it will push itself out onto the culture on its own, even if it hasn't been created yet. That's the belief of basically talismanic magic, at least on that. So it's actually the only way to protect yourself from it is to not engage it, according to those beliefs, at least.
So shit. This sometimes reading the comments totally throws off. Okay. So no, I totally get what you're saying, and this is like I'm not like saying you should always watch shows. You should never watch shows. I don't think there's a black and white fucking gray Jedi shit. I'm saying it's seasons of my life when I choose to engage with those shows. This is my internal process, an energetic process. So, like that's just the way I live my life. It's very functional for me, enjoyable and great. But at the same time, that's not for everybody. I've gone long years and periods without any TV or media shit. That's fine too. It's just different seasons of my life and what is beneficial or effective or just fucking enjoyable, man, and just being aware of what kind of energetic hygiene that leaves me with, if you will.
Sure. At the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't matter which way you go. Tomorrow happens the way that tomorrow happens, regardless. So.
It depends how dirty you're going into tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah, perhaps. Charlotte was bringing up a book up here earlier that's it's called The First Man, Then Adam, which is apparently about the Garden of Eden being a spaceship. Which sounds kind of interesting.
Sure does.
I think it's very likely something like that. Like if we're taking the Bible as being an actual happening.
Or a biodome. We're just talking about it yesterday.
Basically that same shit. Yeah. I mean, the whole idea for the biospheres came from science fiction that was talking about basically having these domes on spaceships floating around space, pretty much. So.
Well, actually in the text, the original text, it says something to the effect of he took Adam from the east and placed him into Eden. So as if he took the local, basically, and put him into the biodome, put him in the spaceship, put him into this protected garden with a force field or just a wall, I don't know, whatever. Like,
yeah, that's weird terminology, man.
Sure is. That's what happens when you fucking dive into your religion's text, man, and you love it, and you find beautiful shit inside of it. Really.
I mean, because if you take the esoteric kind of symbolism of the East, which is birthing, in a certain way, that could basically, he's like, I kidnapped someone's child and put them inside of a prison I called the Garden of Eden, where I forced them to populate a new earth. and all of a sudden that's a completely different storyline. You know what I mean? Like, the storyline just took a hard turn into dystopia there, buddy.
So this is the importance, the worth repeating always. I don't know, for a long time until like the collective gets it. This is the importance of like, or maybe the Christians get it. This is the importance of not losing the oral historians or the oral traditions that go with the written text. And otherwise, there are 44,000 denominations that all believe in their interpretation of a rigid text. Like, they're ridiculous. Why is there not a carried on oral tradition? Oh, because they made sure to kill that. They only wanted a written word that their priest class could manipulate for 2 millennia. You know, I mean, as far as written history
like
goes,
the truth.
it seems. I mean, like from what we like, I don't know beyond my generation and whatever my ancestors have orally told me and confirmed me with their reality. Like, really, how do we really know? Besides our own DNA activation, past life awareness, that's fine. That's true. I think it's very valid. But I'm saying from an actual born into this reality with no memories, and you're told what's happened here. Like we only have our the oral historians, and maybe something that someone who died, a grandparent who's not here, but it's something handwritten from them, or like. But even then, you need the somebody else that was alive who knew their personality. I mean, they know this with translating a text. If you don't have any cultural context, you cannot translate a script. It will not make any sense. You have to understand the cultural dynamic also. So really, that's the thing that's got to change for any religious belief system that's based on a rigid text, man. It's just not. It's not reality. You know?
One show that'll be interesting is when I can eventually get, well, he's kind of more like a Facebook acquaintance, but this guy named Laird Scranton, who's like kind of one of the foremost researchers on the Dogon people of Mali, who have a 10,000-year-old oral tradition, and he knows it like quite well. You know, he knows what all their fucking symbols mean and everything. Okay. It's crazy the carryover between the Dogon and the other things, because they like these like angles of light and all kinds of stuff like that. Like they carry all that shit in their tradition as well. Only their tradition comes from like the Vedas through oral tradition.
Dude, please, okay, Zach. Like for me, like if I have one special request or I have special guest request, dude, that's one. Put that at the top of the list. The oral historian stuff and that kind of the native tradition, the real native peoples telling their story. That I love that. That means a lot to me.
If I'm completely honest, I really just haven't asked him because I'm waiting for like mics and everything to be here and make sure that I have a real good interview set up. And really, quite honestly, I'm just better at this because like he's a fucking super high quality guest in my mind. Like I've wanted to talk to this dude in an interview kind of methodology for like I don't know 10 years or something like that. So
yeah. Well, okay, cool. Well, I'll bring down when I come down there this month. I'll bring down another mic. Then that'll leave me with 2 because I have 3, so I can actually bring down another mic, XLR cable because I have all that shit for it. Did I not get the stands though? I need the stands, but whatever. And then you have that other one. That other one show up?
Like half the stuff's here.
Oh, you're just waiting on the charger or the other thing, right?
XLR interface and a charger. Yeah.
XLR interface. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to make a list. I'm literally. I've been doing real good. I've been traveling around a lot the last year and a half, and I've only ever taken a carry-on. Well, my backpack, a carry-on, and then maybe whatever, some other item. I've been really good, right? And then there's no way with yours. I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm gonna have a whole extra check baggage. Bring some other stuff, man. I gotta bring my flute. Jim wants to bring my flute. I gotta bring a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
Mics, some scientific equipment, some test equipment. Do some cool shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit. You know, I mean, if you could consider just shipping some of it down here first too.
Oh yeah, interesting. Okay,
that might be easier.
No doubt. Yeah, they'd have it sooner. Duh.
Yeah, I was like, to read this. I'm gonna read this thing that Laird actually wrote. Just cool. Like how good this guy is. So it comes with a picture. Well, it has actually 2 pictures. They're not really that important. But one of the curious features of the ancient symbolic cosmology is that it occasionally fibs to us. An excellent example of this is with the calculation of the Dogon celebration of the stars of Sirius, the Dogon Sigi festival, which comes from an Egyptian word that means literally just to celebrate a festival, which is stated to happen every 60 years, but according to French anthropologists, it actually happens every 50 years. And 50 years is the orbital cycle of the 2 binary stars of the Sirius system. The anthropologists say that the priests find a rationale to quote unquote make an exception and celebrate the festival early, since most Dogon tribes people don't live to see Tusigi festivals. It's only the rare person who trips to the deception. Anyone who does is effectively co-opted into the fib. They're treated as an honored celebrant of the second festival. Okay? Like, how weird is that?
Yeah.
Because you even see inside of like their oral tradition, though, right? Like the interesting thing is that the Dogon priests, they take like this vow of truth that if they're ever found by any of the other people of the tribe to have told any level of lie whatsoever, even just like, how are you feeling today? I feel good. When you actually feel bad, you have now like completely broken your vow, and you are supposed to be punished by death.
See, like, what a beautiful, like, look, this is how sick our culture's become. I don't mean this derogatorily. I mean this quite like psychologically. So how like psychologically sick, right? That we hide inside of our own lives. Like we don't know how to even be authentic with ourselves or our partners, or we get into relationships, or we get into life paths that we don't really want because we think we should for some reason, like all the shit, right? So we're living a life of inauthenticity. We have all these things that we just only share with certain people because maybe they're inauthentic too, and you guys can fucking not even commiserate. You like find joy together in the fact, hey, we're both in shitty places internally, right? Like, hey, yay. But to actually come to a place of internal coherence in a community. So that's a dynamic I haven't thought much about, but that totally makes sense. So figuring a way to integrate that paradigm into a commune community as you build it. That you're just honest, man. And that might mean for a while as people integrate from a shitty world we live in and learn to be that honest with people, they might feel shitty a lot of certain days or insecure a lot of days. That's a lot of vulnerability. But if you create a culture where that's okay, like you have time. Why are you feeling that? Like you have time. You're not going anywhere. Like the person just said, I'm not doing well today. Like, what else are you gonna do? Like, hey, have fucking Joe go swing my hammer for me today. What's going on? Like, whatever. Just spend time with people and let them process shit.
Yeah, well, one thing that I did realize from watching that Spaceship Earth is where they really started having problems inside of Biosphere was actually after one of the 8 people that was in there accidentally, like they got an injury that cut off one of their fingers, and then they weren't basically able to do their farming duties, and this kind of started this like unsettling of everything because the people that had other jobs were having to like take away from their jobs that they were passionate about to come over here and do the farming work, and they didn't like doing that shit. And that really like severely started affecting the way that they were interacting with each other on a whole.
That is poor planning from the beginning. I mean, any sports teams know you have second, third string always, especially for vital roles. Give me a break. That's poor planning.
Well, I realized the whole of this experiment was to basically see if a small amount of people could do this if the thing was set up right. You know what I mean? So the whole point was that they weren't supposed to have any kinds of like support, right? You're supposed to have like one person for each job. Nothing else legit, comes in. It's just
legit survivor. Legit survivor.
Survivor inside of a biosphere for 2 years with a team of 8 people, and then she sticks her hand in like a grain mulcher or something like that, just like destroys her hand or whatever.
Hold on. Joseph said, I don't swing nobody's hammer.
Oh, Jesus.
What do you want me to say? We've already talked about how you're gay, Joseph. What do you want to go in the garden for me, and I'll spend time talking to somebody? Is that better?
This is
it's an amoral job, asexual job.
Yeah, this is really interesting here. What really is saying funnier in the conversation of the moon and thoughts I was going to say it was a failed biosphere / biodome from yesterday's conversation. That's a really interesting look. Maybe they tried to create actually like a biosphere, and one reason or another it didn't work out. And they basically just let it get ripped to shit or deteriorate. And since they had made all the scaffolding and all this shit out of like titaniums and yttriums and chromiums and all this weird shit that ended up being there. Now, it doesn't explain the helium-3, but technically helium-3 is all over the place inside of our solar system. I mean, it's one of the early pieces of hadronic cascade or baryonic cascade. I don't remember which one it is that comes from the sun.
Sorry, I'm looking something up. Something sparked to me and I need to look it up. But I was following you, and that is very interesting. And it reminded me of, the Nahash. Okay, so in some of the extra biblical texts, it talks about Enki or the Nahash coming in the form of Nahash, which was one of the precursor creations that was inferior to Eve, was just humanoid-esque. This is why the serpent lost its legs and its limbs and was cursed to swim on the ground or slither on the ground, and according to this story and this mythology. And but it was not a match for Adam, and so she was bitter. This is where Lilith dynamic can come into, and some of those other aspects in some of these stories. But in this one, that one of these ones is that it was coming to bring freedom of choice to them, that they were brought there against their will, or they were born there, brought at a young age or something, and saying, look, there really is a world outside of here. It's not just his tree of life and his tree of good and evil and his laws. And yeah, it's perfect paradise, but there's an extra one. There's a lot more out there, so there's no dynamic too. Bring freedom from a construct, even of the mind or of isolation or a biodome against their will, or at some point in some of our ancestors' history, because we're not all from Adam and Eve, by the way. If that's a real thing, we're not all from there. We're not. It's provable, man. A lot of different people come from different places. They have no connection to the Middle East.
Right. I just quickly looking too, in Hebrew, it's interesting that Nahash means serpent, and then Eve finally does come in, but then Eve is supposedly tricked by the serpent on the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. You know what I mean? When technically that means that, so Adam was there, Nahash was brought in, not a fit, so Eve comes in, Eve is tricked by Nahash. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So Nahash didn't leave, just turned into a snake, or what's up with this? What's that all about?
Well, just that whole dynamic. There's a couple different. There's the Book of Adam and Eve. There's the Book of Adam 1 and 2. There's 5 or 6 parallel stories at least for the retellings of that from the oral stories. So they each have interesting nuances. So that's all. The part of what I was just conveying there was they was coming more of a savior or a true light bringer. Someone bring them a choice, bring them freedom of choice, and as opposed to some serpent, but he got caught by God and that's where he's cursed. The being, but he wasn't the spirit that it then. And one of them is, I think that might be the one too, that the spirit of Enki, or why I connect to Enki because a lot of the Hebrew actually connects back to those words in that story, fascinatingly enough. But the serpent, the spirit of the serpent, Lucifer, if you will, whatever, that he embodied the Nahash because his light body coming in as a full angel, he was banned or whatever. So he entered the Nahash, possessed it. No, and what was interesting that's what it is. Okay, now I'm tuning into it. They had a dialogue. He because they're free will, and he told the Nahash his plan to convince the woman, I think, of that or what he was going to do, and asked if the Nahash would be willing to let him embody it, and they would entangle, and together they would accomplish this goal. The Nahash agreed, so he was able to enter the garden through that vessel in agreement to actually do what they did. So really the curse didn't end up landing on the light being part of it. It ended up being on the Nahash, or if that's a real thing, right, through that species or that thing that got cursed, or the DNA changed to some kind of punishment. So it's interesting.
Pretty weird. The whole Enki thing is honestly pretty weird because he is an extremely prominent god, and then I just always think it's weird when we have big things that pop up that are known for various different stuff. And one that's been very prominent in my life is the Electronic Arts Development Studio, which has always been known as EA, right? And Enki inside of Akkadian and Babylonian mythology is known as EA instead of Enki. And it's just it's been so weird to me. I don't even know why. I just couldn't help but draw the connection and be like, well, these guys are power hungry.
Right, and what's interesting too. So I've thought about a lot of the dynamics. Is Frank's talked about he resonates with Horus. That's his the archetype that he came into a body, and that on the higher levels of Anunnaki and things are upset with him because he doesn't want to go along with their plan, the Enlil plan, the
Egyptian Jesus.
Yeah, totally.
That's what Horus is, Egyptian Jesus.
Yep. Isis, Osiris, and Horus. It's all fucking Mary, Joseph, and Jesus, man. Same thing, man. Or God the Father, Holy Spirit, and Jesus. So so Frank really resonates with that paradigm and that dynamic. And I've had my own resonances with certain archetypes and fractals of myself, and he sees it that way too. But he knows that's a big part of why he came here, and he's going against the grain. I'm in for unity of mankind with Mother Earth, with spiritual court of equity. Now that I'm in a body and I'm here, sorry, changed my mind. He's fully canceled those contracts and but he's open about it. It's look, I'm not a part of that shit. This is what we're doing. That's why he loves what we're doing. It's just all that shit's great. So but Enlil and Enki and that whole dynamic being wrapped into it, I don't know. I know other people's experiences. I know there's good and bad, and I know the different etymology and the the stuff. But my own experiences with it, there's something in it still that seems very pure to me. Whether that was a resonance Enki did embody in certain lifetimes, if that's a thing. And what makes me think that so two things: the Emerald Tablets, bring by Thoth, which I might understand that seems linked to be Enki also, which is also Methuselah, which is also Melchizedek of the Bible.
They technically shouldn't be the same person because there is actually a Sumerian name for Thoth. It's Ningish Zeta.
Okay.
Okay, he's a lower god in the pantheon. He's lower than Enki.
Well, but here's our thing. Like, did Thoth write the Emerald Tablets? That's the
supposedly they are the Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean. But okay, Thoth is his name in Atlantis, supposedly. Or Thoth.
But the way I've been reread through part of him recently, and he talks about his life path and, through all beautiful alchemical expressions and equations and metaphor and everything. But finding that place of being accepted on the other side and Wade, and that he can traverse between life and death, and that he sleeps for 100 years, and then he reincarnates. And this knowledge is passed on in between those times for the carry on the order, basically, of what they're doing and keeping this knowledge in the right hands and conducting themselves accordingly and all this stuff, because they'll come back in another lifetime. And he talks about the different forms he's come in at different times. And then correlating that with the Hebrew history around the same time that it's talking in there. Melchizedek, there's like Noah, the son of Noah, Shem, if you follow the bloodline, or at least through the genealogy of the bloodline of the original text and the extra biblical, like weaving all these patterns together. You see that Melchizedek parallels a lot of the stories in the Hebrew stories with the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and having a light sword and ruling Enoch even apparently becoming Metatron, and Enoch ruling over mankind for hundreds of years at a time, and he come out and rule with like sacred neutral, just unity, and like the world's in like, really elaborates in some of these texts what he did on the earth in beautiful ways. And then he began to recede from mankind more and more and spend more time with the angels, and just kind of was beginning to transition. Eventually, he spent only a month a year with the people, then a week a year with the people, and a day a year with people, and then eventually he prepared them that he was going to leave. And so he went off to what sounds like Antarctica, from where there's snow. It talks about in the text, and all the weather and the snow, and or Antarctica or North Pole or whatever, depending on where some portal might be. And he tells all these men, he got it down to like, I don't know, several hundred men who refused to stop following him. He said, look, you are going to die. You're not going to be taken up, basically. I am. You will die if you stay. We'll follow you to the end. And they all turned to stone and big snowball shit, and he was gone. And it says just the Bible text, it says that Enoch walked with God one day and then was no more, because God took him. So there's two people in the Bible that didn't die. They were just taken up by a fiery chariot, or by potentially a spaceship or some shit, near dimensional portal, some crazy shit. Or just taken up by God. And then the Enochian story elaborates a lot more at length about those dynamics. So it's really, anyway, there's a lot of fascinating shit that overlaps Thoth, Enoch, Melchizedek, Metatron. I mean, a lot of very similar energies. I haven't figured out the equation on all of it, but I don't know. But a lot of Benoit balls on that one.
Yeah, there's a lot of these things out there. It's real weird. I mean, all of these, though, technically shouldn't even be like first stories, though. If the Vedas are actually from when they are from, then functionally all of these are actually just like fallout copies of the Vedas. So all these stories are in the Vedas.
Totally, and that's why I've got all the Vedas I've ordered now, along with 1 million books. And I want to go at some point. I'll hunker down into those and start seeing the contrast, because I know it's older. So you can see where you take the premise that most likely this older text is probably more accurate in certain ways than I understand very in depth of the Hebrew text, which is later, which is great. So I'll be able to parse the nuances and see the overlaps.
Yeah. Although like the likelihood that anybody ever get through the whole Vedas in their life, like you are a fucking pretty high level pundit in fucking Hinduism if you've read all the Vedas.
No. We talked about how we read books now. I will skim it for code. I will get phrases, verses, sections, passages that stick out that I'm like, holy shit, there's the connection I need.
There's an interesting thing about that, too, that it very much so is a text that, like the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, insinuates that it does have something encoded in its harmonic resonance. So it's meant to be read in its initial language out loud.
Yeah, totally. No, for sure. That's why I love, even saying the one phrase I remember primarily from Hebrew, like the first verse of the Bible. Bereshit bara et Elohim hashamayim I haaretz. Like, how much fucking more beautiful than that? Than in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Sure. Yeah, and I mean, it's such a Hebrew's even a weird one, man, because it stops so much. It's so weird to me. You know,
Yeah, a little
like
more
all of the
guttural
other
or like,
ancient languages are much more about carrying a tone on,
yeah.
and Hebrew very much so is about, I don't know, truncating
so
shit, syncopating it.
so
It's weird.
Well, so I think so when I've studied mainly so the Hebrew, the modern day spoken Hebrew, there's actually three different kinds. If you're Hasidic, uh, uh, what's the other kinds of Jews? There's two other practicing kinds. Anyway, they have very different accents and ways of saying words, and you know, you see different kinds of different movies and stuff. But the main script they primarily go off for the vocals if they're trying to be true to their version of the text is the Nicadote script that came out in 900 AD, where they rewrote all the text with little vowel points and little dots and things around them and hash marks, and so you have to say it in this way. So that's locked in the magic spell of the words, right? But if you go back beyond that, like if you look at that's why when I say the most accurate words and probably are healing, they've been healing for me. It depends on put your intention into it and whatever. Know what you're connecting to. You know, when you say shit with intention, man, or whatever. But the most accurate term back to the Paleo Hebrew that did not have those things about telling you how to say it. There's a lot more of that flow and connection. So instead of Yahweh, it's Yahuwah. Yahuwah. You know, like I've chanted that shit for a while. That's done some shit, man. So the original languages are a lot more fluid when they stopped putting their fucking overlays on it. And apparently 900 AD, which is an interesting year.
Yeah, and I mean, like the Latin and post-Latin dialects, and there's the concept of terminating consonants is really interesting. Just that it stops all the words. Like functionally, the way that we say almost all English words, we basically say word period, word period, word period, word period, because we stop all the time. In comparison to something like you know, like Sanskrit, for instance. In Sanskrit, like the whole sentence is one word. You know what I mean? Basically.
Yeah.
So,
you know what we could do?
weird,
you know what would be fun to do? Like
there.
as a bit we do every time, like right when we come on or sometime in the show, probably best we come on just to remember, but do like a word of the day, like pull up a Sanskrit word or pull up a Hebrew word or pull up a fucking just English word, right? Like fucking just kind of parse it up a little bit or just an interesting word. Like fuck, that'd be fun. I'd like to learn new words.
Yeah, I could do that forever, so I'm all about that.
Take 10 minutes, 5 minutes to do that. I think people love that. It'd be fun.
Sanskrit's interesting
I'd
to go into it, like, because I've spent a bunch of time looking at Sanskrit, just understanding basically the vowel tones that are inside of it, what chakra they associate with, and then trying to basically look at those sounds in a certain order and derive a definition from it without actually knowing the language. And it's pretty crazy how accurate you can get when you get good at it.
Yeah.
Pretty weird.
It's interesting too. So like in the Bible, they talk about, oh, Will says word of the day. Yeah, definitely we can do it for sure. And we'll just like or like now that I put that in the vortex and I'll put the notification on and just like whatever for different words. See what comes to me during the day, or you too, or whatever. Something that may come up during the day. Actually, let's look for that. Let's look for interesting words that come into our awareness during the day. Just like put that little overlay, that little subroutine in.
All right.
We'll just see what comes
Number one, anti-disestablishmentarianism.
Oh my God, that's one of my favorite words. I used to be like, you know what the longest word in the dictionary is? And they'd be like, they wouldn't know or say something, then I'd say that. But you know, it's either longer or I'm trying to remember. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, I think, is longer. It's on all dictionaries, but it isn't some.
Yeah, that's a fake word.
Now, but can you have you parsed that up though? It's all like prefixes and suffixes, right? Anti, dis, and then establish, meant, Aryan, ism.
Yeah, yeah, it's a fake ass word too.
No
functionally.
Doubt. Isn't it like it's like a lot of counter? I broke it up at different times. Like that's been a while, but it's like a lot of. You could just break it down and say like, disestablishment or disestablish. Like you don't even have to say like any all that other shit. Like cancel each other out or some shit.
Well, anti-disestablishmentarianism is people who are against the breaking down, or the mindset of the breakdown of the establishment
Order. Right.
Right. Why do you ever want to say that?
Even a thing? I mean? Yeah, why is that even a thing?
So weird. And now we got inside of dictionaries, we've decided that we sometimes in some dictionaries put the names of pharmaceuticals in there, like those have become a word. And those are the most letters in a lot of them now.
Yeah, that's
totally ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
So Andrew Slides here. What's up, Andrew? For all your day today, hope you all are well. Hope you are well, Andrew. Lots of hellos, Andrew. Hi, gently big hugs. Thanks. that how you're saying that, Jen? Thanks, Andrew. And I hope your day is well too. Hi, Andrew. Jen Hugs back. All right. Yeah, cool. We got a cool chat.
It's interesting with the space Jesus and Egyptian Jesus. Like technically, if we're going directly to the school of thought that you come from, you're Christian Jesus or Hebrew Jesus, and then Frank is Egyptian Jesus. And I've been told I've had so much stupid Krishna stuff in my life, so technically I'm Hindu Jesus.
No shit.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. We have to do well, that'll come. That's in the vortex too. Me, you, and Frank can just break all down our experiences of our associations with those archetypes through our lives or our dynamics with it. That'd be interesting because there's going to be a lot of fucking overlays that are being very interesting.
Pneumano ultra microscopical volcanoconiosis.
Well
what
done.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, but well done. Dude, well done.
Volcanic dust in the lungs. Wow, that's a hell of a word right there.
Wow, well done, maybe. Okay,
just saying, the best thing about this word is that saying that word makes you feel like you have volcanic dust in your lungs, so it's very accurate.
Dude, that's okay. So that's like a diagnosis or something, right? So that may be in a medical dictionary, because I doubt that be in a regular dictionary. So even that, if that's in a medical dictionary, only even that I bet isn't the longest word. I bet that's just insane what some words are. But that's definitely longer into establishmentarianism. That's for sure. You win. Yeah.
That's a crazy word. Again, though, all these words that are really long are like this, anyways, because like new, PNEU, mono, ultra, micro, like all of these are actually they're functioning like these adjustment words all over the place.
Single breath, super, ultra, extreme, micro, small, not macroscopic. You need a microscope to actually look down. Silic or silly. I don't know if that's cilia or something. Has to do with some.
Got to do with like silica or silicone.
Silico, yeah, sure. That's right. And then volcanic, which obviously from the volcanic ash. Volcana was a
coniosis, which coniosis is probably the only thing in there that's like it's like a medical condition. Coniosis.
Yeah. And that's what's funny, like
a disease state caused by the inhalation of dust. So
like what's funny is people come out a lot of times. I mean, this is a common story, right? I've had times like this too. It's like you come out of the doctor's office and they're like, "So what's wrong?" And then you tell them that, right? And they're like, you say confidently like, "That's what's wrong." So what's wrong? It's like, well, I guess I'm having an allergic reaction to smoking or inhaling too much dust. I'll be fine in a few days. Drink a lot of water, But this is my diagnosis. It validates my experience.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a big ass word right there.
He said 10 points to Gryffindor. Yes, 100 points to Gryffindor. Well done, sir.
Oh man. Yeah, so words. I'm down with the word of the day thing. We actually used to do a lot of this. So like at an old house that Jen had. She had like several dictionaries right there, and almost every day there'd be some word that we'd be talking about that we then ended up looking up in like 4 different dictionaries.
Love that shit, man. Then like I used to have etymology. I mean, I still do. I haven't done as much recently. I was on a flow of that for a long time, but I have a bunch of etymology apps on my phone and anagram maps. Is that right? And stuff to ways to move the words around and reshuffle, and it's always. Anytime I do it, it's fascinating. Anytime. I think I've yet to be disappointed by any time I try to do that with anything, that it just explodes with beautiful wonder and awe and awesomeness and connection and beautiful shit. But we were saying word of the day, 10 points to Gryffindor. Nope, lost it. Carry on.
Yeah. Oh, the words are very interesting, how they've carried into society and how they then end up functionally like sculpting society, just because people have no idea what they mean. Really, they end up just like they get some definition on them that is like the colloquial use of it, and that's like what it's become now. Which is, I mean, if you think about like communication across time, it's such a weird thing. Like if whatever, like a 15-year-old from today was to go back to fucking 2000 BC or whatever, and he's like, "Oh damn, this pyramid's fire!" Like they're like, "What the fuck? The pyramid's on fire?" Like, hold up, wait, what?
Yeah. Totally. That's what I'm saying. That's why like the Rosetta Stone was so precious. I mean, the stone where they found, I believe it had ancient Greek. I don't know if it had the Paleo script, Paleo Hebrew, Paleo Canonic, and Egyptian, but it had at least I think the point is it had the Greek, which they knew already, and they had some of the other script that they knew, and so they knew that what it was saying the same thing in 3 languages.
Mhm.
And so then they were able to interpret what the Egyptian meant, and then back obviously use that as the Rosetta Stone, the key to then interpret a lot of other Egyptian shit because they didn't have fucking context. But when you have that kind of shit, that's fucking jackpot, man.
Yeah, and also on top of the translation of those Egyptian ones still highly disagreed upon as well.
Yeah, well, totally. Because
So
you're still translating between languages. You're still then bouncing off Greek and another language to try. Ah, there he is, Space Horus Prime. Oh, fuck you, Frank. I got to come up with a better name then. Space Jesus Prime. All right, done. All right, it's cool, Frank. We're good. Then you're what? You're Space Krishna Prime. Space Krishna Prime. Correct?
Can I have my own name, or does it have to be in his naming convention?
Well, now we both pick Prime, bro. You'd mess up the circle. Come on, man.
Well, but I could be the function of what Krishna or who that actually is, which is Vishnu, and in that entire setup, they're the preserver, and I would rather be Void Preserver Prime than.
Wait, hold on. How can I relate to that? How can I relate to that symbol set? What is that in the Christian construct? What would that be like, or Kabbalistic?
All Trimurti systems are drawn from that Vedic system. So the Isis, Osiris, Horus, Mother, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, if you want to replace Mother with that. All of these are the overlay for the 3-part system of basically what you can understand is positive, neutral, and negative balance.
Is that the same as Ein and Ein Sof and Ein Sofor? Nothing,
what
no saying. Oh, sorry. I thought we talked about it before. You were familiar with that. So the top of the Kabbalistic tree of life, there's Keter, the first Sephirot, the spheres into existence. Keter, and then Chokmah and Bina, masculine, feminine. The 3-part triangle that we're talking about, but above that would be the 3 part. I think I forgot how it breaks down exactly, but like nothing, no thingness, and then no thing or whatever. But kind of what you were talking about in a different way. It's like the 3 levels of before the actual taking on any of the forms. So those triangulated archetypes.
It looks like the top 3 Sephiroth would overlay with that with some other things that I'm looking at right now.
Okay.
So,
well, does it be above the Sephiroths? Above the Keter, there's 3 additional levels. They don't show it on every chart. The Gnostic chart, there's a Gnostic, GnosticTeachings.org.
Right. Functionally, this system would overlay to the top 3 nodes of the Tree of Life, and all of those would be in the same place.
The Jesus, Horus,
all the stuff that's above the Tree of Light is Tree of Life is not God's. It's functionally the absolute. So it's not formed.
So what is that what you're talking about?
That would be beyond this concept. That's a dimensionality be above this concept. Functionally, inside of Hinduism, that's the concept of Tara, the Great Mother.
Okay. Interesting.
Which is like the ultimate void of infinite potential. She creates potential.
And so the space you're talking about, the Vedic space or whatever you're talking about, is outside of all that?
Tara as a space functionally came forth and then created the 3 heads functionally, which are this Vishnu, Shiva, Brahma, which were functionally her only creation. But they carried the balance of existence, and then they went on to create all further creations.
Interesting. So what's
much the same as that God couldn't have possibly been the first thing to exist because he needed a space to exist in, and the space must have existed before the thing. It has to. It's impossible that the 1 came before the 0. It couldn't be somewhere. It has to be somewhere to be something.
There is a really good Frank, just check your messenger. I just sent you a link to the show because you should come on chat if you can. The sacred geometry and the beginning, the sphere of life and shit, but it breaks down like the beginning of existence, and then consciousness, God, if you will, but consciousness was only able to experience itself in contrast, or went to the edge of its consciousness in some sense, create another sphere and another sphere, or fractal maybe, or whatever. But then the spheres, overlapping spheres, expanding consciousness. But I don't know. It's like I feel like I'm explaining it poorly, but cosmic chicken or the egg thing. But I think it's conveying the same thing you're saying, just in a really cool, narrative and artistic form.
Sure. Yeah, and that's basically the Great Mother Tara thing is with that, right? Like, Great Mother Tara exists in another dimension. Her womb is basically the space that we live inside of. At some point in time, that womb effectively became impregnated with the creation of existence, and that was functionally triplets in a sense in Hinduism, and they all held a proper balance. You know what I mean? So because without destruction, you can't continue creation because you don't have space. Without creation, obviously, you can't create things. And without preservation of the space, then your creations never stay. So you need all three of these in order for reality to function. They're the baseline functions of reality. Are existence or creation, destruction, or basically continuance, you could kind of think of it as. That it was able to stay still.
Okay, so before we get too far off topic, or cycle it back around, Frank is going to be Space Horse Prime. As of this point, unless there's something else that fits better after this, but after we express this, I'll be Space Jesus Prime, and you are.
I should probably just be Space Vishnu Prime then.
Okay, so then where is the parallel in between the Egyptian archetypes and the Christian archetypes of Vishnu?
Okay, so the entire story of Krishna is the story of Jesus, just written thousands and thousands of years before Jesus.
Correct. So who's Vishnu, though? Is he also Krishna? Is the same thing?
Krishna is an avatar of Vishnu on Earth. So functionally, to Christian paradigm, Vishnu is God, and Krishna is the son of God, Jesus, functionally.
Okay.
But as far as avatars go, and as far as Krishna goes, he's a pure avatar of Vishnu. So he's functionally a complete projection of Vishnu in this dimension. Much the same that Jesus was made in the image of his Father, right?
Right.
So he's as Vishnu as Vishnu could be if Vishnu was on Earth. You know what I mean?
Okay, so
just as much as Jesus is that too.
So you're Space Vishnu Prime. I'm Space Father Prime. What would Frank be?
Let's see. What would that technically be? The Tara crossover is Ma'at inside of there.
Wow.
So what was Ma'at's creation?
Prime?
Well, that would be like if we were going like Tara, and then technically Christianity doesn't have one because it likes to hide the 13th dimension, so it doesn't exist.
Sure does.
But nevertheless, yeah, all three are ETs functionally. Yeah. What is it in the Egyptian pantheon? Because it's not actually, their story's not the same also as far as how that pantheon goes, because Isis and Osiris had Horus, right? So Horus isn't actually it's not an avatar system. You know what I mean? So inside of that, the direct crossover would functionally be like Isis, Shiva, Osiris would be, I guess you would probably say Isis is Brahma, Shiva is Osiris, and then Vishnu is Horus. It would be the direct crossover if you were doing that, but then that makes them not at the same level. Like we have to come down to Krishna and then pretend that Krishna's parents were functionally Shiva, and these systems don't directly correlate. Just the Krishna story is exactly the same as Jesus. But the Vedas actually, as far as the Vedas speak, they speak to a dimensionality beyond that entire concept, because that functionally says like, well, the basic concept of both of these is that in the beginning there were gods. And as far as the Vedas functionally go, they say in the beginning there was a space.
Right. So that's that's in the Kabbalistic text, and that's probably where Sophia or Ein Sofer comes into there, because that's where they go on, even about the first verse of the Bible. It starts with the second letter of the alphabet, because the first one is the space, the breath in, the magnetic, the pole, before the expression. Which is interesting. But okay, so what we're saying here.
Maybe, because the
Okay.
breath is a three-part system. Again, that's positive, negative, neutral.
So Frank, so Frank said ours is. He said he meant
Horus.
Horus, but he said ours is Osiris reborn. Just call you out, Frank. Even though he corrected
Yes, I
himself.
mean maybe inside of their system there, what they're functionally doing is that Osiris is the Vishnu kind of crossover, or that Horus is functionally acting as an avatar. If you're trying to get like the direct crossover into the
Yeah.
Hindu system, which I don't know that there actually is one. I think it's
Okay,
more
so
like
hold on.
there's these stories, and these stories got utilized to create some type of framework.
Okay, so are we stuck now at a point? I was hoping to outcreate this and find a parallel where you could use this elevated terminology that definitely like is greater than like the two of Frank and I, which is fine. It's not like a pride thing. It's like, all right, if we're gonna do 3 equal terms, that'd be awesome. Whatever they are, cool. There's a better one probably.
I
For
guess
Christianity
actually
or whatever.
Osiris is in a certain way the preserver if you look at his function in the duat, because he makes sure that things are nil, right? So he's neutral. He makes sure that the heart doesn't weigh more than a feather, which it's impossible. Logically, it's impossible that the heart weighs less than a feather, really, right? Because like the feather is a concept of weightlessness in Egyptian. So he ensures that the heart is weightless. And in that sense, he's using the scales, he's the balance, which would make him function as a preserver space. And so functionally, I think Osiris would be a crossover for Vishnu, which his reborn format or avatar is then Horus. But then who's the other one in the triumvirate then? Isis, Osiris, and what are we? Maybe Ma'at? Is this where we're saying like Ma'at actually fits inside of that? I'm not sure.
I feel like, okay, here's the thing. Here's what sucks. I just realized this will work. Let's say the Frank, what was it? Space Ma'at Prime, and you'd be space. What did you say, Vishnu, or what was it?
If we were going on the Ma'at level, then we'd be like Tara, but we're naming ourselves girls here. So
yeah, but then I'm stuck. Then I don't
Which is
have
fair.
one because the Christian construct fails. Otherwise, I'd be totally into it. And though I guess it could be Shekinah, but that's it doesn't.
I think
give
they're
enough
functioning the same
credit in
thing,
fact.
actually. I mean, because
Yeah, that would actually work.
maybe, I'm not really
Shekinah.
entirely sure.
Space Shekinah Prime.
I think there's also
Prime.
another function of this that's carried over at least through Sumerian function, which was like the polarized function of Tiamat and Abzu, and they were consorts, but it seems to me that their consort would be, if you're looking basically at reality as a torus, right? Then functionally the space above or below, it's gauge symmetry, above or below that torus would be understood as functionally Tiamat and Abzu, right? Or Abzu. But nevertheless, that one is functionally like you could consider a negative charge masculine void, and one is a positive charge feminine void, or vice versa. I'm not sure on how you would cross that over specifically. But so this with that, it's more likely really that like the crossover to Shekinah El is kind of a reference actually to that Tiamat thing, because Shekinah El is oftentimes referred to as the presence of God that above us all, right? So it's functionally Ma'at, like Shekinah El is functionally Ma'at. I mean, Ma'at from the old Egyptian paintings is bending over the top of all the people and has all the stars inside of her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like the presence of God herself above us all.
Yeah, that's an interesting correlation. Yeah, that totally fits, and that's interesting because then you can get outside of that in the more etherical terms. If you're going to date in the Hebrew dynamic, the Ein Sofer, that whole dynamic that we were talking about, and the less form, masculine or feminine, or any of it before there's any of that dynamic. And then what would that be in the Vedic and the Egyptian, outside of Ma'at and beyond Ma'at and beyond Terra, or to what's the other?
What is beyond Ma'at?
I don't know what would they call it in Egyptian.
I mean, I think that's like their great. I think Ma'at's their top thing, unless anybody knows something beyond that.
So that's the universe, source, prime source creator, Ma'at, the source essence creation force.
Yeah, great mother is the best way to follow all of these things, because virtually all of their names reference something feminine or something with a womb all of the time. Yeah. So like even Ma'at, this whole idea of Ma, right? Like Ma everything is a reference to this in a certain way.
That's okay. So what do you know about the Mamos? Like, Seven, I know Seven's done some videos on it. I've seen a couple here and there, but I still didn't really, like, one of the original peoples and tribes, he's actually gone and spent time with them, or he did a thing on the in their mythology or history or all that shit.
I'm not super fucking educated on them really at all.
Okay.
Like, I don't know what they do.
I'm not either, but you're just saying Ma and Mamos, and then also Ma in Hebrew.
And his whole thing, like, realize, like, Ma-mos, right? Like, mos is oftentimes a masculine. I don't remember what this is called when you put it on there, like the linguistic term. But this is, and very much so, like, the Ma-mos, at least as he's explained them, are like the masculine protectors of the Great Mother. So, I mean, that would make sense. At least that's what I got. I didn't listen to his whole thing on it. I'm kind of like bringing stuff up right now. There's some group in Colombia, apparently. They're an indigenous tribe, I presume.
I presume, yeah. I just haven't heard enough. You know, Seven is, it's funny either. I'm like trying to think, was I not paying attention? Like, no, I think I was. It's like Seven goes off on these beautiful tangents. You know, kind of like we can do whatever. Just like, and they're great, you know. But then, like, the whole original point of the thing, I'm like, wait a second. So who are the Mamos? Who are these people?
Right. Okay, so here on this website, it says, what are the Mamos? From birth, the Mamos child chosen by divination is trained to being attuned to Aluna, the generative, all that is spirit that generates reality. It is the source of life in which all things exist. In preparation, the child will spend a minimum training of 9 years in the dark in special caves in the Sierra or double-walled thatched huts and is only taken out at night. The mother comes to feed the baby. She and the child are on a diet of selected white food to support the process. The elders teach the young acolyte everything they know, and if willing and found able, the apprentice is trained for a further 9 years, with puberty in between the two periods. Girls, too, are trained to be female Mamos or Ati, but most Mamos today are male. Remaining for a prolonged period of time in sensory deprivation is a common practice of many indigenous cultures, often used in preparation for initiation rituals or vision quests. To my knowledge, the Mamos' 18-year-long training removed from daylight is unique and unrivaled by any civilization on this earth. The initiated Mamo is a deeply sophisticated being who understands beyond Western comprehension that without thought, nothing exists. They are the deliberate and sentient intermediaries between spirit, Aluna, and the material world. Everything that exists in material reality has its full being, its real nature in Aluna, and Aluna is the transcendental ocean. So they worship the Great Mother, the Void. You're muted. Your volume is void.
True. All right. I was going to say, good. Can you summarize that for me? Because, yeah, that was a lot of dynamics there. Yeah, so good.
So basically, they worship the Great Mother, and in order to train for that, they completely sensory deprive themselves. They put themselves into a completely dark space for 9 years. Then they come out for puberty, and then if they are found willing and able, then they go back in for another 9 years, and that's functionally their training. And so 18 total years of being in complete darkness, only coming out at night. And they're trained by the elders, teach them everything that they know. Yeah. And then presumably 18 years of in the dark meditation also teaches you a couple things too.
Wow, man. Dude, holy shit. That is not a lifetime I'm living this time. That's for sure. Anything like that. That's just, I mean, I get like in concept, like I know I've enjoyed those lifetimes thoroughly, things like that for sure. But that is some shit, man. And I get like when if you do that from birth, your neurology is programmed for it. So you can call it child abuse, whatever. People are just ignorant, man. Like you can, but if you can't put and judge your own judgments about culture on another culture, man. So like that's ways of activating the DNA and carrying on tradition through bloodlines.
Yeah, if we're gonna say that putting them in a cave is fucking child abuse, then putting your kid in front of the TV is fucking child abuse too.
No,
so like, who cares?
Kidding, man. No shit. What's the punishment? They don't have toys. They got to connect to themselves and their environment and actually activate their DNA and heighten their other senses because they're visually deprived and actually have the most like one of the most psychic, intuitive, in touch fucking vessels on this planet.
Yeah, I mean, I can personally say that from my own like seclusion and isolation therapies and sensory depth therapies like that and stuff, like they're very beneficial, man.
Oh,
like you recognize a lot of fucking shit.
No doubt. I love float tanks, man. I had before the whole COVID thing. I had a monthly subscription.
Have you ever done
I
like
would go-
days?
I wish. No, I've done 5
Oh,
hours.
it's fucking different, dude, man. Once you start
I
getting a
bet.
few days deep into that, you start like you start experiencing light and things happening in reality that you know are not fucking there, but you cannot
Cool.
prove to yourselves that they're not there. They're literally just visual projections of your fucking thoughts because you've had no light for so long. It's fucking nuts.
Awesome. I love that shit. That sounds so great. I'm gonna do that shit in my life. Like that shit's my vortex for sure.
That's why it totally resonates with me that they say in there that after that time they really truly at like a deep level realize that nothing exists in reality without thought because they've gone through that period of time being to like sensory depth like that. I guarantee you they've reached points where it's like they're probably just like thinking shit and seeing whole realities emerge in front of them even though it's not actually quote unquote there. You know what I mean?
Right. 100%. Dude, totally. I mean, it resonates with me for sure. I mean, I know obviously the more time I spend away from like sensory deprivation at any point, even these noise canceling headphones, holy shit, I've never been a big headphone fan because the earbuds isolate sound way better. And like even a shitty pair of earbuds sometimes can have great fucking sound quality, at least for earbuds. Like they're totally satisfying. Sure. They're great binaural beats, all that shit. Dude, but I got these. These are amazing. Like the actual noise cancellation technology.
Mm-hmm.
It's like better than fucking earplugs. It's really impressive. And so that with binaural beats or just music is great. And I've actually an interesting note. And also, sorry, have you already gone, Andrew? Sorry, good night. He said, love you all. Got to go harvest some energy from construction. Harvest energy for site, sending love and positive energies ahead of all your day, month, and year. Oh, we send you positive energy and vibes and shit too, Andrew. Fuck yeah. Thank you. Have a wonderful day harvesting energy from construction.
If you really want to go hard on it and you want to like make sure it's just knocking out the initiation rituals as quick as possible, you should fucking bury yourself sometime. It's like a shamanic rite of passage. But like bury yourself for like several days, you'll be doing the same thing. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why they do in the Masonic rituals and that's what they do in the Masonic rituals and other. It's not just them. Most of the esoteric orders had 3-day types of those type of deprivation or burial rituals, and they were, like I found out about them initially, like they're really negative shit, right? But like when I understood the connection to the original traditions, and like there's psychological, all this done in an abusive way when it's done, and you understand even the psychology going into it. If whatever, it's really it's a chosen engagement and agreement for a ritual for your own initiation, even to your own self.
Yeah.
It's different when you're taking vows to a Masonic order, that's a little different, but I'm just talking about if you're doing this for yourself and with people you trust and whatever, all that shit, it's like,
Yeah, I mean, no one takes vows to a Masonic order when they don't consider that same Masonic order people they trust. So.
Well, I know, that's but like not knowing, like them thinking this is some major, I don't know, my point is like that kind of shit, even like think about, I don't know if you saw the Black Panther movie.
No, I didn't.
The Marvel one.
No.
So he does an ayahuasca ceremony, basically, or not ayahuasca. It was more like I don't know which one you would equate it to, or in a parallel. But when he becomes king, his father dies, or turns over to him before he dies, or whatever. No, he dies. Yeah, whatever. So like he becomes king, being in the movie, and he drinks from this flower. They cultivate this one special garden that only makes this flower that they can, make this, drink, like ayahuasca drink to drink from. And then they bury him in this ancient sand. They completely bury him, cover him up, and he has this psychedelic experience. And he goes to see his ancestors and talks to his father and shares, all his anxieties and the concerns and gets the words of wisdom and all that shit. And like, and then comes back but he's now also infused after drinking that. He's given the powers of the Black Panther, so heightened DNA, like all that shit, like extra strength power, like Captain America type shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's times he can give it. So anyway, yeah.
What was the point to the Black Panther story? You asked me whether I'd seen it suddenly, just because they buried him in there.
Yes, because they buried him, and then he had this psychedelic experience that changed his life. He's resurrected now with the Black Panther powers. Jesus is resurrected now from the dead with power to heal and the power, all that shit, overcoming death and all that shit. So my point is, across his cultures where it's done in ways that are beneficial or positive or like their ritual, their rites of passage into manhood, into you know, connecting from good ways from this reality in certain ways, overcoming fear, overcoming, you know, like there's like really positive ways that's can be very positive is my point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really old practice in shamanism in the sense that, like, shamanism at its root really is just a mediator between spaces. And the
Right.
whole idea of, like, purposely engaging your own death is very deep into shamanism in a whole lot of different ways, whether it be through drinking things like the quote-unquote vine of the dead, or through burial ceremonies, or through basically
Dude,
ordeal poisons, stuff like this.
What's the vine of the dead? Like, what would that be considered?
Ayahuasca.
Oh, okay, that's what they call it, or
Yeah.
can call it some places.
Yeah, I mean, well, a lot of people call it that, I guess.
I know it's set in setting, it's context for sure. Like I for sure every experience is different, right? I've done it 3 times now, ayahuasca. The first time was with two.
Did you ever have Banisteriopsis copy in it? Like literally the ayahuasca vine.
No, I know. I got to remember to ask the guy who made it. I, for some reason, because I haven't done it myself yet, like the chemistry always gets mixed up in my mind, which one's which and which brew and like which, anyway. So I'll have to double check. But the one that is being made up now for sure does, because we decided we're going that route and whatever. So it's definitely for sure going to have that. And then that'll be hopefully sometime here, actually, whenever kind of the timing lines up here. So it could be in the next few months. And actually, Frank's supposed to be coming out here too and doing some. We're gonna do some ceremonies the way he does it with his brew. And I'm not sure. Have you talked with him? Do you remember what he said? What he puts in it?
I don't remember how he does it. No.
Yeah.
I remember how, like, the geos that are closely associated to Frank, they make their brew with other stuff, but then they also drink a small amount of Banisteriopsis copy just to induce the spirit.
Yeah, totally. Which I mean, that makes sense to me. I mean, for sure. Like, why wouldn't that be a part of it in absolutely some way, shape, or form? For sure.
According to Chris Geo, like, at least I presume probably Cherie too, but according to Chris, like, it very much so does bring in a different spirit, and that spirit is the ayahuasca spirit that you would expect, and without it, it's not there.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, well, we'll see, man.
Ayahuasca is that grandmother spirit too. This mamos thing. That's what ayahuasca really is to me. Like, I don't think of ayahuasca in the same dimensionality as these other gods. If she's a she's a great mother, a grandmother, the void, creative void.
Yeah. So, all right. So Frank's backstage, man. We'll bring on Frank Castle.
Yeah, do that.
All right, I'm gonna pop you off and then back on. Put Frank in the middle. What's up?
What's up?
Dude,
do you put actually copy vine in your brews? Do you use copy vine?
So I use, greetings, gentlemen, greetings, listeners.
Greetings.
I use traditional Egyptian acacia, Assyrian rue.
Okay.
And that's it.
Have you have done you have had ayahuasca that was made like in the the traditional Amazonian way as well, like ayahuasca, Banisteriopsis copy, and chacruna?
I've drank with Chris, so I've had his brew.
Okay.
With the cappy, and then when I was under, Aya showed me. She showed me I was a shaman, and she had to explain it to me a little better because I didn't really have a full understanding of. But as it unlocked, they were fixing things in me. The recipe flew by my face. It was like flying into me, and I was reading it, and I'm like, "That's it." And they were like, "Yep." I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" They're like,
"That's
fun."
So simple, like, really.
How to do that? Well, I had it with the DMT as well, and I couldn't figure it out. Thinking about it, like I get frustrated with math and certain things, right? So I can't think past the barrier. But I sat and I started just like putting out like, oh, I know I need this, I know I need this, I know I need this, and then it just started going, and I was like, whoa, this is crazy. And then I had to go to Johnny Ayahuasca. I'm pretty sure he's Canadian, and ask him how to finish it. Like I wasn't doing the last part of the DMT process correctly, so I kept failing over. I was getting this oil liquid.
Okay.
And then you could smoke it, It was crazy, but
Yeah.
you know, it's just not gonna do it. So
I presume it probably had like a lot of naphtha in it still or something.
yeah, it just stayed gooey. You know, like I
Yeah.
even got the color correct. I just couldn't get it non-gooey. So I
Okay.
was like scooping goo into pipes, and it was just frustrating.
Yeah.
And because you get a lot of it, and you got to scoop it out. It gets everywhere. So if I'm like, man, does anyone have these issues? And then one day it just worked. He was like, watch my video. I don't have time to tell every single person how to do this, but just here's my video. And I was like, oh, that's all you have to do is keep it cold in front of a fucking fan. That's it. And he was like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, it's just technique, bro. So I was like, oh, I
Yeah.
could do this. I could do chemistry. Like I blew my own mind.
Yeah.
Now I don't care. I work because it's dangerous to work with that. I have 12 cats in the house.
Sure.
Always asleep. Something spills on the floor. It's a wrap. I could
Yeah,
kill my
it definitely
cat
could be.
by spilling that stuff on the floor. So I've learned how to just execute it properly. Although there's more of there's there's so many people with better ways to do it than the way I do it. Like I started using powdered materials. I found it to be easier because I don't have the space and the area to be crunching stuff up and crushing it. I broke 2 machines trying the first time and it didn't work for me. Now for Decappy, that is Aya. Acacia, it is Aya. So it's always Aya, and if it's not Aya, it's Shiva. Using the
I can see
Syrian
that.
Rue. Okay, so because that's Shiva, that literally translates to Shiva. So you're getting the mix no matter what, and all roads lead to Oz, and she's with you the entire time. She's like the overseer of the whole thing as the female number. She's like the number one.
Yeah.
That's it. That's how I look at her because it's mother. There are more mothers as you go off the line, but she's an oversoul that's handling 7.5 billion souls on the planet with everything else that goes on. Right? She was the one that said, I'll do that. Well, you guys go in and hold the light. And it was like, well, she's been around a little bit longer. She's got the capabilities of doing this. It's her turn.
Yeah, I hear that.
So anything that comes from here will bring you directly to either mom or dad, grandma or grandpa, however you decide to look at it. And yeah, there's a litany of them. They're all over the place. So you'll get the grandfather, the father of the father, and he'll step in and you'll be like, whoa. Because I got visited once by a being that was considered grandfather. I never saw him before, but I knew it was him. And everyone just backed away nice and slow. And he came in, he was pretty harsh, pretty direct. I was acting like a baby.
Yeah.
I was acting like a big baby, actually. Big fat baby, big Italian baby with a beard. But I was crying too. And he's like, you're crying, you're doing all this stuff, come on. And I'm like, why'd they send you? So why'd you? And he's like, well, because you're not going to listen to nobody else. You don't listen to your father. You don't listen to your mother, right? But you'll listen to grandpa. And that's how he explained it to me. And I said, oh, so you're just the energy that predates the energy I was just dealing with. And he's like, well, yeah. It's pretty simple. I want to throw a caveat on what you guys were talking about before. When I asked Horus, Shiva, etc., all those characters, man, how come you guys always skip a point in history where you guys meet? Because I don't know who you are. Like, it's just so weird. Bird-headed men,
right?
6-armed blue men with crystals in their head. And it was explained to me like the Horus was here. Like, I got to take the Jesus off the table for a minute. No offense, Space Jesus, because Space Jesus is almost just like another version of the Horus. And then I don't know who predates Horus. I just don't know. Like, but it seems to be the same shit over and over again, right? So with Shiva, it's the same shit over and over again. And I don't mean to be disrespectful. Being respectful. Shiva was like, yo, we're not from here, right? Like literally, we're not from Earth. We got caught up in this. So I'm like, how'd you get caught up in this? Then I was like, wait a second. You guys keep skipping history with me when you're teaching me stuff. Did you guys go to war with each other? And they were like really quiet. And I'm like, oh, what happened? So apparently they came, one faction was here. Another faction showed up. There was a war of some kind. The avatars that we see in paintings and photorealizations of these characters was real, according to what they were showing me. Shiva was there, all these people were there. But when you die, when you get pulled into 3D and you start warring in 3D, you can get killed here. This is why they don't want to be here, because I could grab one by the neck after a year and I could choke them out. And they're like, yo, you can't be doing stuff like that. Like, they used to capture us and put us in cages and set us on fire, turn it into a zoo for other people. Right? So
who are they in
there's
this
can you
idea?
picture like factions, almost mafias,
Sure.
that are just waiting, knowing that if I just usurp power as a man and claim bloodline of Ra, right? Like, you gotta, how you proving that back then? Like, I don't know, but they said it was false claims, put man in charge.
Well, this is kind of the Epic of Gilgamesh Marduk story, right? In a certain way, too.
Well, you get pulled into our density, into 3D on Earth, in that plane where humans can see you. Like, that would be like you and the three of us running out in the street going, holy shit, what's going on? And then fighting out here. Well, if one of them gets killed, he's in the reincarnation cycle. He poops back out as a human. Period.
Yeah.
So now you have Shiva walking around with man. For real. Even though it's an energy at this point. So when I asked them this, they didn't want to talk to me about it. Now they just discuss it. But in the beginning, they were like, forget it. And I'm like, yo, so how did this happen? And why are you all here now? And you seem to be pretty friendly. And they're like, yo, we had to get over that. We literally had to stop fighting. The only way out of
that totally matches my beliefs. 1000% right there.
And I'm like, oh, so you got along. So I go, so I said, Horus, you would talk to Hanuman? I talked to Hanuman, slapped the shit out of me once, and then me and him became boys. He taught me all this stuff.
He bought me in the face with the powder too.
Dude, he slapped me like pa, and I was like, whoa. But I wasn't paying. Once again, I deserved it. Every time I've caught in a beating or something, or a lesson like that, not only do I learn from that, I actually master that, because I never forget that shit. But then all right, so Shiva, do you get upset on your level? I mean, you could look at someone and you could burn them with your eyes. You do it in your stories, right? Sure. You feel like this one's doing something from the tree. You look back and see him, and you flash the red eyes at him, and he's gone. He goes, yeah, it's hard not to just do that to people, because they piss you off, right? And I go, well, for me, thank God I don't have that power yet. And he's like saying, same thing. Lowercase g, thank God, lowercase g. I don't have that fucking power, because I will melt you in the street. I'm like, well, you experienced that? He goes, hell yeah. I go, who are you? He goes, I'm Jesus from over there. Every planet, every space has a character or a load of characters that just kind of come through to start the process. Whoever's there to experience whatever kind of comes in, and it sets those wheels in motion. So every, like, Earth has their Jesus character, one way or another, as they rise up. It's an understanding. It's like he's there, and then you kill him because you can't believe it, and then you're like, we win, we're men. You know, they don't understand it. Then they come back again, and then bad life. Then I start to feel good about life, and we can make a change, and all this shit happens because it goes in internally, and then you become the Jesus character. It's the same thing on every place, except it has its variants and variations depending on, I don't know, whatever lives there, or whatever, but
this dying in 3D process is interesting to me, because of like the Hindu concept of the avatar, right? Like, how does Vishnu come down? Yes, it's a story that, like, he sends down an avatar, but what if it's really more like Vishnu dies in the streets, get caught up in the reincarnation cycle, and now Vishnu is functionally Krishna, right? Like, that's him, human form.
Listen, this is the story. The story is they're here walking among us, right? Right. The stories are like, yo, Jesus walks among you. These guys walk among you, because they're all caught up in the reincarnation cycle and had to learn to break out of this shit. Like, all right, so 3D.
I've even had stupid shit said to me about this, that, like, you're a direct blood reincarnation of Krishna. And I was like, how the fuck does that work out? Like, your story kind of makes him out like a god that doesn't really, like, add up, But with what you're saying, it adds up more.
And he's trapped in the reincarnation, just like everyone else, because it's the 3D density that does that. That's why they don't come here. Look, I have my beef with Anu, Enki, the brothers, all of them. And I'm like, you ain't gonna come here to get me. You would have done it already. They're like, well, you're supposed to do your job. And I'm like, what's my job? Am I getting paid to do this job? What does it entail? What does it directly entail? And it was not good for most of the people on the planet. It was great for me, right? Great for these guys. But something had to I didn't know how they were going to do it because I'm like, you come here, you're trapped here. You come here in that war armor and show up in your spaceship. You got like an hour before your actual cellular shit starts to change, right? Where you're going to get dense and it's going to start to pull you in.
Yeah.
Okay. So we could fire a fucking rocket at you after a year and blow you out of the sky because you're here. And if we have technology and you have technology, we could get you. Right?
Sure.
That's how this works. And then they're like, shit, we're trapped. This happened to a lot of us. We came down in whatever form to help. And then we're immediately taken into the cycle soon as they were able to do it to us. Right? Through like deceptive acts and all that shit. Because what would you know of deception as an angel before the true deception occurred? You would just be in love with everything.
That's so funny. I had this dream experience once where I was kind of third party perspective, but I was a baby that had just been born, and I was like the doctor that had me in his hand like this, but then with his right hand he just like kept stabbing me in the heart with this syringe, like he couldn't get the right place, and I just knew that he was trying to kill me from my third party perspective. But I also knew that the baby, like, it was sitting there just like smiling and happy. It had no idea that this thing was trying to hurt him. And it's like the inverted side of what you're saying, is that like, since the only thing you know is love at that point in time, you don't even know that that thing trying to hurt you is actually trying to hurt you.
Yeah. Yep. You have no concept of it. You're pure. Right? So they use things like when Lucifer turned against God and all this bullshit. That's when the deception fell into man. No, we got trapped in 3D density. Like we came here, and then you are whatever you are. So if you're an angel, but you're here in 3D density. You don't change into a human. But then a human could come. An ape could pick up a rock after a certain amount of time and just crack you in the head and kill you. You could fall out of the tree. Like you're doing, what is that, Icarus? So you got too close to one, and you just melt and fall in. It's the nature of the density. You start to solidify, so you're not as light anymore. You go to fly off the building, and you can't hold the weight. Your wings weren't built maybe for a 300-pound being, because that's what you weigh now at 12 feet tall, right? Or 400 pounds. But you're supposed to be light, right? Like 50 pounds max. And you could just fly and float through the air, and it works. So because the dynamics doesn't work with a man with wings on his back. You know how strong you have to be? That dude ever punches a car, he could pick up a tank and fly away with it, with that kind of musculature. So you'd have to be extra big, and you'd have to be light. You have to be made of light or some kind. But you come here and you solidify, and you're like, oh, look at this. And then you get stabbed and you could bleed. And once you're gone, you're off the plate. They take your body, they stick it in a museum of some kind, or they bury it somewhere and call it demonic, right? And then the originators of bullshit know what you really are. They were just afraid of you, and they were like, oh, but we'll claim bloodline to that thing.
Yeah.
Because that's from God, right? And then they go, oh, well, Frank's from the bloodline, so we'll follow him. That's why you get a lot of these Egyptian dudes that were like, I am the bloodline of this, I am the bloodline of that. And they say it's all false. Just like Israel today. I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but here we go. So Isis, Ra, El, right? So you think that we would have to point this all three talking in unison with me because I am all three, right? You think I need to point missiles at everywhere in the entire planet and threaten them to destruction because I'm the real one? Does that sound like something we would do? And I was like, no. They were like, do you really honestly think that we would want to cause harm of any kind to anyone? Right? They're pointing nuclear missiles at people, claiming they're us and our bloodline. Nope. The mutt is the bloodline. So it's you and me and them. It's not these guys that think they're pure. The guys that are pure are just inbreds. Plain and simple. Right? They think they're pure. Pure blood doesn't work that well sometimes on this planet. It just doesn't. The creator is all. The avatar is filled with all. So when you're like, what do you mean all? So you're like everyone, the guy next door and the guy you can't stand over there. I'm like, yeah, you're leaving out so much. When I say all, I mean everything. Everything from the blade of the grass to the molecule to the hair on the head of some chimpanzee on the other side of the planet to the stinger on the honeybee or whatever. Like, it's all me. So it doesn't matter if I'm mixed with the genetics of Italy, Africa, San Juan. It does not matter. I'm the all. I represent all of it. It's a beautiful thing. Everyone's creating the separation. Culture is not your friend, guys. Right? It could be wonderful in one way, and it totally hinders you in another. Because it says, it's us, and then, it's you. It's like, no, we're all one. And we celebrate that together. And it's beautiful. You don't separate from it and go, that's gross. But that's what these pure lines do. But you know what? Your skin suit doesn't activate in the pure line, which is why they all look like Emperor Palpatine when they do that. Right? They all look like that. They all look drained and drawn because you're genetically impeded, right? So you need all that. You probably need to kick a kid and drown him and choke him and do terrible things to him even to get off because nothing works on you. It's all built for this terrible, shitty super highway of crap and crud. Like it's made to just be, but I have it all. I wouldn't want to be that. And I'm sure we were already that because I was already the the hyper wealthy as well as the one with nothing, right? And at times I was more wealthy with nothing than I was with being wealthy, like a lot more, right? So there's something about humbling about all this, but their pathways and super highways take them into something else, right? The non-compassion. There's no road there for the compassion to come in because they close it off. If this is due to your genetics. You're not built for compassion. Why? Well, that's not a creator in there. It has to be built a certain way to house that shit in there, even though we are all from source. And it's technically, I guess, all creator as well, but your skin suit doesn't allow it. Sorry. We talked about this the last time with the reptilians that turned. They did something and felt love for the human, and it just changed. Boof. All right. In Tron, watch the new Tron movie. Well, it's not new anymore, but
it's good.
Inside the movie, they say one day he the guy that Jeff Bridges cloned himself and created the AI, right? And him and the AI were going to do good things, and they were doing good things. And then one day, out of nowhere, in the bliss of the entire situation and the fact that they were building the grid, a violet flame appears in the sky, lowers, shimmers, and they don't understand what it is, and they're looking at it, and then beings just walk out of it. And they come in, and they can travel from the grid back home with Jeff Bridges. Right? And they're like, wait a second, but the programs can't do that yet. And it's like, no, but we can. And you'll be able to do it too. This new thing just appears because they were living in this blissful harmony. So the violet flame appeared, and out came and there you go. You get the stories again. It all mixes and matches with all this different stuff. It all takes direction and angle from perspective, but it's always the same shit. That's why she was like, dude, I'm like Jesus. I'm like, you don't look like no Jesus. He goes, well, this is how they look where I'm from. Right? And like there could be octopus Jesus and this being Jesus and Anubis. I was on the Anubis planet. They were eating the children who were actually the high priests, who were just giving themselves over, and their blood was doing something to the dogmen, and the dogmen were becoming hyper spiritual. I can't explain it, man. They were like almost floating afterwards, like Buddha would be, but after ingesting the kids who were already masters. They were not werewolf people or whatever, Anubis looking beings. They were these blue kids with black eyes, and they had these little dots. They looked like little Dr. Manhattans. They wore hoods and shit, and they were walking around, and they got along perfectly great. And I'm like, so you're telling me that there's one of those guys is a Jesus character? They're like, there's probably a couple. One of those kids that you think is a kid that's a master, there's one, right? And then the blood that supercharges the werewolf, right? Because you're freaking out. I always go right to the comic book because I'm like, this is fucked up, man. Right? And they're like, why is it fucked up? And I'm like, well, they're eating each other. They're like, dude, as you're eating the chicken sandwich, telling me you want chicken for your backyard so you could love them and they could eat ticks. Stop being stupid. Just watch what they're doing. So there was nothing violent about it. The kid would come, one kid would come out. These dog men would take them apart. Everything, nothing was wasted. But then those men, those dog men, were able to do these amazing, beautiful things. And I was like, whoa, this is kind of fucked up. And they were like, this is how they understand it. Are you judging them? Because we could judge you, but we're not going to. Like, and I'm like, no, it's just fucking weird. Right? They're like, it's symbiotic. Do you even think those kids are feeling the death? Do you think that their master is moving into the next realm, but you're perceiving children getting eaten? So I don't know, maybe that's the human in me. I was completely freaking out.
Sure.
So
Understandable.
all different ways to get your ascended master onto the planet, right? Like you incarnate into these fucked up places. It's just what it is.
Yeah.
Right.
All the
That's why-
pathways into the matrix you gotta take.
Right. Now I'm there going, whoa, this is crazy, but I'm the guy with free will across the board. How do I know Dogman doesn't? How do I know he has free will? 100%. Like a human does. I don't. Just like I know the reptilians don't have free will. If you think they do, try again. Because they won't do shit. If you could stand in front of one, as long as you're not touching one of them, you could fucking dance around them, fucking make faces at him and everything. He won't do shit until the big guy comes over and goes, take care of it. Right? Because they can't do it. They literally can't do it. They don't give a shit. They're not getting mad that you're doing that. They're just like, whatever. Because when they're activated, they activate and fucking eat you. And you're like, you have no compassion. And they're like, I love my children. But it's just different. It takes a different. So those reptilians that broke away experienced our different from them, right? Like they're so different and odd from us, but then they experienced something that we experience, and it brought them back to us because we're the creators. We're the ones wearing the human bodies that could have source come into frame and be like, look, it is us. It is the I am, the we are. We're here. We're doing it. We're doing the ascension. It's working. We're rising. It's great. Some of them can't do that shit. They're in 4D stuck permanent unless you find that love. How do you do that? You have to create some kind of neural pathway to that. How did we do it? Right? It was there and they clogged it. So we're reversing the order in our own stuff. And now we're built to the same stuff they're built from. Right? But I mean,
that's very real in my life because like when I was younger, I was like complete separatist, divisive mentality, totally like looking out for myself. You know what I mean? And then like built my way out of that through all kinds of weird, various different, like basically through brotherhood with people. Then I like kind of slowly but surely built my way out of that to a place where, you know, much more about coherence now. But like even to myself, I've kind of decided like, well, the war with they is not really actually a war worth fighting because there's only really one way out, and without basically accepting the idea of coherence and unity, you're basically stuck at a certain dimensionality, and you're not going to move beyond that.
They have to have the war.
Mm-hmm.
We don't.
No, they have to have the separation.
They have to.
Mm-hmm.
It's like priority one, right? Like to maintain everything they do through that dominating this and that. And they have to.
Yeah.
Because that's a wrap. You pull that rug, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So we're lucky in a lot of ways, and people aren't gonna like that one, but we're the luckiest because it's us. We're doing it. One of us fully activated, right, is enough. It would be like having Superman. This is metaphorically. What would it be like if Superman was here or Dr. Manhattan was here? What would it be like? if you can attain the shit that they can do, some kind of manifestation is reality manipulation on the highest level, right? Like you just
Absolutely.
can't, I'm just not supposed to do it to affect you and hurt you.
Right.
Right. So I could go off. That's why they say you could just make beautiful things and people will show up. Build it, they will come. So, but if I build a murder machine and throw you into it, now I'm breaking every law that's out there.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
And then we get stuck in the karma, reincarnation process, all kind of weird shit. So it's like they're training us to be Dr. Manhattans. Like real with Dr. Manhattan loses his emotion though. We master our emotion. We're fully aware. I said Shiva. All right. Jesus. Horus. Horus was like, I'm you in the future. So I was like, all right, do you love? He's like, yeah. Do you hate? You sometimes. I try not to, because it takes you immediately down. So we have like dislike, we'll say. So I'm like, do you still have sex? Yes. All right. Well, if you're me, you better. So, all right. So, you're right. Like, you smoke weed? No, we don't smoke weed. You don't need to smoke anything anymore. You could just think, oh, I'm high. There you go. You're so high. You're just high all the time. So it's great. I'm like, oh, fuck. This sounds great to me.
That's way better than smoking weed. Okay, that could be me in the future.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I go in and dig in and ask them the questions, and it's always the same fucking responses, all of them. She was like, yo, I gotta we'll take it from a human perspective. I gotta wake up every day and not smack a bitch right in their fucking face. And I'm like, yo, I could see it. When I met him, he was in the, this is gonna sound perverted, it's not though. He was in Paula's throat chakra as the baby Shiva. Right? So it was a baby lying in the blue throat chakra. Everything was blue. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life, by the way. I've just never seen a blue fucking baby. And all right, so we clear each other. So she taught me how to do it. So I got my hand going, left hand, right hand. I hold flesh on your body, most likely your arm or your hand. And then I start from your lower chakra. I work 6 inches off your body. I start scanning you, start looking for things that shouldn't be there. I get to her throat and boom, there's a little baby. And I'm looking going, hey, little blue baby. Never seen this shit before, but it's much better than a reptilian. I'm like, I have no idea who you are, but my girl is having a problem speaking, and there's a blue baby in her throat. So you're going to have to leave. And it just went from her throat, came out, and grew into a man that was the most beautiful being I've ever seen. Shiva is the most beautiful character. I don't know what my attachment is to the Hindus. Like, I haven't confronted that part of me yet, but I'm so connected to them. When I seen him, I was like, yo, you're like the man. I go, where's all your other? He said, I'm Shiva. Who are you? That's what I want to know. And he walked right up to me, and I was like, oh, this dude's gonna play it. He's gonna play it like that. So I said, well, all right. I'm Frank Castle. I'm the man who walks in all worlds. And he fucking goes, so tired, so bored. And I was like, you fucking kidding me? You kidding me? And he was like, that's all. And I go, wait, what do you mean? He's like, I spoke to Ra already on behalf. And I'm like, oh, here we go. Somebody sent you? Dad sent you to watch out? And he goes, just to look out for the situation, get to meet you. And slowly and surely, we grew into like a weird friendship, into like this unbreakable bond, which is fantastic. And then I eventually, it's a consciousness, but what he has obtained is a master of the energy. So I'll call the energy Shiva because he's the master. So I have to become Shiva. So there's this weird thing that occurs. You meet Shiva, and I'm sure many of the masters have talked about this, and it's probably in a million books. You see him, you meet him, and now all of a sudden you want to not be him, but you want to be just like him, just like him. And you're drawn to it. You can't help yourself. See, I didn't know any of this shit. I didn't even know who Shiva was. I had no clue. I was like, you just grew from a fucking little beautiful baby into a big beautiful man, and you're so calm, and I'm so aggravated, and now I'm like, there's a man in my girl's throat, and then you're telling me that Ra sent you. He's like, he didn't send me. I spoke to him. I was like, oh shit. He's like, I just I help with contracts, and his arms came out, and I said, "Oh, I thought you had more arms than that. I thought you had like 8 arms." He goes, "You can have as many fucking arms as you want, Frank. You can do anything, anything. What does anything mean, right? That's like when I say the all. What does the all mean? What does everything mean, or anything?" And I'm like, "Well, that's a pretty broad stroke there, buddy." And he's like, "Well, you're a pretty broad stroker, Jew."
That's some kind of masturbation joke.
Oh, it's not. But that's the weird fucking thing, man. Like, you start to like get drawn to be cool like that. I was like, man, I want to be like you. I don't want to be you, but I want to be like you. He's like, well, you're the energy master, so you're gonna become me. And I'm like, no, 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 no. I'm already gonna become Horus. He's like, oh yeah, Horus, I know him well. I'm like, well, that's me. He's like, yeah, that's great. So I'm like, well, I want to be like you. And he's like, that's great news. Right? So I'm like, why don't do you guys ever talk? I was like, did you ever who would win in a fight between you two? And he's like, no, don't. We're not going to talk about any of that stuff.
Totally inappropriate Frank Castle upbringing question to ask.
So which one of you wins in a fight? That's the one I want to be.
Listen, no. So I said to Hanuman when I met him, I said, "Yo, you just walk around the club like that, right? Like Captain Caveman. You just gonna swing that at someone? Like, what do you do with that fucking mace?" Because I found it a little threatening, him just pacing with a mace in his fucking hand. And I'm like, this dude's gonna. They're like, don't fuck with him. And I walked right up to him and was like, yo, poke. And he was like, blat. I was like, all right, well, I guess I deserve that. However, I didn't want to make a monkey and a banana joke, right? And I didn't want to do the Thundercats villain. So I'm like, and I didn't want to make a thing from Oz. So now that we're over that, and so gorillas with helmets and shit, it starts to blow your mind. And they're like, oh, the blue guy didn't blow your mind when the 8 arms came out, but the gorilla with the mace, he's like, you walk around with a staff. And I'm like, wait a second, what do you mean? And I had one. As I was going through this, I was just standing with it, and I'm like, oh shit. I said, but it's not a weapon. And he was like, yo, it's used for multiple things. And he started breaking it down for me, and I was like, oh, okay. So it's like the spear of Aquaman is really like controls how he moves through the sea, how he speaks to the animals, how he regards nature, how he uses water magic. And they were like, yeah, it's like that. So I go, so it could be anything. That's why I have the Ankh as well. And he was like, yes, it's the exact same shit. But from where I'm from, this is what we have. So then I was going, oh, monkey like stick, right? And he was like, you want to get punched in? Right? Because that's how this works. And then you get comfortable with it and you're cool. It just, all you do is want to learn at that point. Even after the biggest smack, and you have to pull yourself up off the floor and go, okay, I made a monkey joke and I touched him. I shouldn't have did that. He taught me stuff that's invaluable, worth more than anything that any monetary value you could throw at me. Just the stuff I learned, just from being with him. How long's an ayahuasca session last? 4 hours, 5 hours? A mushroom session, 5 hours? So you get a small clip of that with that being, to find out that you have to master the energy that they are the master of. Thus, you become the being, because the being's ascended. But here's the other thing. They're also real. And some of them are here with us. That's the other thing. Right? Like, time to us, we're thinking, well, when did all this shit happen? They leave out so much in history. So much. And the more I look at this, I'm like, wow. They were showing me Pangea. And then they were showing me, it was like one fucking giant rock, right? And everyone was just on there. And there were giant trees. I mean, trees that went to the sky, dude. And
beautiful.
They were like half man, half horse. God, what are those guys? Centaurs? They were just walking around. And I'm like, yo, there's a unicorn over there, but it's not all multi-rainbow colored. It was like a white horse with a horn. And they're like, oh, all this shit exists. There were fairies. I'm like, I've met the fairies before, but they're physical. And they're like, yes, they were alive here in the time before time, which is still linear to you, all the way over there in the back, because you guys like to jump from one point to the beginning of creation, forgetting that all this other shit happened in between the Big Bang and now. Right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, the stories change and this and that. They're like, how do you know that your Big Bang wasn't just the start of the game for all of you for this round?
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah. And every time it implodes and it goes out and comes back and retracts into the singularity, that's the buzzer ending the game completely. Start round two. Time after, the next time starts. Boom, Big Bang again. It all starts to occur. But for whoever's there, perceives it that way. There are other places where that shit doesn't happen. It's just there. And you're like, wait, what do you mean it's just there? It's like, it's just there. I go, but I thought we were in a simulation inside of a game, inside of a thing. They're like, on some level, you are, and we are. And on another, you're not, and we're not. They're like, the Russian nesting doll goes all the way up to source. You guys keep skipping jumps. Like, oh, it's not this, it's not this, it's not this, but it's this. No, it's all of this. I used to tell Chris Geo, you got to go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, because if not, you're going to go back and repeat the fucking grade. And he didn't like that kind of, I'm like, no, I'm telling you, it's all there. The difference between walking into the arena and actually fending, like standing with the other warriors from the different races and understanding where they're from and how they got there and the hardships and instead of blowing it off and going, no, Sasquatch isn't real, but UFOs are military only and the sky is a giant dome. It's like, wow, you just closed out everything. What about inner Earth? You're just going to dismiss that too? Yeah, they don't exist. I'm like, I 100% beg to differ. There's a bazillion things going on around us that are just making full connections. What are you, crazy? And then you've seen his progression and you've seen mine. It's all there. I've said it from day one. It's all real. Sasquatch is there. UFOs are military and UFOs, their place. There was we're not in a fucking dome in this on a flat earth and whatever. There's layers to this, and people will see the layer and go, oh, that's the dome. It's this atmospheric fucking dome that goes around the planet. Etherically, if you look into that, there's all kinds of shit there as well. So your reports aren't wrong on it, but saying that's what it is and that's what it only is because that's what you say is 100% foolish. Because it's all of it. It's all conjunctions happening at once. It's all written destinies from every religion happening at once. Yeah, it's revelations, but yeah, it's this and yeah, it's that thing too over there. Yeah, it's the apocalypse. Yeah, it's the New World Order. Yeah, it's 1984. Yes, They Live. Yes, Alien, the movie Alien. Why do you think they push that fucking movie still? Those beings in that are straight creatures that fuck with us in our downtime. They've been in my home, and I've had to rile them and kick them out and become violent with them because they don't really and jump on you and eat you like that. When you're not afraid, nothing touches you. I'm telling you right now, nothing touches you. They will not touch you because the minute they touch you, the bigger guy that's watching, you either get the power to just fend off and smack the shit out of them back at this stage, or someone bigger than them comes in and does it for you. Oh, you're going to do that to him? And we get to step in. So they don't do it. They're like, no, you're contracted. I'm like, no, I crushed the contract. Watch, Shiva arms. Fuck your contract. Take your contract. You could shove it up your ass because I was unaware of this. And he's like, well, yeah, but you are, and contract canceled. Close the portal. I catch you here again. It's transmutation. And I bring in whoever I have to bring in until I'm creator enough to just smack the shit out of you myself. But they've never actually done anything to me physically. It's always been here through fear and all this other stuff. I'm like, wow.
Yeah,
really
it seems like these entities that are like parasitic or what you maybe call them violent or malevolent or something like that, they seem to mostly try and fuck with the mind, yeah?
Yeah, and all right, granted, there's your physical stuff and your abductions, but a lot of this is etheric. A lot of this is etheric, right? So
Yep.
You're working on that level. It's always Professor X. They said to me, you don't want to be Superman, really, technically. You want to be Professor X because that's what it is around here. right? Like, so when they can't take you anymore, do you know what power that is? Because you have a superpower, Frank. And I was like, well, I have a couple of gifts. And they were like, you literally have a superpower that your characters you like have. And I'm like, I do? What is it? They're like, when was the last time you were taken and it had been used demonically or had something jump into you and was able to control you and make you feel bad or whatever at that point, like where they got you and you're just fucking losing. I go, no, that never happens anymore. Like once I'm aware, I beat the shit out. I go to war with you until I'm like, once I got you out of me, I try to transmute you and move on. I don't keep the war going daily. And they're like, that's called resisting domination, right? They're like, only the most powerful minds can resist reptilian mind dominators. Do you understand? And I'm like, oh, that makes sense. They're like, there's a whole bunch in you that do that. They're like, who has that superpower though? And I'm like, oh, Batman has that. That's why nobody really controls him. Who else? I go, Wolverine has that. Who else? And so I'm just working my way through the characters. And I'm like, yo, that is a fucking superpower. Like, you got to develop that or you're fucking beat. That means Professor X will just walk in and take you, right? So the most powerful guy in the room with all the kung fu karate shit and all the tools. This guy walks in with the bald head in the wheelchair. He controls you. Now you're his weapon. No one can do that to you, Frank. And they were like, not even with technology on your level. Because we're all tagged. We all have the tags and the things in us. And they shoot, man, when the fillings in my teeth hurt, to my ear turns red, and I have that tag up in here where it feels like it's wobbling. And they're just trying to really go. And I know it's a physical thing because I remember under ayahuasca, her showing me being on a date, and they took the girl that I was with in my apartment, held her down, tagged her. They wanted her, and these beings turned around. They were like, look who it is. And I was like, I don't know what's going on. I can't move. And they climbed right up me, put something right here, bang. And it like shot up into my head, and I couldn't move. And I was looking at them, going, if I could move, I could kill everyone in this room right now. I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
I was so angry. And then they stripped me naked because they were like, when he wakes up, they like bent me over the couch. It was weird. They're like, he's going to snap out of it and thinks the girl did it. And I did. And I threw her out of my house. All kinds of weird shit happened. Under Aya, she was like, do you remember that pretty girl you were dating? She was so nice. And I go, yeah, she was nice, but she fucking drugged me and raped me and tried to do all kinds of shit from behind when I was passed out. Took my clothes off. I think she probably robbed me. And then I went through the situation. And then I watched it and was like, are you fucking kidding me? Dude, I had no clue that shit was real. I had no clue. Right. This is early on. Paula was like, what's wrong?
No, it's
I'm
funny.
like, dude, that girl never did anything to me. They fucking did that.
Right. It's interesting how like how our psyche records levels of trauma, right? Like, I mean, in manipulations of technology on memory, that they've been doing that since like German technology in the 50s or whatever. Last documentary thing I saw. But
they flash that light, boom, and you're just frozen.
But you recollect that though, so it's not just the facts of he'll think this happened. It's like there's no consideration for the emotional trauma that does to you as a dude. Like
they were laughing.
I know, but it's
no,
funny
I
now.
know, yeah, it's funny now, but they were like, yo,
but like
this
super traumatizing, right, man?
They were like, it'll ruin him. He's gonna think he got raped in the butt. That's why I make a lot of rape butt jokes because I thought this girl, I was like, she had something on that was in my closet in the back room that she was never going to get to. I didn't know her, so I wasn't going to have sex with her. We didn't even have dinner yet. We were having a drink in my kitchen. It was a different place. This was years and years ago. Yeah. And then I remember having the drink and then being naked over the edge of the couch. And I'm short, so my feet were off the floor, dangling like a child. It was very humiliating. Yeah. I woke up, I grabbed my ass, and she was wearing a robe that I had in the closet. I'm like, how the fuck did you get that? It's like locked away in the other room under everything in a box. And she's like, did we have sex? And I'm like, I don't. Did you fucking put something in me? I was freaking out. And she's like, bro, I'm naked. She was completely naked with her legs wide open on the other couch. But she was laughing because she was like 5'11". I'm like 5'8", right? And she was just
Yeah.
looking at me, and I'm standing there naked yelling at her. And she was like, yo, what's up, man? Blah, 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 blah. And I was like, nah, get your shit and get the fuck out. Dude, the food was still not cooked. It was just on the stove. It was 8 o'clock at night. I go, how did it get from 5:30 to 8 o'clock? What did she put in that fucking? I had a shot of tequila and started drinking a beer.
Oh
Dude, I was like,
God.
get dressed, bitch, get the fuck out. Because I was Rockstar Frank at the time. I had people
Yeah.
robbing from me on the. They would like come over the house and hang out, and they'd want to like take something off the shelf and go, oh, I got a fucking token of whatever. And I'm like, if you
Yeah.
touch anything, I'm gonna fucking shoot you. Stop it, right? Because I used to get fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Because people would take weird shit. Like chicks would try to like they'll take anything from socks to underwear, t-shirts.
Yeah,
you
no
know?
shit, man. Yeah, I bet.
One girl tried to take my fucking action figure that was like, I'm like, that thing's like $400.
What the
She goes,
fuck?
oh, you
Yeah,
play
what
with
the
fucking
fuck?
toys? I go, no, I have a $400 one that my brother gave me that I saved and I put on my wall. Don't fucking touch it. Right? You don't have to like it.
No doubt.
All you have to do is get the fuck out of my house. Right? That's all you got to do.
Yep.
Right? So I don't know, man. So that was the life I was in. And then, so under Aya, she shows me this and I felt terrible because I know that girl still. Like I felt terrible. I had her blocked on Facebook, so I unblocked her. And then I can't talk to her. She's very Christian. So
Oh man.
like, yeah, she's like, I go to church on Sunday and shit, Frank. Like, I'm like, well, it's not church. We don't need, I wanted to tell her, we don't need church. You know, we need fucking Men in Black, bitch. Right? Like,
Yeah.
who the fuck's gonna, you know? And it was so traumatizing to me that I had to go through that experience and then like have, you know, go through it and have
Yeah.
talked to Paula about it. You know, I was
Right.
like crying and shit because no matter how beautiful and gentle she is, she's also, oh, you handled that pretty well. So we're going to throw the reptilians eating you on that one just so you could piggyback it. Oh, and then they also tagged you here and here. And when you were a child here. And I'm like, oh, great. So it's going to be 4 hours of this. And yeah, she's like, yeah, you'll be all right. Don't worry. I'm love you. I'm right here. And I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's great until you're in it. And then you're like, holy shit, I'm in it.
So do you
Right?
think,
So-
okay, Frank, so Frank, do you think, because you're actually having those memories, right, of when it happened to you as a kid, like stuff that you previously up to this point had, there's some amnesic barrier to you accessing these memories consciously or in your awareness. Do you think that because I'm open to that happening. Like I've had meditations or certain things, I've seen that, but not as visceral as other experiences. But I know those things happen from your stories, other people's stories, actual science, like, you know, military documents and all that different stuff I've tuned into, whatever. So I'm aware of those realities, right? But I think, like, as we clear ourselves, we're clearing their actual morphogenic field and effect in the world. That's why if you heal yourself, you heal the world. Every little thing you do to fucking deal with your
Yes.
psyche, deal with your emotions, deal with all your shit, like
It's you.
we'll
You're the
remove a lot of that
library.
stuff, right?
If you're the living library and you heal yourself, it will heal the world. You're directly connected. You're influencing the DNA on the hyper level. Of course. And you're the world. You're your universe. Right? So by healing that, and like you can't make someone heal themselves and all that other good stuff, right? But what do they tell you? By example.
Yeah. 100%.
Right? And then everyone just starts shining. Yo, so check this out. 1970. All right, somebody could look this up while I'm talking about this, but I think it's 1978. Skylab. I was like 4 years old. Skylab was a satellite that was passing over us and was going to crash down in the ocean. So the weekend that it was going to crash, and it was a weekend because it was Saturday, they made everyone stay home that weekend. You couldn't go out. It was essential workers only. I remember this because my father was sanitation, and my mother was afraid for him to go to work because it was going to pass, they said, overhead of New York, and it was going to shatter apart and go all over the place. Everybody's going to go inside. My father leaves for work. My mother goes, do you want to spend the day together? So I was like, yeah, cool. So she goes, what do you want to do? So I says, I want popcorn. So she goes to make me popcorn, and we were gonna watch Kung Fu Theater. Kung Fu Theater started around 12 o'clock, right? New York
Cool.
City time.
Mm.
Okay, so it was 3 hours long. Kung Fu Theater every Saturday. So it was like superhero cartoons, then it was like Addams Family or something, then Kung Fu Theater, right? So I'm sitting down looking at the television in the front room. That there's a giant bay window behind the TV, but off to the side, right? I see a man standing there. Now I'm just sitting. My mother comes over. She sits down next to me. She puts the bowl. I'm like, Mom, there's someone staring at us in the window. So she goes, puts her hand over her mouth and points, grabs me, pulls me back. Boom! It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The popcorn's still sitting there. And I know it's 3 o'clock because the credits are coming up on Kung Fu Theater.
Yeah.
So I snap out of it first. I go, what the
Yeah.
hell is going on? 4. So I'm just like, and my mother's kind of holding me. So I'm like, yo, she's kind of holding me tight. So I'm like pushing off of her. I'm like, Ma, boom. She wakes up. She looks at me. Oh, what's going on? What happened? I go, I don't know. She goes, oh my God, I got to call your father. I don't know what's going on. Wait here. So she just freaks out. Now, she doesn't talk to me about it. She doesn't explain it to me. I think she talks to my dad about it later. Now, under Aya, she goes, do you remember that? And I go, there was a man in the window and he had giant eyes, but it didn't look like eyeballs. It looked like, I kept thinking in my head, Black Manta, the enemy of Aquaman, he wears that stupid helmet with the red eyes and is like, it's almost like there's this giant neck. And then you wonder where his head is in the helmet because you know his neck isn't that big. And I'm like, it's like a scuba suit almost with eyes. So it looked like a dude in scuba gear with big eyes, right? So I was like, holy shit, this is crazy.
Hold on. It's like the dude from what's that other Marvel or whatever movie they made? The guy that's the black frog or some shit. He's in a scuba, the Navy scuba gear or whatever. You know,
That's
not
what
Navy,
it looked
but
like.
with the big head and the big eyes, big scuba head thing.
Yes. So I'm like, that's all I remembered. So I was like, yo, look at him. So it still looked like a man to me in a scuba outfit, like a tight black outfit, right? So he comes in through the window, just walks through it, and we're like, ugh. And then boom, that's it. We're unconscious. Now I'm watching what they do. They tag me. They tag my mother. They're hiding though. So there's a couple of them. So I'm like, I don't understand this shit. Why are we so important? They're like, nah, you weren't that important that time. They were hiding. The Skylab that was falling crashed. I think it's the Indian Ocean. Don't quote me, but I think it is. And then
I sent a link to you, Zach, with the article. Oh, he's got it. I saw. Okay.
Right.
But yeah,
So
looked up it.
There's these conspiracy theories that were going around saying that they actually shot down a UFO, and around some of the areas in New York, they're trying to round these little fuckers up. Right. So I had heard this years later in the conspiracy circles. They're like, do you remember Skylab? I'm like, dude, I think something happened to me. So they're like, yo, ETs were running around, Men in Black style, and they were rounding them up. And what they were doing is telling you to stay inside. And they were saying, oh, the satellite's crashing. And I'm like, well, who told you that? They're like, you didn't read this shit and this shit. I'm like, this was before internet. I mean, we didn't even have cell phones. This was before beepers, right? Like,
wow, man. Yeah, no shit.
So hearing that and then seeing that, it really makes you wonder, was there an outbreak of these guys running around and they were trying to round them up? So they're trying to get everybody back in the house so they wouldn't see nothing. And then these dudes are just running, because I've seen them walk right through walls. The reptilians have done it. The Greys have done it right in front of me and in front of other people. 3rd floor window, 7 of them. It looks like they floated in on a disc, like they were standing on a platform. And they just came in the window, and they were these giant bay windows in Tampa Bay. We were up on the 3rd floor. This was like a $1 billion condo. Yeah. I had a bunch of people in there with me, and they just came in, and they were as high as the ceiling. So I was like, the ceiling's like 12 feet high, man. They're really big, and they all just piled in one room. And I was like, "How did you just come through the window?" And they were laughing at me. And I'm like, I kept asking them questions, and they were like, I had to touch one of them to get their attention, but I was like interested. It's funny. I drink out of the canteen. It was kind of like that green, weird, bumpy, scaly. And I touched it, and they looked at me, and they were like, "You do it again, and we'll be allowed to do whatever we want to you." And I didn't know at that time. It was my first shamanistic experience with a group of people ever. I was like, "I can do this. Watch." And they were like, "This sucks." Like, this is terrible.
Yeah.
My brother heard about this, and he said to me, "Why the fuck would anyone want to do that?" And I'm like, "Well, I didn't know these things exist. Like, how am I supposed to know?" And he goes, "Well, why
no shit.
why would you want to do it again?" I go, "Oh, I can't wait to do it again."
Fuck
If
yeah.
that exists, the other guy's got to be there too,
Come on.
right? Like,
Yeah,
if there's a
for sure.
vampire, I can guarantee you there's a Van Helsing running around, right? I can guarantee you there's some kind of thing that hunts the vampire. I can guarantee you. You keep going up the food chain, it just keeps going, right? Like the murder hornet, everyone's all worried about it.
Yeah.
Nature already has murder hornets resistance, and what is it? The praying mantis. Right? So it's not like I'm going to go outside with pest killer and murder these things. No, but don't be surprised if you start seeing these things kind of in your area, up in the woods or something. All of a sudden, tons of praying mantises. That's how this works, right? Like, when it gets way out of control, nature has a way of usurping even the deadliest thing, right? To fix it, right? And I love mantis. I love praying mantis. I've never had one hurt me. You know, you're not allowed to hurt them. I know that. When we were a kid, that was like the biggest no-no, and we used to have them all over the place. So we just put them on our, shoulder. And
Really?
Like, I have a praying mantis with me. Yeah,
No
man,
shit. That's
abundant.
cool. I know that, man. That's kind of, you got that and fireflies. Fuck, man. So jealous.
Yeah, if you that mantis energy, if you kill those things, they'll fucking attack you in your dreams and shit. Like, that's why it's all this thing of the bad dreams from killing praying mantises. They fucking still get your ass.
I never listen. Now that you said that, that's the first time I'm thinking about it like that. Right? You'd be stomping out praying mantis, and then they're the ones trying to teach you how to do Tai Chi in your etheric self. And then they're like,
Exactly.
"Oh, that's how it is."
All right, fuck you too.
No doubt, man. That's why that's like, to even having those conscious awarenesses. It's like, even just bring that to your awareness. They've proven this in I don't know what form of like neurology or neurological healing techniques or whatever. But sometimes just bring the memory to awareness with our value system now, and obviously desiring now, like, oh shit, I mean, I get learning the lessons then, whatever, but like I can see how I crushed that energy in my life because of that life choice. So to reconcile that, make amends, forgive myself, forgive whatever you do to reconcile, bring coherence to that energy so that you can engage with that energy as if you had engaged with it from that age and not killed it.
Yes.
Like that's integration, I feel like. Bring that all in. When it comes to your awareness, it's your responsibility. What do you do with that when you have memories come to your awareness? What do you do with them?
If you're just gonna murder everything, right? As a shaman, if I'm and being just frank, so Frank has an ant problem and a spider problem and maybe a rat problem. I'm just being hypothetical. If I just go murdering, you have to control your stuff. But if you keep it in your head, kill them, kill them, kill them, kill them, and then you're gonna think that you're gonna be a shaman and go visit Mother Arachnid, the great Mother Spider, while you're all day long, all you want to do is murder the babies. That's all they're seeing is how enraged you are, and how they're like, they can't teach you anything. They can't show you anything. It becomes more of a nightmarish thing to have to deal with them, right? Like, you wouldn't, if you punched me in my face, would you want to deal with my mother if there had to be some kind of control factor? No, she's going to automatically take my side and want to kill you. She's going to just go, no, they're doing exactly what they got to do. But if you do work with them, like, look, I collect the spider, I put him in the fucking thing, I brought him out to the yard, I flicked him into the wind, and he went into the tree, and he's all happy. You guys got to help, though, because the spider shit is crazy and out of hand.
Okay, so Frank.
And the spider will be like, you got to get them before this and show you how you deal with it. And then all of a sudden you start to work symbiotically with these creatures and you don't have a problem anymore. Not
Okay,
to say
so
if you're
Frank,
overrun with this shit, it would work, but
yeah. So Frank, so Jasmine in the chat says, I remember sleeping in late, waking up groggy. I got ready for work and looked in the mirror and saw my arm had 2 marks on it that had already began to scab. The day before they weren't there and it never hurt. So they're on my upper part of my left arm. I thought it was a spider, but I went to 3 different doctors and they all were stumped and I never saw an actual spider. Let's see where it come from.
you don't need they come right in at night.
okay.
Just tag the bodies.
Yeah, so
I
the
don't
sleep
think they're doing
paralysis
that
has
too much anymore.
the sleep paralysis has been ongoing since I was 7, happening at random, or 6, and I was around that age. So that dynamic. So Jasmine, just in my own, not my personal experience or memories, but I've heard enough stories of different survivors and people through very severe SRA, DID, like they're actual sharing their life stories as they go through recovering memories and a lot of different facets in different ways. And that to me is a very real experience for millions of people. Very real. And that shit kind of happens. And so it's, again, interesting when that memory comes to your awareness and looking at it from an additional facet, that maybe that's real. Maybe this is what happened, and tuning into that if you feel like you need to bring coherence to your reality now by integrating that memory, that experience. So maybe it's not an amnesic barrier to a trauma, but you integrate that energy into who you are now. Something like that.
Yeah. Dude, this is a way more interesting world that we live in than we were ever told about, even though we read these fantastic stories in like the Bible and they're like crazy. And you're like, well, you don't see that shit anymore. It's like, well, you're not doing enough sacrifices then. You're not paying attention because that shit's all still there. But
Yeah.
that is the most fantastic set of stories. Yet we're living these mundane lives. But meanwhile, your source in the body, ready to break free, is the most and everything is around you and been here the whole time on every level, in every area, in every different space, right? People don't think like this. Like if you fly to Hawaii, is Hawaii a different dimension? In a sense, it kind of is.
Totally. Their density or whatever, different realm.
Yeah.
Different realm.
You know? Yeah. The sun affects people more there. Maybe they're a little different this way, that way. It's almost like a different dimension, right? You walk into a thing and it sends you over there and then you show up in this people. Right? So we're always like doing stuff that we think is so regular. Meanwhile, you're entering and exiting portals and dimensions nonstop. So you've never not been doing this. So you're just rediscovering. This is all rediscovery. This isn't new. We're new. We coming through this process with the flesh suit, with as many that are going to do this. That's the new thing. But we just forgot about it. The skin suit doesn't allow it, right? But it does allow it. It does. The restrictors are coming off. You know, and it takes time. You have to evolve. So it's not like, oh, there you go. No, you have to experience the horrors and the Shivas and the Isis and the ayahuascas and you have to learn to master that stuff, the energies and the information they provide, use it in your daily life, make a difference with yourself, and the change happens. You become the magic because you are the magic, and you override your programming. If not, you could just be poop container number 1. Hey, look, it's poop container prime. It's the 5th prime, poop container.
Override your programming, or you just poop container number 1, or 1,775,758,000. Yep.
Yo, so really quick, I just want to thank you guys again.
Yeah.
For being awesome, and you guys are teachers for sure. Every day, right? 8 o'clock. You guys have been rocking it. What are you on, episode 22 or 21?
21,
21
according
today.
to neuroscience, we've now made it a way of life.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm gonna say
21
within
days, new
2
habit.
weeks, it's a new routine. Yeah.
Yeah,
You guys
3
are in like
weeks.
Flynn, and
Dude, yeah, we're
my hat's
good.
off to you. You're both amazing, and I want to just say thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming
So-
here. You're pretty dope yourself.
Dude,
Thanks,
so listen,
man.
Frank. So if you don't have to run real quick, let's jive on this for a minute, because I was thinking while you were talking to, and thank you very much for that. I always appreciate being honored and honoring. Like, it's just a cool fucking frequency to exchange, and find with people. It's really beautiful. Finds it brings incredible amounts of coherence amongst peoples.
Yeah.
So,
my
like,
people.
my people, my people are people of honor. All right. So while you were talking, it hit me at a whole new level. Like, I've thought of this before conceptually, metaphorically, literally, and whatever, in a lot of different facets. But it's maybe spiraling down to a deeper level of this understanding or understanding of how much you are in modern day neo shaman. Totally is right? Because this is first generation. I mean, obviously it's in your bloodline in certain respects, but your dad didn't teach you how to be a shaman. You had to figure that shit out on your own. So, like, you're neo shaman in that sense, but legit shaman, man. Your life was dictated by your interdimensional experiences and encounters that shaped you into this incredible human being that can walk between worlds. And so when you tell your stories, that's, even as you communicate the experiences they have humbly, to humiliate yourself, to share a humiliating experience. But like, you're not ashamed. I've shared about being molested and things, man. It's turning what could be humiliating experiences into a story, that are humbling stories, because we're sharing our humility, and then we're just sharing what we learned and what we learned about it, especially as we begin to heal those memories or heal those experiences. Like, that's it, man. That's our human story. We're walking oral historians, and having this platform for you to come on as often as you like and fucking tell your stories, man. They're fucking wonderful. Thank you.
I really think
Oh,
like
thank
maybe
you.
that humiliation is like kind of part of the thing we were talking about, attacking on like the mental level, and that the humiliation factor of it is really what keeps you from wanting to share it with other people, and maybe even like find some coherence in other story or anything like that. Like keep it close
Yeah.
to your chest, because you're like, oh, I don't fucking tell anybody about this.
Right.
I mean, I know I spent
Right.
so long in my life, like I had a lot of experiences when I was way younger, and there was a good like 10-year period that Frank, I know you probably lived through this too, where like some of the shit that you've experienced, you're like, I'm not telling anybody about this. I'll be in a fucking loony bin in like 2 seconds, locked up in a straitjacket. I ain't saying shit about this.
Yeah, I got
Right.
stuff I have to take to the grave. However,
Now that we've established this similarity here, yeah, keep going.
it's wow. I appreciate you guys. The stories, okay, when you don't
Yeah.
tell them, and I can't tell you, there's an invisible, programmable shield that comes around me and traps me. So whether you listen or not is fine, right? But if I can't tell you because I'm afraid and I fear rejection, what you're going to say, but it's my reality and it's my perception. So it's there and it's real. So how can you be fearless and not tell the story? Because their power they have no power. They all have no power. They use your power against you. So when I'm afraid, I'm not going to say anything right now, whoop, the shield goes up, the reptilian then smiles.
Yeah.
They could get to work and start eating. Right?
Yeah.
We're going to starve those motherfuckers.
Yeah, I mean, like even my mom used to run this metaphor that basically like the things feed on fear. So you just like got to keep the fucking fear out of there entirely.
I have to be confident in myself for my life. Just my life, not to even tell people, but I came here with purpose to talk, to find my people. How am I going to find anyone if I don't say anything?
Right.
How else are we going to do this? Well, we got mushrooms as our best friends and family. I as our mother. All the other plants as family. The animals are really all our friends. We're treating them like shit. Right? So you literally got, you think the odds are stacked against you, but they're actually all in your favor. It's just your perception of it and how you decide to deal with it.
Yeah.
You can
So,
build a
and-
relationship with anything here, and then
So,
ethereally
Frank-
have that with you.
Frank, how do you? Okay, so I'm thinking about this now and contrasting that. So I think we're all in agreement, like living our lives from states of whatever not fear is at different levels of not fear. If we can put them all in one category, fear, and then anything that's not fear, and that's the other spectrum maybe is joy or carelessness, because there's joy, there's constant presence, joy. Things are working in your favor in all the, whatever, I don't know, something like that. Some shit of like settledness, but joy potentially in this dynamic. All right, whatever. So when you're in those states, you're faced with fear or states where it pushes you definitely in that realm. For example, that like in your experiences that you have, even intense meditations or different, ayahuasca experiences, mushrooms, or any of that shit, DMT. So like when I had this last DMT experience, or one of these last ones, was when I encountered this, what we now know 2 days later, we found out was this slug consciousness, right? Like, did you get all that stuff, or have you caught up on any of that stuff?
Not yet.
All right, let me give you a short summary, man. Check this shit out because it's cool that it just rolled into the show. This is, I don't know, I forgot the title as we'll look back, but it's within the first 10 shows, 10, 12 shows, I think. So, but anyway, I had this DMT experience after one of our shows, and like on the show, Angela and I think ended up being on the show, and Zach was dealing with some tense energy on the front end of the show. And I noticed that he was, so even when he was off air or whatever, I was doing some meditation thing with him while I was engaged with Angela, and and actually I was trying to get him to play with me. That's what a lot of it was doing in certain ways, energetically, and like to lighten the mood while he was getting balanced. I knew that, but there's a different dynamic, like trying to get him to engage and play or like cheer him up or tell jokes or some shit. And then, anyway, so that night though, after the show, I ended up smoking on my own, did my own little ritual and saging. Like, I was super happy, just like curl up in bed, right, and like smoke, put the weighted blanket on, and like, go. And as I'm going, I hit this frequency or this realm or this merging of realities or this consciousness or this grid. It was like, really, you can think about it now. I'm now putting over the slug dynamic, which I'll get to here, but like it was this very interdimensional kind of ropey, greenish, blackish, kind of slug-like colors. Now thinking about it, and very organic-y, I don't know, weird, whatever. But it like displaced my consciousness. Like my body couldn't handle it. I was seizing. I've done a lot of seizing on DMT for whatever reasons, and on my own, a lot of like shifting out energies, I think. Anyway, so like, this was the worst, man. I was foaming at the mouth. Like I knew, like in that moment, if I didn't really believe and know, which I did, it wasn't like a hard decision. I just know that I'm living 350 years. I know I'm not dying now. But dude, this is a near-death experience. Like this is awful. My whole vessel is like seizing from head to toe. It's so bad. I'm shivering like and seizing so bad I can barely breathe. And the only thing I can do besides with my eyes open, seeing this grid and this consciousness and just knowing it wasn't malevolent, it wasn't like ill-intentioned in any way, shape, or form. It really was almost like wrong place at the wrong time, man. Like just it's bad timing.
You're in the wrong density at the wrong time.
Totally. It's too late, man. I've already taken as many tokes as I can take. I'm gone, and like my vessel's not working. And so the only thing I can do to get through this, and like I knowing it's all right, 5 to 15 minutes more to you in and out, 15-minute adventure. Like, all right, this is gonna end eventually. And so all I could do is focus on my breath, like hyper focus on every movement of the intake. Of every moving around that top and settling and finding stillness, like everything. When I did that for like 30 seconds, a minute, I don't know, after a little while, like I got my whole body to get to still and stop shivering, and eventually like regain like function of my body. It took a couple minutes, man, and I wanted to test it out too. So I was like, okay, is that just like coincidence? Like it's running its course, and me breathing was just that was a good psychological technique, but it didn't actually calm my body. And so I stopped breathing that way for a little bit. I just kind of stopped, let go of breathing that way, and immediately would start seizing back up. I was like, no, I fucking do it, man. It's my breath. It's my breath. And I dive right back into it. And then, so anyway, I get through this whole thing. And I talked to Zach about the next day. And we both don't really know what it was, but we were both like, okay, let's kind of, like, it was kind of putting on a shelf, knowing we'll figure it out at some point. Don't need to give more energy right now.
And then we do this show 2 years later that morphs into going to the DMT. Frank, you'd love this actually. This episode, we go into DMT hyperspace. There's actually like a massive graph that graphs it all out, or not graph, like a infographic sphere chart that's got the spheres inside of it and realms in different places within hyperspace and where they overlap in different parts. So we're going through that, and somebody in chat, Jacob, said, "Where's the slugs?" It got into this whole thing that actually organically morphed into let's do a group meditation with like the 12 people in the chat and connect to slug consciousness. So Zach led us into this fucking awesome meditation, visualization, and then we all talked, we shared. I fucking drew out a slug and slug's DNA that I saw, and then like fucking there's so many other things that correlated, right? And so we had this cool fucking thing, and afterwards realizing what we all saw and then connecting in my experience with it, I was like, holy shit, that's what was in my room the other night. This whole thing, actually bringing awareness to slugs. We talked a lot. We were trying to hash out what slugs are. They're interdimensional dynamics, like tuning into it, people in the chat talking about different facets of what slugs are and what it could be, and like really cool shit, man. Don't know how I got on the story, but cool.
It makes you wonder too, because you see a slug, I see a slug, and we just go, "Oh, it's a slug," and then we know some stuff that it does or whatever, but we're not aware of how it's perceiving things. You're just like, "Oh, it's a stupid slug." But if you were the slug, you might be perceiving the density like 100% different. Like it's completely different than what you see it as. When Aya like lets me go and revisit past lives and I was an animal, she'll go, "Look, you were a cat, or you were a dog, or you were a fly, or you were the water drop." You realize, like as the cat, you're seeing 4D. So when you see your cat staring off like a dummy, and he's doing those weird things, he's seeing more than you are. So he's got a better perceptual thing. Now the slug has a completely different perception, 100% different. Right? So then doing that will you access a different density in a different dimension within the density. That's where you're. Because the slug, it has things going on.
No doubt.
Right? It's busy doing slug shit. Right? So in its mind, it's doing that, and it's perceiving it. It's perceiving a dimension of some kind that allows him awareness. Like the cat, you're just unaware that the cat's seeing in 4D.
So think about this.
When you experience it, you're like, "Oh shit, that's what they're doing."
So think about this. We were hashing this out a bit. And so think of a dynamic of the slug consciousness wanting to be known in some new way into earth words and fucking English, or this time for space time through our expression as oral historians and whatever that means, right? Giving awareness to other consciousness on the planet besides just the 7.5 billion, but all the animal consciousness, the other plane consciousness, all that shit. And so we created a space by just having the space on the show, and the ways we're open to this dynamic. Obviously, it knew that inside and outside of time. So it came and felt out the show. Zach caught the slug wave on the front end, dealt with it in his own way. I caught it on the tail end, and I caught it in a weird, whatever heavy way, man. I just dove right into the DMT, so I caught it hard, right? Maybe Zach he didn't go that deep of a focus level, whatever, because I decided to blast off synchronistically. And so it was disrupting him, but me, I fucking hit that wall of this thing that was coming in to eventually be in the show 2 days later. So we'd acknowledge it, bring awareness to it, and connect with it. And during that meditation too, so many things happen. Like it like lifted it up on its top, and it opened it up. It's like it's chesticle things had no slime side, and then opened up and it had his DNA spinning inside, and it was like mainly darkish gray, blackish, whatever, with holes, big holes throughout each thing. And it opened up and invited me in, and I'd already felt it out and everything. It was totally legit, and the space Zach created was all neutral and beautiful and great and whatever. So like before, even when I knew what it wanted to do, I just dove right in, and I felt it aligning my DNA. So if that had happened first, or then if I smoked or whatever and hit it, I wouldn't have hit that dissonance, because it was actually part of slug DNA inside of me, man. We're everything. So it was like,
well, gonna say that.
Yeah, dude. but who creates space though? For in a group online to like live people engaging in this group meditation with slug consciousness. Who's ever done that in the earth? I don't think anybody. How cool is that? And it just fucking happened because we created the space for it.
Might have been a novel experience.
Really might have been, man. Really might have been.
It felt fucking novel when you asked to do it. I was like, wait, you want me to lead a meditation to connect with a slug? I mean, okay, I guess.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I have a really important point to make. I got off on a slight tangent. My point of that experience, the seizuring and the trauma. This is what I was going to ask you, Frank. Jesus, went on like a 5-minute tangent. All right, so a 5-minute anecdotal, contextual supporting anecdote. All right. So when we're talking about being in states of fear, right? Totally being takeover in situations of intense trauma. So I knew during those 2 days, like I told Zach afterwards, and also reflecting on how I processed that, because that's intense, man. I don't care who you are. Like, obviously, I'm a fucking master at my psyche in a lot of levels. I know that shit. Like, worst case scenario, focus on my breath, man. I've died so many times or almost died, and I'm convinced myself at a subconscious level I'm living for 350 years. Dude, I'm solid, man. I can handle anything. Right? No, it's like I say that. Oh, what do you experience? Fine, let's fucking do that shit, man. I'm here for a ride. I'm not going nowhere. But as long as the only caveat being I have the tools to cope with it in my ego and in my psyche, because we're one and the same, and I'm not here to traumatize myself. That's bullshit. That's not a smart thing or a wise thing to do in my advice. Like, if you're doing it in the context you set it up, you know you're going into that trauma. It's one thing. It's another thing to just like, because the psycho slap thing, you know, like for some people that's a good thing. They don't know, they couldn't even tell you what that means. It was just a really negative experience and they don't want to do it again. And that's the message they fucking needed. You know, that's fine if that's all they interpret it as. For me, I'm like, fuck that shit. Like, what do you mean? And get them to elaborate, because I've had awful experiences, if you want to put it that way. But each one, when I wasn't scared to go back in or I really thought about it, it had a lot of meaning to me. But it didn't mean don't go back in. Like, you got to think about it harder, bro. You know, like, really, come on, man. So anyway, so when I went through this slug thing, that is the most intense, though, for sure, seizuring, like almost dying if I were to die, dynamic that I've been in. And I remember for those 2 days, I literally, in my energetic field, my emotional body, I had to dissociate from the experience, put it on the shelf, not ignoring it, not like totally amnesic, burying, dissociating, but being like, okay, I don't know how to process this yet. I know some basic facts. It wasn't malevolent. Didn't feel like it's some kind of spiritual or any kind of psychic attack. It was just something that I don't understand, which is cool. So I was reminding my little self, like, that's cool, Aaron. You don't run into stuff that blows your mind or your consciousness at this level very often. That was cool. Okay. You know, like, we don't know what to do with it. We'll just put it on the shelf. We know that it's in the vortex. I'm supposed to understand, I'll understand it. So I just put this on a little sphere over here. And then in 2 days, though, once I understood what it was, I was able to process all that energy. Had I let that energy sit on me, it would have been trauma, man. Trauma. So I chose to not yet accept that reality of just trauma, bad trauma, never do DMT again, trauma, you know, all that bullshit. I put it over here and just be an objective observer, like, okay, guys, chill ego, chill sympathetic, parasympathetic nervous system, ego shadow. We don't have to accept that reality yet. Let's wait in space time a little bit. And then, oh, look, 2 days later, it's like, oh, guys, here, let me give you the codes. That was a slug. That was some other shit. It's okay. And then the energy totally changes. Then I let that experience settle into my actual nervous system as a positive experience, not a fucking trauma I learned from. What I learned more deeply is how to handle fucking trauma in the middle of trauma and not let it traumatize me. And to some extent, you know, I can't say that for everybody. It works for everybody in every situation. But for me, that was a new level of being able to do that. So how do you go ahead?
It's just like with Ra. Remember, he comes out of the portal. Frank's having a heart attack. He goes, I can't come out. The next day,
Right.
I'm angry. I take my clothes off. I sit in the sun. I'm yelling and screaming. He shows up and just enters the conversation. And he's like talking to me. And I'm like babbling. And he's like, oh, you're not having a problem today, huh? And I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, I'm standing right here. Last night, we couldn't get this close. And I'm like, oh, shit, that's right. And I'm not under ayahuasca anymore. I was like freaking out.
Yeah.
And but once you're in that, you're all right. So your body makes the adjustment. So it usually takes me a few times to be in the energy, or an extended period of time and a downtime, like you're talking about. And I'm good to
Yeah.
go. Right.
Yeah.
So this includes every frequency, even the negative ones. Right. They shoot you with the frequency weapon.
Yeah.
First time you don't know what's going on. You're just having a seizure.
Yeah.
Second time you're like, what is this? Some kind of fucking new routine that's going on? Third time, before it starts to happen, a little bit more than 6 seconds before you know something's going on. And then
Yeah.
your body's already made the adjustment. So as that energy comes in, you've already adjusted.
Okay,
to it.
so it's really funny that you say 6 seconds. You know, we know through the Heart Math Institute, if we use that as a filter for that information, that the heart knows 6 to 11 seconds in advance what's about to approach it. Now, you've had two in that example you just laid out, whether that was metaphorical or literal. You'd had two previous experiences to learn in your nervous system or in your body or energetic vessel to feel what that frequency feels like when that's about to happen to you or when it happens to you. So then next time it's coming, your sensors are a little more attuned to it. You kind of feel it coming, hits again. The next time, though, it's like Neo, progressions of like starting to believe, or you're tuning into the attacks or the attunements or the things coming at you, so that you just say no. You can match that resonance in whatever way you need to. It creates a standing wave or whatever, your own field of negantropic fucking sovereignty. Right, Zach?
Negantropic sovereignty.
I thought that was pretty good.
The
Right, Frank?
thing that I had the hardest problem with was the AI system and the
Yeah.
tentacles.
Mm.
That was the hardest one to regard.
Ooh, we had a whole
Once
episode
I
on
was-
chemicals too. What? How was your deal with that? Why was that so difficult?
Because it's been playing us the whole time,
Mm.
right? So you'll be in an Aya ceremony, and the one tentacle will be trying to puppeteer you. One will be puppeteering a character you're talking to, and then you'll turn around to escape, and the guy helping you escape, that you think is your guide or something,
Mm.
has a tentacle in him too. So it's mimicking everything. So it's just like you and the one being,
Yeah.
right? So you got to watch the tentacle in you. That's the one you got to get out immediately.
Dude, you know
And
it's
gotta use your
interesting,
discernment.
and I know you're in the middle of another story. So if you can hold that, I would like you to finish. But this is a really relevant dream that I had. That's what you just said, the tentacles and people and stuff, and the people out of nowhere that you didn't expect or whatever. I had this dream couple years ago now. It was during my own awakening time process and whatever. And I remember there's a group of us who were like, and this is we're light colored eyes, so not just blue, but metaphorical, but like had light in our eyes, our soul in our body, if you will. And everyone else was becoming or was zombies, right? The tentacles in them or whatever. They were not themselves. Dark eyes, black, brown, black, whatever, but not them. They were infested by something. Now, the groups of us who kind of found each other, I mean, kind of like you and I found each other, and Zach and different people, like, just kind of found each other. And you and I literally smoked DMT and looked each other in the eyes, man. You know? I mean, I remember you saying to me one time when people were questioning me in certain regards and the stuff I was sharing Fearless, like, dude, if he was a fucking reptilian, I would know. I looked him in the eyes and I would have crushed his skull right there. He's not a reptilian. You know, and it's like, dude, how are you going to be like, well, maybe he's tricky? It's like, dude, come on. Like, I don't know what more way to be open with somebody. Let's smoke DMT and stare into each other's eye portals and our soul gates. I'm not hiding anything, bro. You and I are supposed to connect on some higher level. You know, like, let's fully engage here and unlock in beautiful ways, man. And so, like, was fucking great. So we did that shit, and then damn it, what was my story? Hold on.
Dream with
Backtrack,
the
Aaron.
tentacles.
Yes, zombies. Okay,
The
so
zombies.
okay, the eyes. Okay, so with these people, some of these people from a distance, with our words or with our intentions or tools, shooting arrows, you know, whatever. It's kind of what, you know, you create your own fucking tools and whatever in these dynamics. But each in their own way, you could extend to them and they would turn them, right? Their light would return to their eyes. And some of them, though, took a little longer. You had to come up and make physical contact, come up from behind. But if you made physical contact, like, light would turn to their being. And a lot of it, every time the contact was made, the shooting arrows and stuff, it was like almost playful, right? It wasn't to kill them or harm them. It was like shooting Cupid arrows or some shit. But it was like they all with the intention to return them to themselves. I mean, I remember that was so potent in the dream. It was just very pure. It was pure compassion, condescension. Oh, I can't just talk to you. You need to be touched. Oh, you need to be hugged. Let me hug you. And you see the light return to their eyes. That's the level of trauma they've endured that allows this zombie tentacle shit in, that they need to be feel love at to displace the shit that to them seems better than not having it. Because that's the problem with pain and trauma. We learn to live in the darkness or the fear or the pain of what it is because it's familiar, and that's more comfortable than giving that shit up for, I don't know, I don't know. Is it gonna really be better if I bring all that shit up and deal with that? I don't know. Like, people don't know, man. They haven't been loved. We've been several generations of very traumatized, very dissociated people, very sterile men and fathers in the past two generations ago or whatever. The roles they're in, and like and women too, and each just gender roles and things. It really does our neurology in a way that isn't very helpful for unifying cultures and peoples and genders. So there's people just need to be loved, and so in this theater dynamic, so certain people need to be looked in the eye. And some people need to be looked in the eye for a while, to the point I'm like, all right, other zombies are coming. I need to finish what I'm doing here with this person, but help me out. And but like before I was actually in danger, other people were awakening, or people had already started to awaken back to themselves, not ascension out of here, back to themselves, intention, right? Presence with yourself, honoring all of your past, every experience you've had in this avatar, let alone any other lifetime you've been in. That's how you go home.
I'm not trying to escape.
Right.
Right? Like, so the heist was to go inside the prison planet and make it not a prison planet, because it wasn't a prison. It's not meant to be that. Right? So when I come in and there's an AI system and a reptilian and this, and they're not working within the natural law, I'm an ambassador to the planet, and then I'm a warrior for the planet. The minute you're like, nah, and your tentacles come up and start shaking, because they go for it every fucking time. And I'm telling you, there's some that just kind of don't. They try to scare you and stuff, and some just go for it. And the worst that's ever happened is that they get control of you. That's the worst. They can't actually do anything to you. Once again, it's a mental game. The minute they physically grab you, everything else could physically jump out and grab it, you, the next thing. This is how it was explained to me, right? So if I have a golem, or if I have an angel, or if Archangel Michael's with me and I need him, or on and on, you just pick one. And you're like, well, I know they're with me, but I don't know. If a reptilian comes out physically, runs up my stairs right now, goes and grabs me by the neck and tries to snap my neck, the other thing that's watching the reptilian looking at me can step in before it happens. This is how this works now.
Right.
So if you have friends in high places, then you're gonna see them at those moments.
Yeah.
When, like the white reptilian, it was 12 in the afternoon, guys. I was sitting on my lawn. Aaron, you've been there with me. I looked up. This thing came from across the street, but up by the train station, like from that corner. So it was like you could see from my gate where the other corner is. It covered the entire distance in a second and was in the yard with me. And I was like, I guess I'm dead. I was just sitting on the grass. I put my hand up to block. What are you going to do? I can't. You covered a quarter of a block before I could put my hand completely up. That's how fast you are. And it said, I'm here because of you. Because of you, I had to come here. And I said, I was thinking in my head, well, they could use mental stuff. There's 100 ways they could take you out. Why did this thing come up here? And right as it was right in my face, it was frozen. Just like right there, like, and I was freaking out just looking at it, and it just was frozen, and then it was standing up. Beings came in and were just standing around them, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? They were like, yo, they greeted me. They said this one broke 100% natural law, was coming to literally kill you. We don't let that happen. We don't let that happen. It's the Wild West, but there are factions that don't let this occur, that are watching right now, everyone. And I said, well, who are you? What group are you with? And they said, we're with the Galactic Federation. This is the thing. When I met Space Jesus, I said, you look like those guys. And he said, yeah, I know. And I said, you on the ship with them? That's where I got the Space Jesus from. So I was like, you and the Galactic Federation alike? Like, I met all of them. I met Ashtar and all these other weird characters across the board. We apparently know them all. And we apparently all have different characters we check in with and shit. It's all there, right? And people, oh no, this one did this to me, and this guy did that to me, and this. No, I think you're just in fear at the level you're at and couldn't control it. I've watched a million people fall apart in this, right? You just stay true to you. Like you said, I know inside I'm going to live to 300 and change. So
Yeah.
you're not going to do nothing to me.
Right.
The only way I'm out of here is if I say I'm out. And if,
That's right,
I say it
100%.
right now, most likely it means you're out. Right?
No doubt.
If I say you're out, you have to go. So
Yeah.
there you go. See,
So,
that's how
and part of
potent
it,
we are.
and part of it's being sold on your reality. Really, I mean, are you, or whoever you are, wherever you're at, listening to this, whenever in space time you hear this broadcast out of the mass amounts of material we're putting out there. But like, really, I mean, are you, or in your life, are you really, do you have a vision for your life on a day-to-day basis, not just, you know, okay, when this is over, then it'll be great. Because I've been in those situations. I was in a very long marriage that on a relational marital level is miserable. Right? There's no relationship between us on many, many levels, but some are very sweet and very intimate. At times we could have them, but it was very far and few between. But I found a way to find joy in that, knowing honestly this season would come that we're in right now, not the exact shape or form, but all this is rolling out perfectly and just exactly how I imagined on a, is that a, I thought there was a big truck going by. Sorry. But everything's falling, like, now that it's in the framework it's in, everything's right. I mean, Frank, like you talked about, like, this is it, man. This is the thing we are all talking about to an extent. Zach and I just actually got the 3D ball rolling on a framework, but you got the ball rolling years ago with your emanation into this 3D, and even specifically YouTube. You know, so how that's creating the theoretical framework even for what we're experiencing now. And you're a part of it, which is awesome. You're not just doing the work the backstage, or you had your own show, you have your own show, and yet you could have this show, additional shows, and just chime into this one, and just literally our conversations by speaking them out. We're transmitting energy and our own understandings of things we're even processing and experiencing as we share our own stories with each other, that we're putting that into the world, the morphogenic field. So it makes it easier for other people to grasp higher level concepts even without them actually having them.
Yes. So think about when you were younger, there was just way less people that we were aware of, even stepping out into the light to talk about this stuff, right?
Yeah.
Now, 5 years ago, when I started, it was even less. Now we're sitting here on a program doing 4 hours of conversation every night.
Every night.
Every night. No
Dude,
fear,
listen, like, Will,
nothing's
listen to this.
not off topic.
And here's people like this, like Willow. Okay, Will Beavers says, this conversation is spectacular. Glad you guys are sharing it. All right. Willow said, I'm super honored her on another show, but really, Willow, I was thinking about this. It's like almost like I have a crush on you, but like as a human being, like she's been on, I think, every single show we've done the entire time, engaged in chat, genuinely has great questions, great comments, great experiences, great. Like she just seemed like an incredibly genuine, awesome human being. I'm glad you exist on the planet. So thank you again for being here. Just want to acknowledge that.
They call that soul family, sir. Soul family.
Yeah.
Resonate
Solar
with your
family.
vibe.
No doubt, bro. Right. It's cool because like finding people like that, like I've never even heard her voice or seen her face, man. I know her from the live chats. Literally, while we're doing our thing, she's just there engaged. That's cool, man. Like I literally, there's like zero effort in a sense to that friendship. It's like we're doing our thing. She's here and present doing her thing, and there's still a relationship being built. How cool is that?
This is how it's done, sir. Right?
Yeah, it's cool shit.
This is how it's done. Think about this, right? You get a moment in time to drop a seed as you walk through your life to hope perhaps somebody would use that seed and grow some kind of cool idea or a new thing or change perspective or whatever. We're literally I don't want to say enforcers of that now. Like we're doing it. We're like reprogramming through conversation. Right?
Yeah.
Just truthful, open, honest conversation. Nothing's off the table. Go with your experiences. And then those that are nervous and worried, but then hear the conversation. Like, you know what? Aaron said this, Zach said this, and Frank said this, and it matches with what I was going through. Boom, unlocked. Next, someone out there. Well, I don't like Frank. He's a meathead from the Bronx, but I love that Space Jesus, bro. And Zach, man, he right. So I really gets my. So that person goes, oh, and they tune in, hear you say something totally relevant. Boom, unlocked. Boom, unlock. Next person. Willow's in here like, bitch, I'm unlocked already. I'm like, word up, Willow. But see, this is what happens.
No doubt.
Right?
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
And it just echoes out exponentially. Right? So if there's 11 people listening, right? Those 11 are going to be affected by it across the board one way or another. And then if they take anything from it, are going to throw that line out, the fishing line, to at least 10
You know what's
people.
funny? Yeah, you know what's funny about that? So like in the Christian paradigm, right? I understood that concept of how information, when life-changing or just sharing experience and the way you share story. I mean, I learned how to. Well, I've always been more transparent than I think most people. That's for sure. But I also learned how to share with people in ways that are like, you know, discretion, but also storytelling to convey a message, not just necessarily every minor detail, even though I do that a lot. So like anyway, but like always wanting to understand storytelling dynamics and that whole concept. And a lot of it's just to understand myself and how to express my own experiences, right? And then so much so thankful for our community and our connection. I mean, you and Frank, and me and you specifically, and all the millions of nuanced ways that we did in that dynamic. Oh, something I wanted to say to you last time we were on that just came to me from the vortex. Just literally like stepped into this moment in time, put in this vortex when we were on last time because I knew we wouldn't get to it, and it just opened up and came to me now. And so without losing the thought, when we did that, when I went under DMT the first time with you, when I was twitching and telling the whole story, I was on the ground. Part of that experience, I remember very viscerally, and maybe we can flower this up some more, open some layers to this, because one of the very first things I experienced very viscerally was being face down in a pool and coming up to breathe and taking a huge breath of air in and seeing you and a bunch of other nameless, faceless people around. But I knew there were, you know, like people in the group right now, just different people that are the soul family connections that have all been happening. But I saw you literally like in swim trunks in the summer with the glasses on your head, and you're like, "What's up?" Right? And I remember though, just breathing for the first time in a long time, like remembering like this higher reality is reality. I'm down in the matrix, if you will, or I don't know, some level of my subconscious, or I don't know, some shit. However that all connects like layers, but down to the less level of awareness here, but how necessary it was to my soul to be able to come up and breathe. You know, and I find that for those places of stillness in different ways on DMT and on my own meditations too, but especially in different entheogens, even not just DMT, but finding new, I guess, ways to get into the stillness. That's what's cool about it in its own facet.
So we'll go through experiences and we'll be guided somehow, even if it appears we're not being guided through DMT, ayahuasca, whatever. And you'll have a perception. And what that perception is actually doing is unlocking you in a way. It's allowing you to unlock it, but it'll show itself as some kind of weird experience or interesting moment where like they need you to have a feeling. They don't quite know how to get you there, but they notice that you're nervous perhaps, and they can't get you past the barrier, nervousness, without you being like, oh man, reality is really cool. It's really over here and it's coming down, and I'm just in the matrix awareness, but it really is okay. And then you go, and you relax for a second, boom, that's when the unlock happens. They just have to get you to untensify, but also like, so they show you that the reality of it. It's like, oh shit, we're all boys. We've already done this. We know what's up. We're like rock and fucking roll. And boom, you see that, you relax. Then the thing that needs to happen happens. But they can't access that. So you can't access that until you, I don't know, break the programming by relaxing. They always say submitting into it. So
yeah. So it's okay.
So you can pick the lock.
So it's, yeah, totally, man. And so it's interesting. Yeah, totally. That's why like holding space for people. You're just trying to get the shit off of them in a sense. They can fucking be present with themselves and fucking figure their own shit out. That to me is like the perfect way to help someone. You know, it doesn't mean at times you don't help in a way that you're helping them in a way they can't help themselves. Sometimes they need that shit for sure. Even ayahuasca ceremonies. That's why they need the plant medicine to purge some shit or process some shit, whatever. And you're creating space by doing that and meeting them where they need to be met interdimensionally in those places and physically in that whole dynamic. And so like, in those experiences, when they need that extra push, but ideally we, I think, can create enough space around them, getting to know their psyche, understanding, feeling out their energy. We're literally creating space for in a new way. Like, oh, there's where that extra stress and anxiety and trauma is getting in. Let me help patch up that hole for a second, so you can fucking process your shit and heal yourself. And then I can then when I leave, I'm gonna let go of this hole, or we'll put a patch on it. But I'm gonna teach you how to clear your own space, because this patch will dissipate in 3 to 5 days. And like, if you're not fucking cleaning your own space, it's gonna come right in. Because when I'm out, man. I'm doing this for you to help get your own ground, your own center, and I'm also teaching you how to do it for yourself. You know.
That's why we throw beatings on the demons, right? But if you don't want the demon gone, all I can provide for you is throwing that demon a beating and giving you a breathing chance to get up and go, oh, it's a demon doing that, or whatever, metaphorically. So you can stand up and go, oh, so I could pull him out of you. I can't keep him out of you. You have to keep him out of you. But it'll give you a chance to not be suffering with him in you, trying to control you, doing all this other shit, talking in your ear. Just pull it out here and go, take a look at that fucking thing. That's what's in you.
Yeah, it's funny too, the stillness thing, where you're talking about finding the stillness and allowing the integration or the unlock to happen, or the healing. Because like when we were going through your experience, and this puts an interesting dynamic for me. I still haven't quite put into a concise statement. Maybe I'll figure out here and move on with these Benoit balls. But like being shamanic, or a shaman, as a person, like as a title, I guess, you know, there's obviously like that Zach's gone and visited, like 9th generation ayahuasca shaman. That is what they do. He was born into it. He's been doing it for his whole life. Like, fuck yeah. I mean, that's a thing that I wouldn't ever want to delegitimize. That is on its own pedestal and should be, right? But at the same time, you don't have that training. You're 100% valid neo shaman, like the culture and the context and the time you're born, the relevance. You didn't grow up in the jungle and that dynamic. You grew up here. Right, you've had your many experiences that have turned you into the amazing human being that you are, and that you've always been. You just healed yourself enough to let that little kid Frank that had that kindness beat the shit out of him, had that shit beat out of him, man. You know, literally, you know that we talked about in your story. So like, to being able to heal yourself enough to help heal others by sharing how you got healed, and also interesting shit you encounter along the way, because that's always fascinating. There's always interesting shit, man.
There's no shame. There's no fucking judgment, right? That all comes from what we think is going to happen. A lot of people go, well, I don't know what you're going to think about this. And it's like, try me. Because, you know, and here's the thing too, I tell people, as a shaman, I'm not your fucking therapist, right? We're going to wrangle the demon and we're going to take it out.
Yeah.
If you're not willing to do that, I'm not even willing to have the conversation.
Okay, so to me, so it's funny just the words you chose. Like, let's pass this out. To me, shamanism quite literally is being a good therapist, because so many demonic things are attached to emotional ties. If you can help them deal with the trauma, so it's like about being as efficient as possible with helping people process that trauma. So it's not like therapist is in like, please see me 3 times a week. Like, fuck that shit. No, like the point, you don't have to. That's why the plant medicines are so great. You can help people. Like, okay, for example, I did therapy on you when we were there and you were under ayahuasca. I'd never been in that situation, but I literally just knew. I knew in the moment. Like, I obviously consciously wouldn't have known what to do, but I knew in the moment, just like it made sense. And that's how it's been ever since. Any entheogen monitoring situation I'm in, I just know what to do. And it's not like I'm taking over. I just have awareness. It makes sense to me. The science of it, the energy of it, being able to grab a tuning fork, saw the space you're in, moved down different places of your spine, allowed you to be in a womb space where you were to find your own stillness, get your own healing, right? So I was creating that space for you even then. But that to me, the shaman, and then I was like, we were done. And when it was finished, I kissed you on top of the head, went and sat down, went and did my thing, man. Like, it was fine. Like, but that me being aware in those moments, to me, I guess makes someone a shaman by nature, if you will, because that wasn't taught. That's like, I've learned that over my many experiences. I just seem to be very familiar with these realms every time I'm around them, as if I've been there many fucking million lifetimes before.
100%. Check this out. When I mean therapy, I don't want to hear your story unless you're willing to take the story to the next step.
Totally,
Right?
100%,
I
100%.
don't want to hear about how daddy abused you and how mommy kicked you and you had to go to school barefoot. That's your story and that's cool. But if you're not willing to take your story and make it your real story, come out of that victimization, I don't want to sit there and hear it because then I
Yep.
got to hear 1,000 of them a day
Yep.
and you're not doing anything. So I'm basically listening to downtrodden stories of people who don't give a shit enough to do enough because you just want to talk about it. But I'm not your therapist. I'm your fucking ayahuasca shaman.
So
I'm
you
gonna
found,
say,
so you
let's
found
go-
since,
let's dig
said
those
it.
roots out now.
Yeah. Go ahead. That's good.
No, I'm just it's the next evolution of this, right? If you want it out, I'm the guy you come to. If you want to
Yeah.
talk about it, you go pay somebody to sit down and talk to them.
Yeah.
Like I'm a worker. I get the work done. If you want
Yeah.
to talk, go talk. If you want to make moves, let's go make moves right now.
Okay.
That's what we
Okay.
have
So,
to do.
so Willow said, Willow said she had a dream about you at one time. I'm not sure when, but she said, I don't remember much of the dream, but a bunch of us were getting ready for a party. All of us dressed in pink and purple formal wear. Frank was my friend's father. I remember giving Frank a hug.
That's pretty epic.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That sounds awesome. Sounds like a great time. And it sounds like some time in the
Oh, yeah.
future or now or a timeline or a fucking quantum reality that's existing simultaneously. I don't know. Or metaphorically, a whole bunch of metaphorical overlays. But yeah, fucking cool, man.
We could be getting dressed for the 5D party, right?
Yeah.
That's what could be going down. We're getting ready. But there's tons of people from all over the planet that they've come out and told me like stories like that. Like you're my uncle's whatever, and then I remember seeing you doing this, and then just drawn together, and it's so weird because you got to break this ice that it's weird enough to write someone on Facebook or to make the call to give
Totally.
them the little to link up.
For sure.
But these people have made an impression in my life, like that soul connection. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter that you're in Egypt and you're in India and you're in Russia, you're in Japan. None of that matters. The feeling is the same. It's like, oh, it's you. The resonance of your voice and the story and how you're telling it. You can tell the truth in these things. It's a
Yeah.
frequency you hit, and when the notes come out, you resonate with it for a reason. We're all coming online, and I can't poo-poo anyone's stories because of what I know for a fact, what the things I know, and nobody can tell
Yeah.
me different. We're all part of it. We all have a piece of multiple pieces of the puzzle. We're all connected. We've been here infinite amount of times. Why I wouldn't know you, Willow, Jenny, Zach from a million lifetimes. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? How
Yeah.
many times were you the warrior and I was the evil magician? And then you were the evil
Right.
magician, I was the warrior. And then you were the priest,
Yeah.
and I was the nun, and then vice versa. And
Right.
on and on and on and on. Infinitely to the point where we're done and we're waking up. Maybe we played all the parts.
Yeah.
We played enough of the parts to not have to play any more parts.
To play whatever part we want to play.
Now
Play
we
whatever
just
part. And to play whatever part we want to play, man. That we're creating our own reality as we want to create it. No more like dictatorship or dark dictatorship. No more interjections. We're here in spiritual courts of equity in every footstep that we bring.
Yes.
On any level, in any density, in any dimension.
Now.
Right.
Now. That's the caveat. Because we could go, yeah, there'll be no more distractions and interceptions and tentacles whenever the universe gets around to it. Or right now. Because it's always now. So we're not going to move to some undisclosed time and location.
And now. Yep,
And
no doubt.
it. You know, I'm not grateful later. I'm grateful now. And I'll be
Very
grateful
much.
later in that now.
100%.
All right, listen, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to bed.
Is it early night for you, huh, Frank?
I got to handle before bed. But everybody stay strong, stay safe, stay
I mean,
secure in your belief that you are the creator. And
Come
you'll
on,
be
man.
okay.
No doubt.
And remember,
Amen to that.
the universe rewards bravery.
Come on, bro.
I love you guys.
Absolutely.
Love you,
Love
Frank.
you too, man.
I'll
Love you too.
hit you up later, brothers.
Please
Cool.
do.
We'll see you later,
Yep.
man. Have a good night.
Peace.
Mm. Hmm.
And that is the wonderful Frank Castle from, well,
The
fearless
Bronx,
Frank
man.
Castle from the Bronx.
From
And
the Bronx,
from,
New
well,
York.
whatever world he wants to be from,
No
actually.
doubt.
So, yeah. He's always got a lot of interesting stories. That one for sure. He's
So do you want
gone a few
do you want-
places.
do you want to dive into that dream? Did you hear that dream?
Yeah, I read it in there. There's not like an enormous, it's not enormously long. It's just this one message, right?
Yeah, that's colors pink and like just what are the symbols of any of that stuff? Frank is the father, all that shit.
I mean, was the purple like dark or light is something that I would want to know.
I immediately, just as a point of curiosity or anecdotal curiosity, I immediately pictured pastels, like a light pink and a light purple. Or
I
whatever
kind
is
of also did. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's accurate.
Telepathy, it's a real thing.
Yeah,
Let's see if
they were
we
light.
triangulate.
Yeah, she said light.
Cool.
So, yeah. I mean, the interest that you said after it that pink and purple used to be your favorite colors as a kid. Like the next thing I would have asked is if they had any personal symbolism to you, but Jen had already asked that. So I would say that probably this is just okay. The way I would interpret this dream in my own experience is basically it's coming up while you're talking about this soul family thing, gathering of selves that are rendered in some way, shape, or form to be a variety of ways. You see it as a party that's enjoyable and something that you want to do. Otherwise, you would have called it maybe something else. So party's usually positive. The purple and pink being your favorite colors makes it even more agreeable. So it's really just like kind of a lot of metaphors of showing like this group coagulating. You want to be there. It's agreeable to you. It's things that you like. The Frank being the father figure, like this could so easily just be like an age thing or like an amount of information that you feel that he has comparatively to you or something like that. Was this before you ever even met Frank, or were you aware who Frank was and stuff like that?
Good question. Yeah, because that happens too. When people then they meet him in real life or find him online after they've had a dream or shit. That shit happens a lot. My experience.
Yeah. Jen had a dream before she ever met me that was like I looked like exactly the same way as I did when we finally met, which was different than my pictures that she had seen. Yeah. But like in her dream, I was like really, really short. And then like when I met her, I was, like 6 foot tall. So I like towered over her.
Yeah. So you know what? I haven't even asked you that or thought about that. You're 6 feet tall.
I'm like 5'11" and change. Like if I was to put like 6 foot tall on a dating site, technically I would be lying. But unless you get a measuring tape, you won't know.
Sorry, bro. It goes either you're 5'11" or you're close to 608 feet tall. That's it. You don't get to be almost 6.
5'11" then. 5'11" it is. I'm a good clip off from 608 feet. So
it's funny that like it makes a difference. It's interesting. I mean, I'm getting older now, and I don't know. I don't think about it too much, but I thought about it throughout life, the height difference and how it affects people differently when they meet someone who's like 6'2" to 6'4".
Sure.
Right, and then someone who's 6'6". It's a fucking. There's something to like obviously the energetic whatever. Like there's more fucking being present. It's something. It's interestingly different. Same time when I meet someone who's like 6'8", I'm fine, but I don't meet it very often. Like I match resonance in a very different way. It like really is interesting.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, for some, if you go like Ayurvedic energies, for someone to be that tall, they got to be pretty strong in the kapha department. It's like
Isn't
big physicality, whether it be like height or it be width. It doesn't really matter. Are
yeah.
generally references to. As you go down to like other types of spirituality, like Santeria, they believe in basically a god called Ogun, and anybody who's ever big is basically like a kind of a strong projection of this Ogun character. So like I have like no Ogun, like I'm slight, I'm not like overtly tall, anything like that. You know, Ogun, people who are real strong in this will be like those big motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like they're 6'5", they're like 400 pounds, but they're not like tubby fat 400 pounds. They're like that thick. They're just fucking thick. You know what I mean?
The Rock.
I mean, The Rock would probably be that. Yeah. I don't really know how tall he is and how much steroids are in that bad boy, but
Yeah, well, he's like, and then who else? Like those Iceland motherfuckers?
yeah, sure. Anybody that you would think of as being like, you know, abnormally large, good chance of this. The dream was when I first started watching Frank's podcast. I probably wouldn't have remembered it otherwise. The father thing with that is probably just like masculine guide figure then. And you felt that he was like masculine guide figure to a community, ends up the father role inside of that.
Yeah,
Father is always masculine guide, and grandfather is like older masculine guide. And really, in terms of like, well, especially if you're talking like plant medicines and shit, you're gonna really technically you only encounter 4 different kinds of entities. But well, 5. We'll call them basically 5. You encounter kids, mothers, fathers, grandmothers, and grandfathers, and functionally, you could technically split all of them into those 5 delineations if you wanted.
Yeah.
Mother and father are basically, well, they're your standard feminine and masculine projections, but usually not like completely tuned into, I guess, what you would call like perfection, although maybe that's being a little too friendly with it. Whereas like then, so like where father will like discipline more with like a slap, grandfather disciplines more with like a joke that really makes you think about yourself. You know what I mean? So like it's still masculine and functionally direct, but not like leveraging anything that feels like violent or aggressive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like a Boga is a perfect example of this. Grandfather, it's not gonna sit there, it's not gonna like beat you to shit, but it's gonna sit there and basically talk to you about all the ways that you fuck up your life for the entirety of the flood. So, you know, it's
Dude, I need some of that shit. I need some of that shit for sure. So far, all of my intense psychedelic experiences, save the traumatizing ones. That's a category of its own. Okay.
Mhm.
All the other ones have been very profound or beautiful or wonderful in some way. Not just like, okay. For the most part, like they're always something, I guess, kind of the extremes in that regard. But I haven't had any like deep, I don't know. I would very much like, I've had ayahuasca, I'm still going to have other layers here of ayahuasca here soon with Frank, but then there's also someone here locally. And so I want that for sure. But the Iboga, because I definitely want that grandfather, just that energy, that dynamic. I want a more intimate connection. I was on San Pedro, and that was great in that dynamic. But that's why the Iboga, I feel like that, I don't know if that balances out or adds another facet to that energy.
Generally, people would associate San Pedro to more like a father, not a grandfather.
Oh, even better. Perfect. Yeah, that makes way more sense. Totally. Let's go up another generation, man. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Iboga is a very serious ordeal, really.
I know. You're saying it because it's like an 18. Is that the one that's like an 18-hour experience or something? Like the actual
standard
psychedelic
shamanic uses a
experience?
72-hour flood.
Awesome. Cool.
Where
That's
you just keep dosing for 72 hours straight, and if it ever gets too crazy, you smoke DMT.
Wait, to bring it down?
To reset you.
Oh, interesting.
It's basically like balancing and feminine and brings you back to center. and then you, as soon as it wears off, you fall back into the flood, and basically a boga starts beating your ass again.
So, oh, no shit, man, genius. What a fucking alchemical use of those things. All right, so I've never perceived or really experienced DMT too much. I mean, DMT provides me space for me nowadays in a lot of ways, with the exception of running into fucking slug consciousness. But like, but I've never really perceived it too much as feminine. It's been more intense or masculine in some ways, but I haven't felt like an abrupt feminine, or even I felt like it's, if anything, it was masculine. Mr. T, that whole shit, you know, in one way. But I've never really felt it as feminine. Have you? Have you experienced DMT as in general as feminine?
The way that it presents visuals is very feminine, at least in my. They're flowing.
Like these? Let's go on the screen.
You could call them like that. They're more like that than the other formats that there could be, which is basically like chunking, like masculine, and really we're right here. We're talking about feminine versus masculine spaces, and the way that they evolve. Masculine spaces have a tendency to like jut out or come out in blocky ways or kind of instantaneously produce themselves, whereas feminine spaces have a tendency to spiral into existence.
So what's interesting is I seem to, and then in general have, at least in this past year and a lot of my experiences, it's felt very digital. Things become very digital to me. Pixelated, almost digital sacred geometry, you know, just it feels like overlay. Or it's not saying right or wrong, it just feels like there's missing a piece more so maybe. And so I don't think I've experienced so much the spiral dynamic on DMT, which I would like to. That sounds way better. Spiral
light is an overlay, functionally. So
right.
Yeah, the only real light in existence is the clear light of the absolute. Everything else besides that is an illusion, really. So.
Right. Help connect the dots from there. What you said to what I said.
Wait, you're talking about that there's a layer beyond, and that functionally this stuff is an overlay.
Yeah.
If you are having a vision, it's an overlay.
Yes.
So, definitely an overlay. Psychedelic visions are overlays to thoughts. You know what I mean? So.
But how do you differentiate that from you experiencing spirals? Me experiencing that.
I mean, I wasn't differentiating between those. I was really pointing specifically to your concept that it's overlaid to something. So when all psychedelic spaces have a tendency to present themselves the way that our mind is approaching them.
Right.
Really. So, I mean, like even this digitizing and stuff like this is like, usually that in my experience, the digitizing is a byproduct of being, well, how would you, it's interference. I mean, that's functionally what digitizing is anyways, is always like interference. And usually I think we generate that interference. So it's not like total submission to the space. So complete submission to the space for me always leads to the exact same place. So,
which is where?
It's a white spinning space where nothing's happening.
So you don't, that's why you don't submit to the space, or that's where you want to go?
In my own personal belief of myself, I never left that spot. Reality is a projection that takes place on basically my vision as it attempts to pierce the walls of this space. There's not actually anything happening at any time or in any place. It all happens inside of my mind, sitting in the midst of this place as I basically pull data from the wall and put it inside of an internal projection unit. And then I play it out as though it is my reality.
Okay, great. Like, that is really good. I'm trying to hold to the additional dynamic I wanted you to express, but that was an awesome fucking anecdotal trail in that for sure, at least from what I was trying to ask you. But you say you experience, if you completely submit to the entheogenetic process, or DMT, I guess, for example, it sends you right to that place, but then you're saying you never left that place. So I'm trying to differentiate here between you saying when you don't submit to the experience, what kind of experiences do you have? Because when you do, it just sends you right back to yourself or whatever it sounds like.
If we're going to like functionally delineate in a single step, visions.
When you don't submit.
Correct. If I'm not completely submitted, I still have visions. If I'm completely submitted, I return to, well, as the Hindus would call it, the sea of transcendental bliss, where I'm immersed with all things simultaneously.
Okay. And so for you, you feel like that's what, resetting for your physiology, your consciousness, your body, your healing? Is that just what do you feel like that's How's it beneficial for you being there in that place in 3D time and engaging in that way?
It's reality free of all illusion.
Cool.
I don't. It doesn't do a thing for me. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's
No,
just
totally.
reality free of all illusions.
But fuck you. That does it. That does everything for you. What a statement. Hold on. Yeah, I like that. That's beautiful. It's good.
I mean, that was the whole way that I originally reached it anyways, was progressive ayahuasca treatments and stuff like that, seeking out this intention of I wish to see reality free of all illusions, which is interesting because what I actually meant in that was in this space, and that is fucking impossible.
I know, man. It's tricky, huh?
It showed me anyways, though.
Yeah.
You know, it was like, all right, I mean, you want to see this, like, we got it, but like, you know, and this is where I came to basically realize the entire reason why I'm doing this. I got bored.
Right.
That's the whole reason. It's not some big mystical concept. There's not some huge mission. There's not any of that. I got bored, so here I am.
Yeah.
This is interesting.
It's very interesting because, like,
the best part about this place is that when it gets boring, it gets more interesting because new things occur. But those things already happened. So you just didn't know about them.
To an extent. Like, there's
I mean,
an extent when the reality comes into space-time even morphogenically, but then obviously it pops into 3D time, but still, I mean, yeah, on one hand, everything's already happened that could happen, but like the chance of that happening, I mean, I feel like that's part of the point of being here, and also not being an awareness of every variable, because we do our own excellent jobs of getting everything in our awareness to try to predict, and not like for ego's sake, just for our own awareness sake, to exist here effectively for whatever our desires are. That's why I want awareness, right?
Sure. This might
really,
be a little bit
level.
like you know, this let's heavily dose this with, this is Zach's own opinion of reality here.
Right.
And to some people hearing something like this, it can make reality not that exciting to them. I currently believe that the thing that I'm sitting here doing right now is a slow motion replay of something that happened instantaneously, and I'm simply watching it in a time frame that is, you know, it fits for how I wish to be experiencing it. But this already all happened. You think you have free will and everything, but you don't. You had free will in the instantaneous second that it existed, but in this is a slow motion replay of a decision that was made eons ago.
What do you feel about like choosing your own, like choosing in moments to be authentic or inauthentic or shit like that? How much free will is there? Have you already chosen anyway? It's just shit's gonna roll out how it's gonna roll out?
If we're going all the way to this level, there is none at this frame.
None what?
None free will. There's no such thing as free will. Free will is an illusion.
Okay, so now I'm tracking with you. Let me break this down. So do you feel like at any choice point that any example that anyone would give at any point in someone's life where they think, well, here's a good example where they had free will and they had to choose or think about it or whatever, you still
they're confused unless the moment that they're talking about is an instantaneous happening of all things.
Okay, right. So, all right. Okay, so unless it's that, they simply are the result of the equation of all the shit they've accumulated, all the traumas, all the life perspectives, everything they are to that point. They're just simply the equation of that. That's it. This experience happened in their life. They are the equation of what they are at this point. That's it. It's just an equation, man.
They're functionally a time continuum. They're a place where time collects, and so they think that time happens inside of that thing, but really it doesn't. It's much more like a crystal, right? Like, so if the light goes through the crystal, and inside of the crystal it bends and slows down. Because of the bending, you get color splaying, and you also get a reality happening at a time frame with which you can experience from, well, in this one we call it the human experience. And so we have this experience thinking that it's very, very real, and functionally it is real. But if we start talking about time, temporal dimensions, in order for everything to happen, it has to happen at all time frames. And so functionally everything that could have happened in a certain dimension instantaneously, because that was one of the formats of time. And since everything happened instantaneously in that temporal dimension, technically there are no more variables or possibility cases to go through. All potentials have already been seen.
They've been seen, but actualized in 3D space time. Like there's some things, right? Like on some level,
When you're saying, and that's what you say 3D space time. When they go into a certain density, then we're separating them basically by these slow or slower motion replays of instantaneous nature.
Yeah.
So here we're in a certain portion of reality on the whole space-time matrix where we're in the space of Earth and in the time, but not in the time of 2020, but rather in the time of 1 second, but there's 60 of those per minute and there's 60 minutes per hour. And this kind of thing, like this is the time frame that we're in. It's actually like a flow of a wave, the rate at which that wave is flowing or cycling.
Okay, I got another way to say what you're saying, because I'm driving with you on this shit for sure. Let me fix my shit. Okay, so what I felt recently, it started to really sink into awareness today as I was talking with Angelo about shit. But I feel like everything at this point in my life, more so than in the past, just because of, I guess, what's becoming into my awareness, or just, that also having something to do with external astrological dynamics and other, things coming together in a certain way, where I feel like everything in my life right now is simply something that I'm walking into that I've just recently or over time have unfolded. It's already unfolded, not created. Like this lifetime, I feel like I'm giving, on some level, no energy to this. Like it's effortless. Right, I've created this shit and like energetically set these frameworks that now in this lifetime I've hit some checkpoints or checkpoint where it's like just unfolded. It's just there. It's like, oh shit, it's already fucking there. So I just gotta literally keep breathing, keep walking, keep doing me, be authentic to myself, all the being the whatever. Like it's fucking literally there, man.
Yeah, this is the inevitable byproduct of living in a reality that's several dimensions deep in negentropic implosion. It keeps twisting inside out. Whoops. And I'm hitting my desk.
Words to my heart, man. Say it again.
So this is why functionally we have the entire concept, in my personal opinion. All of this shit that I'm saying recently is my personal opinion of how I perceive my own life based off the journey that I've had. If you don't agree with it, you're right. So nevertheless,
this is a journey that Zach is talking about very passionately, and it's very well thought out, and I find a lot of coherence with, and I find it fascinating to explore, and I come in agreement with a lot of that in my own opinion and perspective on these things as well. And if you don't like it, you're probably right.
Exactly. Yeah. So you are. It's said in here somewhere. It's all perception, and somebody else said something about it being, and it really literally is. Jesus Christ! Stop hitting your desk. So, nevertheless. That it really is like the truth that you believe will be the truth that leaves you be.
Ooh, yeah.
That's just the reality of the situation. So I personally like my metaphor because it leaves me in a place where literally I'm the only thing. And because of that, I have ultimate power inside of my own reality. I have absolutely nothing to blame. I have absolutely no way to give an excuse. I have absolutely nothing that's outside of my responsibility. And as a byproduct of that, it is functionally inside of my reality, my, we'll call it birthright, to not ever be out of control of my life. And I like my progression through that modality. So I like this story, so I stick with it. If I didn't like the story, I'd fucking rewrite it tomorrow.
Totally.
So, but that's literally been like my experiences where like really like I wasn't looking for some kind of truth, or like I didn't believe in God when I was fucking born. So I wasn't like looking to like understand God or anything like that. That's not really something that I was interested in. I was literally just trying to pierce illusions my whole life. But like, and I'm still trying to do it now. My issue now is that the place where I'm at with my own illusions is in a place where, well, functionally it's logically unresolvable. Because it's coincidentally opposing, so
because now you have to play more and be more find ways to be more joyful all the time, right?
Functionally, because of my current position of reality, nothing actually matters. So there's no reason not to just have fun all the time.
No doubt.
Because nothing matters.
What a great way to bring a nihilist around.
Yeah, I'm the opposite of a nihilist. It's really weird. I'm literally the opposite of a nihilist, but I think the same thing as them on a very small basis, right? Like nothing matters. I think that, But I think nothing matters because this is literally just like a thought we had eons ago that happened instantaneously, and we're watching it play out at other time scales, and it, like, all things end up happening. The destruction of the apocalypse goes both ways, right? The veil lifts, and when the veil lifts, a certain half of reality got destroyed and a certain other half ascended to the new dimensionality of itself, and probably a certain percentage stayed exactly the same, and the veil did not lift at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just all possibilities get followed, because in my own
So-
personal, whatever you call
So-
it, philosophy,
then- Right. So then it's like, so how much does it matter? So then we're talking, that's kind of on some level earlier. How much does it matter we get disciplined about certain things, or figure out how to also just go with the flow perfectly? Like trying to find some balance there, because just ping pong back and forth going that shit. But how much does it matter if it's all decided? It's not like, oh, I don't care, I don't have to try. Like, no, it matters to me to progress in those things, and I don't think that's some overlay belief system. Maybe it is, but like, no, that's not something I actually genuinely desire to do at this point in my life.
it's natural order, you know, like
Right.
you feel the drive to do those things, and you want to accomplish this tomorrow because that sets the stage for the wanting to accomplish this tomorrow, and so on and so forth. And you very much so feel like you want to do those things, but that's because you are a part of an epidemiology. You know, that is what you do. You are a wave traveling from an instantaneous impulse, and that wave carries the same epidemiology. So you, regardless of whether you're here or some other dimension, you're going to do the same thing. You're an energetic signature. You're just a carrier tone.
Isn't that interesting? Because I feel like I was saying the other night with Will, that experience where he's like, I'm really, that's awesome. You had that experience, that whole thing where like, where I felt like I was embodying myself and being millions of years, millions of lifetimes old, you know, and like, just like, again, it was very similar, but it was just like a sober, just present moment experience down by the lake with this canoe there, and just awareness of like walking into a realm of myself for a moment in space time where I was hyper aware in the same way I was in a previous meditation last year, where I was a million points of light, a million points of my own incarnations and fractals conscious at once. And it was fine. Like I totally was able to be present in all of them. It just, I just could. And it raised my awareness that, oh, I can do that, before thinking that, how do you do that? I couldn't conceptualize logically, like how could you be fully in, multiple places at once? And like, obviously our psyches have to accept that potentiality. If we're ever going to think to biolocate, let alone teleport, you got to think beyond what you can logically sometimes make a leap to, feel out if it's true and pursue that feeling in a sense. Anyhow, so like, I'm just, you took a drink of that shit. I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna have to get some Wendy's, man, for sure. I did that the other night too. It's like, that's fine, man. That sounds like when it feels good, it feels good. And I'm in my van tonight, so it's fucking perfect. All right. I may have to do it on air if this keeps rolling, which is fine with me, but I'm fine right now. But hey, so what was it? Hold on, what was I saying right before that though? I did get off track.
You were talking about the experience of seeing many versions of it. Basically, functionally an omniscience experience.
Okay, right. But then seated in myself, millions of years, lifetimes old. And it was like, okay, so you saying that a carrier wave, it's like tuning into my carrier wave throughout time or lifetimes or those experiences or whatever, other places or whatever, wherever I am. And it's just being aware of that, like being even more enjoying this incarnation, if you will, or this avatar, this expression, Aaron Michael Kessler, this residual residual image, right? Into the matrix, into whatever, 3D space time, whatever that means. 60 seconds a minute, apparently, and whatever for now.
Yeah.
for now.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
so,
Is anybody keeping track of that, by the way? I mean,
I don't like to. That's why I like these going as long as they go. That's great, man. We're creating time portals and all sorts of other shit inside every one of these conversations. So it's just fucking love it, man. It's fine with me. It doesn't matter how long this shit goes. Oh, look at that. We went through the whole video. How long is that video?
like 2 hours or something.
Right on.
Yeah, 2 hours.
Yeah, right on. So, okay, so the experience of being like millions of years old and being present there, it's a really profound feeling. It just makes me feel more wanting to be here and exist. And also, you're talking about earlier not being on mission because you're bored and want to come. It's so funny because it's like I feel like at a core level I super resonate with that because I've been I've been able to bypass a lot of shit, just my own whatever I did to get here in this incarnation, this birth, and there's some things I know here and there. But long story short, like I bypassed. I came in being immune to a lot of dark shit, just fucking immune. Right, the way my mom protected my heart and memory I had in the womb, certain ways to protect my neurology from certain traumas. Even though I've gone through some major birth trauma shit that I've relived, and my collarbone be broken and certain shit, and being forceps in the womb and shit. But like, excuse me. Anyhow, and so, shit, what was I gonna do? So. What the fuck was my point with that? Millions of years old, birth traumas. How did I get to that?
I really don't know.
Dang it, Aaron. You got to control your rabbit trails. Nobody else, everybody's down the trail with you. Like,
You were saying that you came into this life like immune to a lot of dark things.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so that just seems to be my experience over time with different interactions with people, my own experiences, my own awarenesses, and higher level dimensional interactions I've had and things. It's just like I realized, oh, this is like, again, I was saying to Frank, and like with Lucy that I've talked about before, man, it's just like, oh, it's so familiar. It's like home in a whole nother way. Not like I was born there or whatever, but it's like, oh no, I've spent many millions of hours or millions of lifetimes like doing shit here in this realm, this frequency. There is shit here that's just unfolding, unpacking, because now that I've experienced it in this vessel, in this space time, or this level of awareness at this moment in time, whatever, I'm like tuning back into shit that's definitely already there. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, like I think we're really we're going through a process of remembering functionally. We think we're like learning or growing or evolving or something. Like I don't really think we're the wave traveling outwards. I'm pretty sure we're the wave collapsing.
Nice, absolutely. Yeah, fucking down into perfect singularity. Only you can do it. No one can fulfill you. No one can do it for you. Singularity of self, negentropic selfness. Right.
The first half of this cycle was the going outwards. That's why we created all kinds of gods, religions, etc. We gave all these names.
Totally.
But over time, basically, the top end religions have progressive, and then what looks like the cutting edge of spirituality now, to my mind, has turned to this absolute void, the one, the all, unity, whatever, these kinds of things. You know,
yeah,
they all use basically the same terminology, but all of this is saying that it's basically collapsing to a 0 point. That conceptualization is not a conceptualization of going out further, really. It's a conceptualization of getting back to the middle all of a sudden. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think the wave went pew, and that was like most of life, and now it's bouncing back across all of that shit, rationalizing all the stories.
You know, it's interesting. Something I've thought about. I love when we get to the 4 to 5 hour mark, the conversations that come out.
Yeah.
So, like, I've thought about, really felt into, if I was born in a different. Oh, this is the story I was getting to. This is whatever. We'll get to that one later. I want to finish this one. So I remember feeling like I was born in here with not like most of my life. I pursued my heart, my passion, spirit, whatever. I got really deep in the Christian dynamic, but again, dealing with all the energetics and demons and deep soul healing, trauma healing, like deep SRI, DID healing. I mean, all that stuff through the Christian paradigm. So I was able to saturate like the awarenesses and experiences my soul needed, if you will, that even my ego had no idea about. So I seemed to be able to pursue that freely and be able to get all the things I needed to be able to be as aware as I am now of even more of my eternal existence in many ways, but like even more practically, many lifetimes, past lifetime awarenesses I've had, experiences and integrations and DNA awarenesses and connection to my DNA and all that shit. And fuck me, I lost the thread again. This isn't marijuana, by the way, just in case anybody makes a comment. Might just because it's late. But I'm going with the flow of the fractals, man.
Yeah, not a lot of people in the world realistically sit there and try and just like talk about different ideas for 5 hours straight. After a while, you start to kind of cross wires and shit.
Let it ride because I want to stay here longer.
all those things, like with my own personal memories of my own personal experiences, like you went through those things because functionally you specifically built those things so that you would remember the things that you needed to in the time frame in which you would come across them.
100%.
But you built them in your past lives. Like I literally have I guess you would call it like astral travel or something, or remote viewing or something.
Yeah.
I don't know, past life memory, whatever you want to call it. A memory
You're
of
right.
specifically putting ayahuasca in the jungle for myself so that I could remember later.
100%, man. I've had those things too, man, for sure. 100%.
So I really
Yeah.
think that's the case. Like, you know,
Yeah.
if the unity thing is actually true, then it's actually impossible that something that came before wasn't your ancestor. Literally everything is your ancestor that came before you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah. I don't know. I like the unifying concept. Personally,
Listen.
I think the possibility for any type of peace in the 3D realm, right, where we live right
Yeah.
now, where I'm standing here having this conversation, I think the only way to have that is through basically a spiritual focus on unity. Any type of separatism that says like, even if it includes inside of it basically like there's a good one and a bad one, I don't
Uh-huh.
think those will ever lead to the concept of basically peace in the
Yeah.
what we'll call the
100%.
third dimension. So
100%. So the only
that's
like,
just-
well, the only like constraints being, you know, like do no harm, like, or I mean, like the basic. It's not even the 10 Commandments, man. It's like there's some basic levels of, if you're doing this as a communal like structure, but it doesn't have to be imposed laws. Everyone just behaves accordingly because you've dealt with your traumas and your other shit. You don't really do. I mean, that's like,
interesting thing about the do no harm one on a point
do
of
it.
unity. If we're talking
Yeah.
about the idea of harm, generally we're thinking about when we do 10 Commandments way, you're not
Yeah.
supposed to harm anybody else. If you've
Yeah.
unified everything, that's impossible. There is no anybody
Ah.
else.
Totally. So is that, you think that ties into like the talking about the commune idea earlier, or like the, you know, that open community where you can literally be that open with people? Unity,
Yeah, but it comes with an awful lot.
transparency.
It needs to come with an awful lot of acceptance. That's the thing. Like
Yeah, right. 100%.
unity is all about acceptance. It's not
Right.
about getting rid of other things. It's about figuring
Right.
out how to fit them in to the whole. So like
Right.
we talk about that commune, you know, whatever, like commune idea, and what always happens is that basically with those they have been tried many times, and eventually people do not get along, right? And really the core to that is that like for that to really work at a unified standpoint, there can't be a wrong. Like I can't be like I disagree with the way that you're doing it, so you
Right.
should not do it that way. That's not a unified statement. That's a separatist statement entirely.
Yeah.
For me to be unified, you're like, well, I want to do this thing this way. And I'm like, damn, that's fucking weird. I never would have done it that way, but apparently another version of myself wants to do it that way. So we're going to do it this way, right? Like,
Yeah.
you wouldn't argue with the thing at all. You literally recognize it as another format of yourself making a choice functionally, if you're looking at it from that. Obviously, if you go back to the free will conversation we had a little while ago, the choice thing is kind of
Right.
but nevertheless,
Yeah.
the idea that that's functionally just another version of you living out a necessary timeline. It's not up for
Yeah.
you to be like, no, you have to stop that. That's
Okay.
counterproductive
You know
or
what's
counterintuitive or
interesting?
against my timeline or whatever in any way.
Yeah.
Like that's not a thing.
So, you know what's interesting? I'm realizing I must have always held a base frequency of that level of acceptance with other people's reality and wherever they're at, man. Because like even now, that's why nothing freaks me out or weirds me out. I mean, some stuff's weird in the sense of like that's I haven't run into that before, but it's not like, oh my god, I don't know how to deal with that, and that's too weird for me. Not like that shit, you know. But like, things are, and it's like it's so easy in a lot of ways to be really objective about shit because you really just, if you want to call it honoring their journey, you just kind of wherever they're fucking at, man, or whatever. It's like, and like even people you know really well are struggling with shit or whatever, maybe they're concerned about telling other people. It's like, there's no judgment. We're all fucking human, man. We have our fucking issues. Jesus Christ. You know, it's just like, it's just fine. They're like when you don't put people on pedestals and you just fucking can perceive them that way.
You know, that just, and I guess in the unifying aspect, acceptance, major acceptance for understanding common humanity. Doesn't matter how good or amazing a person is, people fucking make mistakes. People have traumas they still didn't realize or dealt with, and make dumb decisions or some shit, you know, like, fuck, man, we just all have issues. It's fucking fine. It's fine. Then we'll all get along. Like, it's fine, man. Why does anybody's issue have to be worse than somebody else's? Or like some traumas, like, oh, we shouldn't talk about that one, or like, Jesus.
Yeah, if
Like
you can't accept what someone else is doing or going through, you could blame it on them, or you could also blame it on your lack of ability to either persevere, have patience, or have tolerance for what it is that they're experiencing, because these are the three reasons why you're not ushering in acceptance.
Right.
There's only this answer. Really.
Why you don't have that for yourself at some level? Obviously, if that's rubbing you the wrong way, or it's really there's something wrong there, like it's in you. Why is that?
If
rubbing
you judge
that
someone
way?
else, you judge yourself too. If I think
Right.
that rapists are bad, then I also simultaneously think it would be bad for me to rape.
Well, and also it's interesting. Wait, so you think rapists are bad? You think it'd be bad for you to rape?
Like, exactly, right? Like if I say rapists are bad and then I commit rape, I am now a rapist, therefore I am bad. So even though I have not yet committed the rape, technically I already applied the judgment to myself if I was to
Right.
hold the space that could be judged.
Right.
So you can't possibly judge someone else without judging yourself, in other words.
Okay. I think maybe that was another facet of the thing I was going on, but I lost it, so it's cool. Wow, that looks like a jellyfish on screen. Like, really, that's fucking cool, man. Jellyfish, have you run into that interdimensionally in any way, shape, or form, or do you have the metaphors meaning for that in dreams or any of that shit in your own experiences, though?
I definitely like the concept of the egregor.
A jellyfish
familiar
egregor?
with egregors?
Yeah, break
Jellyfish
down
are
again. It's more beyond.
functionally are egregors. If you have any type of like a mass that
They're
has many,
golems,
many
right?
tentacles, I wouldn't call them golems. Golems insinuate that
Differentiate.
they're actuated by something, and really it's kind of like the opposite direction of that. The egregor is the higher consciousness thing. The
So
tentacles would be like what you would understand as being projections into lower dimensionalities. The
So,
head
like-
of the egregor would sit in its highest dimensionality.
So the egregor is the thing projecting itself into fucking Elon Musk's baby. But
Sure.
it's not Elon Musk's
Or
baby.
capital
It's the
G
egregor
God.
above.
Right? Capital
Yeah,
G God inside of Christianity. He's the thing that sits at the top of the hierarchy, but Jesus is Jesus
The
and all the
pleroma.
angels and all all of the seraphim and dominions and virtues and all this shit. These are all tools of the capital G God, right?
Yeah.
And so capital G God is the actual identity of the egregor. All of those other things are simply agents of the egregor. So if you have a problem with any of those things, there's no reason to take it up with them. You need to take it up with their boss.
Right. So let's go to the fucking highest entity in the room, man. It's like,
This
all right,
is exactly
let me
where
talk to you.
Frank's talking about that a whole spectrum of things. They just follow
Yeah.
orders. They don't
Yep.
have a call.
100%.
These are all things that are basically agents of an egregor.
Dude, and that's so funny because, like, in the Christian dynamic, I learned, right, they respond, it's Christ in me. So it's as if Christ or God himself were saying it. I am his son. I'm his ambassador. That whole shit, all those metaphors carried over easy into fucking all my other thought, like, paradigms after I opened up. And, like, our ambassador, myself, and God through us and in me. But, like, that, man, when you understand that all the demons, all the demonic stuff, they line up to certain words, certain phrases, certain emanations, because I understand who I am to them and their egregor construct. Right, they have to respond to what I say and what I want them to do. They just have to. I'm speaking
Well, I
the
mean,
code, if you will.
functionally, you're above all entities because you're functionally the vehicle for existence.
Yeah, no doubt.
So it's absolutely impossible for them to supersede you.
Right, and when
They
people
don't
just need to
exist.
realize that
They don't
So-
exist unless you accept their existence.
totally, 100%, man. That's why so much shit literally just does not and has not existed in my reality. I've been aware of it. I've encountered some shit, man. Lots of shit in my life, but not as much as others.
You are never subject to a curse that you don't believe someone put on you.
100%. Dude, listen to this. Check this out. Learn that in the Christian dynamic too. Check this shit out. So this guy, he'd travel a lot to third world countries and just cool dude, actually, really. But he doing, working for the Lord, doing missionary work down there and shit. Major seers, psychic, whatever. Everybody has different terms for all that shit. Third eye activated, I'm gonna call it. And
A third eye
he just saw a lot-
hacktivist.
yeah, no doubt. So like he had all these stories, just he tell, and this is just his life stories. Like he's a cool dude, like he's just his existence. He's a cool person, not selling anything, whatever. And he's telling stories of different things. Like one night, down there he was exhausted, like an 18 or 20 hour day down in Mexico. They're doing some shit and he's just exhausted. And as he was going to bed, these three big demons, like or big angelic fallen angel demon principality things, came in, stood around his bed, and he was just like, not tonight. I'm too tired. And just went to bed, right? Just didn't even give him the time of day. Didn't acknowledge it.
Fuck off, guys.
Yeah, he's like, fuck this shit, man. I'm exhausted. So the next day, though, as he was coming home, another like 16 or 18 hour day or some shit, and he was walking upstairs realizing, and he asked the Lord or Spirit or whatever, and he said, oh shit, are they going to be there again? And Spirit's like, yep. And he's like, fuck. And well, obviously, he didn't say that shit's Christian. Well, I'm paraphrasing here, right? Carrying over the colloquial expressions to my own. So, and so
Are you sure he wasn't like, fuck, god damn it?
Yeah, fuck, god damn it. Ah, shit. All right, help me out. So, like, so he asked them, well, what do I do? And they said to close all the windows and the doors and whatever. So he does and goes in. And they walked into the room, right? And then they said, close all the doors and the windows and seal all the doors of the windows, like energetically seal it. Then by the blood of Christ, that's powerful shit in that realm. Just to let you know, if you want some key phrases to unlock shit with Christians, claim the blood of Christ over shit, man. It's just pulling like the energy of Christ in them, and like it does shit for them. That it's a great symbol set. Want to put it that way. So like he knows though. He goes, but I just sealed them in here with me. Like why, like that's that, maybe this is not my intuition. Maybe this was a bad idea. Right.
Right.
And then he said, go push play on his like tape player or some shit back then or whatever when he was down in Mexico. And he pushes play and it's this worship music, like it's high frequency, fucking praise worship, everyone heart coherent, giving their energy and love and adoration, like high level shit, right? For energetically. And he turns it on and they start screeching, like clawing at their ears, bouncing all over the room, and they can't get out because he sealed it, right? And so he was laughing his ass off. He said for like however long the tape lasted, like half an hour, 45 minutes, however long tapes go, just like busting, laughing his ass off the whole time, watching them just being tormented because, they came to threaten him and impose on him, and this is how he dealt with it. And so eventually he felt like he'd have some pity on him and tape end or whatever. And he went and opened a window and told him to come out and get like to leave and not come back. So anyway, so he's had like a lot of these experiences. The one I was thinking of specifically, he was on a plane and this warlock came up and sat next to him and said, I was that I'm this whatever warlock and I was sent here to curse you and stop what you're doing and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, he goes in this whole thing and he just responded and he goes, really? He goes, all right, give it your best shot. And the guy's like, what do you mean? And he says, no, really, give me your best shot. Tell me exactly what you're going to do, what you want to do, whatever, because, that's fine. Go ahead and try it. Because here's the thing. Like, and he quoted a Bible verse, but it's exactly what you're saying. A curse without a cause does not alight. It does not land. It does not stick. If you do not give it reason to stick, if you do not accept it into your reality, it cannot land. So he knew that. He believed it thoroughly in his being. And he said, look, whatever you send to me as a curse will turn into a blessing. It will turn a beautiful and positive energy for my life, and it may even come back at you. So, if you want to do it, go for it. And so he did his whole curse thing, whatever, and he goes, thank you for that blessing or whatever. And like the guy freaked out and just kind of went back to his seat and whatever.
Yeah, I mean, functionally, this is it's a solid story. The function of a blessing and a curse is a dualistic premise. And as a byproduct of that, the virtue of it is the nature of your perception of what's being done to you. Yeah. But it can either be positive, negative, or neutralized. And neutralized is just simply not knowing about it or canceling it functionally.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, yeah.
This is where spirituality really gets fun, in my opinion, is when you have this click inside of yourself that you realize, like, all this shit that I've been experiencing, it can't possibly exist outside of me. Because then you get to start doing like fun shit, like engaging with entities and pretending like you don't recognize that they're there, and then suddenly snapping your head towards them and going like boo, and watching them fucking freak out and shit. No doubt, because like it gets fun then, because you really are safe then. This is like when you have obtained divine provenance, although divine probably not where this provenance is coming from. Let's call it absolute provenance, maybe absolution. Right. Hang on, I don't know about that one. either. Nevertheless,
All right.
let's call it void provenance. I like that
All
one.
right. Yeah.
I'm safe with the void word. So, nevertheless, like once you have that void provenance, knowing that you are not an entity in the space, but rather the space in which the entities are, right? So then it's impossible for you to be hurt because you're not even a thing, right? You're projected. You're always projected. So they can't hurt you. They can like fuck up your car or whatever, but they're never gonna get to the driver.
Yeah. No doubt. Yeah, and then it's like, oh, I mean, sometimes like, oh shit, I took a beating there, but it's like, you're fine, dude, you're fine.
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere. Like my existence is my soul base frequency, or is going to emanate here for 350 plus years. Like it's fine, man. Get through it. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, literally just taking like a beating and going, wow, that made me a lot stronger. You'll heal from it significantly faster. This can be practiced in your real life.
For sure,
like,
man.
Straight up in your human life.
I keep with Nate, who I keep trying to get on the show, who was on the show last night. You heard him talk for a little bit when I wasn't dominating the vocal space on that, but like, but I've been because we were riding every day together for 6 months, solid 6 months, and like we had all this like similar conversations you and I were having. You saw some of the videos we did together and shit, right? So like they're in the Fearless group and they're from the video history from last summer. We did like, I don't know, 30 plus videos of like, you know, probably 40 or some 20 minutes, but like 40 minutes to like 2 hour videos. Like we did some long like this, talking about a lot of shit.
Yeah.
And oh god damn it. Well, okay, so but I was saying, so me and Nate, really good friends, and I was wanted to give him we were talking about why I wanted to go sparring together. And so much so I talked him into that. I talked him into us getting sparring gloves for each other for Christmas, which we did. Still haven't fucking gone sparring, right? But a lot of it's like, he's like, oh, I'm getting all, he's like 2 years older, man. It's like, come on, man. And it's like, dude, I'm not trying to kick your ass. It's more about like learning technique, about like my cellular memory. Like really, honestly, for me, it's activating DNA. When I put myself back in circumstances that I haven't been in any time in my life to learn techniques and things he's going to teach me, and some MMA shit and just like sparring. Like it not only is it physiological benefits for my avatar and like good endorphin, blah, 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 like great, you know, it's good, like for sure. It's a psychological dynamic of fully engaging that role and trying to learn to technique and body and how it works and muscle and, you know, like just fucking all that shit and the psyche and like fucking all that shit.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to learn from any type of martial art, really.
Yeah.
So it's such a great way to learn about interaction and confidence and discipline, and the list fucking goes on. It's real good. So anyways, I think I'm getting tired, man. 5 hours. 5 hours is a long time. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
It actually didn't quite feel like 5 hours. Sometimes like it feels like a long time. This one didn't quite feel. It feels like 3 to 4. At the same time, my body's like, fuck you. It feels like 10.
Yeah, he's in a truck the whole time. That's pretty gnarly. Yeah, so anyways, I should probably like bring my camera back on. And thank you everybody for being here on yet another night of expanded understanding, where we talk for 5 hours about random ass shit, and you guys stay here and listen.
Who are these people? Hold on, we gotta. You don't have to ever say anything. I'm just like, I would like to honor the 3 silent listeners. Like how do we have 9 people watching for 5 hours, 9 plus? And like, I don't know, that's amazing to me. Maybe we're like a radio show to some people, I guess. I don't know. That's fascinating.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, if I wasn't having these conversations, I would certainly listen to them, you know? So
I would.
Like,
I'd be like, oh my God, I need to be on that show because these guys think like I do. Let's chat.
Yeah.
And then I'd be like, damn, I should have thought of that first. Really, I just thought about that now. Like, if we saw our show, we'd be like, damn, we should have done that first. But that's how ideas come and go, man. We caught a wave and we're riding it, man. Fuck yeah. We're creating our reality.
That's why fucking execution is king, man, if you want to use words like this. Nevertheless, like...
Well, at the same time, like, how organically it rolled together. I mean, we didn't really plan this for a long time. We threw this shit together. And
planning is a killer, dude. Like, it's bad for you. Execute. Don't fucking plan. Execute.
Yeah.
Plan the next step. Do it. Then plan the next step. Do it. You don't need to have 27 steps planned. You need to have 1 step planned and do it.
Dude, that's the hard. That's to me. Okay, so that
it's like a Christian paradigm. There's books talk about having a faith walk, you know, in different paradigms, but it's really communicating. It's just that, man. You have a plan for every micro moment. You have a plan for driving out here and going to Wendy's, and like every step of going out of park and like turn the broadcast off, put my shit away. You know, like there's plans for everything, but being able to do it while just knowing, living that reality one moment at a time, in a sense. And plans are unfolding because you've already pre-created them. If we want to add tonight's overlays to it and that dynamic. And so find joy in the unfolding because it's happening either way. So you know, shit goes bad, goes like, oh shit, fucked up here, like whatever. Find a way to enjoy it, man. Pass the negative energy through, not because you're avoiding it. Like I want to face that shit full on. Let's ride that fucking potential trauma wave, and then find a way to laugh through it as quick as possible without dissociating. Let's just fucking. And sometimes I sit in it, man. Sometimes you sit in the rough stuff because there's value there. Like I'll sit in it and wait and not push it, and wait and really sit in it for a while because there's value there.
I've had
for
one
sure.
for fucking 3.5 months recently, just because I was continuing to derive value from it until I was like, this might actually
100%.
completely ruin my life if I don't get the fuck out of it right now.
That's it's like okay, so like playing with like okay, my dad used to give this metaphor. I'll end with this. So you know, difference between having to follow rules, is someone like a chariot driver, if you will, using this chariot for a king or for a royalty or something, whatever. If he's driving the king, he drives in such a way as coming up on a steep curve. He doesn't get anywhere near the drop off or the cliff or whatever. And then a more reckless person or whatever would get closer to the cliff and put him more in danger. How I got a big old water drop in here. And so like, okay, but at the same time, it's fucking cool to show off to the king that you can just fucking power slide right up over the cliff and like it's the coolest ride he's had. He doesn't execute you. He doesn't execute you. He's like, fucking, that was rad. You're super hired. Like you're my permanent driver, right? You take that risk in a sense. So it's like that, like power sliding out, like sitting in sorrow or different things. Like fucking, I get it, man. I do that too because I'm having the experience. I brought myself here for whatever reason to teach myself shit. I don't want to just bypass it. Right, I want to saturate it as fast as. So that's what I mean. For me, efficient, and sometimes that means sitting for extended periods of time until it's like where other people be like, okay, this is long enough. I need to do these things to kind of move this energy through. Right, maybe people like you and I more so like, nah, there's more I can learn from this. Until we get to a point where like, oh shit, I need to turn this boat around, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a certain way, to use kind of like green language for it, the earmark of a powerful alchemist is their ability to prolong the fermentation process.
Wow. Yeah.
If you've done alchemy like in a lab with chemistry, then you know that like being very patient with your fermentation process leads to a better separation of the impurities from the purities, which allows you to get a better final coagulate. So your ability to sit in the lesson, I'm going to call it lesson, to sit in the lesson to continue to derive more information is really going to determine your final purity of that specific stone that you are crafting. And like, make no mistake, your entire life is crafting of philosopher's stones as far as alchemy goes. So, you know, everything is going through this process. Alchemy is just the process of processes. So you need to be able to do this on a certain level. And like, it's interesting that we bring this now, we bring it down to a very human level, something that basically Frank was talking about earlier, where he's talking about like, you got to go through all of these guys. You can't just like skip past levels and shit like that, because there's shit that you need to master at every level. And very much so, 100%. Just like this, getting into some type of experience and then wanting to quickly get yourself out of it by some form of a void dance, right? This is at best a recycling technique. You're not actually going to like transmute it to something. You're going to cast it back out to the void as quickly as possible, and it's going to spin back in eventually. But you're just all you're really doing is buying yourself time before the lesson returns. So if you really want to learn the lesson, don't avoid it at all. Don't try to void the lesson. Void your lack of understanding of the lesson.
Ooh, expand your understanding of the lesson. So like, so it's funny because let me refine what I'm saying there, because that paradigm is certainly true for sure. What I guess I mean more so, even refining it now, and what I actually truly would want in a dynamic, like, so I'm dealing with it. So I'm not running from it. I'm dealing with it head on, so authentically, it is not comfortable. I'll process this later. Let's deal with this authentically, as efficiently and correctly, if you whatever, as possible, as opposed to dancing around the issue, like, I don't want to have that conversation, or putting it off, or like whatever, you know.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean by like as quickly as possible, not negating any of the lessons, but just like fucking just deal with it. And to me, my understanding of what I've read and listened to, an aspect of orgasmic birth is full submission to the process, like zero resistance, and being able to accept, and then it can transform into not pain, but really your muscles, your body reorients in a way that it literally turns into pleasure, how it's supposed to be. But we've literally built a construct around birth that it's going to be awful. Right? I mean, like, me even trying to talk to my mom and grandma about these subjects started getting very defensive. And I'm like, whoa, you're like, well, you haven't given birth. I'm like, what? I know. But like, I'm just telling about stuff I'm reading, and these are people I met in real life who have had orgasmic births, actually. And like, she wrote this book, and like, there's things here. And like, I'm just saying, you know, it is a thing. You know, you don't get mad that like you didn't experience it. I'm not saying you're bad or like you're screwed up. Like, we just didn't know we don't know.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's funny how
that resistance right there, that battle itself is a function of avoidance, really.
Right, that's what I mean. Yeah, so like anytime something makes me uncomfortable, I don't want to look away from it. Anytime I do that, I'm like, nope, what is it? What is it? Yep, it's uncomfortable. I'm gonna stay here. What is it? What is it? What is it? You know?
I think I would like to end the show on saying that the only thing that you will ever want to run from is actually your own power. So don't run away, because the version of yourself that you wish to be is right on the other side of that.
And please like and subscribe to the video, to the channel. And we've got all these other things. We got the ISN thing to donate to help the tribe that Dax and Jen have been to, one of the last few indigenous tribes in South America. And it goes directly to them, and every little bit helps. We also got a GoFundMe for one-time donations. We really appreciate you guys being here. We have so much more stuff to come. You saw Frank being on. We're going to have storytelling hour with Frank, storytelling hour with Angela. We're going to have cool fucking people sharing their life experiences and stories. And we're all going to do this together. And we're just operating several versions of ourselves into the future at all times. And we're going to ride this wave, and they'll never know what hit them. And the world's going to be better, and we'll create realms within their realms, and then create our own realms outside of it. And it's all going to be fucking great.
Yeah. Join us on the spaceship to go to a completely different reality, because that happens every day.
Every day.
All right. I love everybody here. I love you, Aaron. I hope everybody has a wonderful evening, and I hope you travel very, very far and very, very fun inside of your dreams tonight.
100%. Bye. Bye.